Good morning, everyone, and welcome to, this is what, day
Day
three
three, yeah, we were just talking about that.
of RSA 2024. We're bringing this to you live from Broadcast Alley in Moscone West, and I'm Bill Brenner, and I'm joined by Business Security Weekly co-host Ben Carr.
Hey, Bill.
Good to see you again.
It is, yeah.
So let's start with RSA making news yesterday. And I know we were talking before this about
We were Wiz, right? I mean,
Wiz.
$1 billion investment, right? $12 billion valuation. Look, cyber as an investment is certainly back. I think it speaks to the platformization people are looking for.
Yep.
Wiz certainly a great company, doing good things on everybody's roadmap. But yeah, that's, a crazy number, just a really large number there. So I think a lot of people have been talking about that. And then No Name, I saw No Name got acquired. So yeah, it's been interesting.
Yeah. So an eventful week for that. But as you and I, not together, but we spent time on the on the show floor yesterday.
Yeah.
And I remember RSA back in like the 2000s when you had the South Expo and that was it. And then they brought in the North.
North, yeah. And now they've kind of
And
bridged
now
them
they
together, right?
basically scooped out everything that was in the middle
Yeah.
and filled that with more exhibitors. And walking around yesterday, this is no surprise, just the sheer volume of companies that have just come into being with AI as part of their value proposition.
Yeah, I would say AI is really the theme of the show, right? Like that's what everybody's really talking about. People have talked about it. It's been part of the vendor space for years, but this is, it's really the focus, and I guess, the emergence of AI as, a focus point.
Yeah. One of the things that I think about as I walk around is how many of these exhibitors are going to be here next year. And that's not panning anybody. That's just,
Well, it's the state of security,
it's
right?
hard.
State of state.
It's the state of security, and it's hard to start up and be successeful.
Well, and there's a lot of startups, right? It's just a numbers game. So, if you're on the investment side, I was talking to Ron Gula yesterday. If you look at the number of cyber companies out there, it's a funnel, right? It's going to narrow down over time. So I think that's, when I walk the floor, that's certainly what I'm looking for is like, is this a differentiator? Is this something new? Does this add value, or is this just another Me Too? And I think, no disrespect to anybody, there are a lot of Me Too's out there, or things that you're looking at, like, where's your real value? How does it fit into the ecosystem of cyber that I, myself as a CISO, need to look at? So it'll certainly pare down, but then there'll be a new batch that kind of come in and buoy that wave. So, but yeah, exciting and invigorating to see the number of vendors that are out there on the floor. And there was a lot of participation. There's a lot of people here at RSA this year. It doesn't feel crowded, but it definitely feels like there's a good vibe and people are, great, happy to be back in it.
Yeah, I think this year and last year, I think people are just happy to be able to come.
Yeah.
To a live security event after the pandemic.
I think that's been a lot of the conversation with people I've talked to, colleagues, peers. It's like, hey, it's great to see you again. It's great to be able to, meet face to face. There's a lot of people here that this is the first time I've met them face to face, right? Was with somebody who we've interacted with for probably about 6 or 7 years, but we've never met face to face, right? And so, yeah, I think that's a lot of what RSA is about. It's certainly about the physical conference, but a lot of it's about what happens outside the conference too.
Yeah, that's always been the most important part for me. 20 years ago, I was coming to write about things as a journalist, but now it's really about having those conversations and making plans that can hopefully help someone somewhere in the industry do their jobs more effectively.
Sure. And trying to make sure your dance card isn't too full, right? Because it does pack up really quickly at RSA.
It does. It's important for folks to remember you're only one person. You can't be everywhere.
Yeah, and look, when you're booking meetings, book a little bit of travel time between them. That's my advice.
Yeah, exactly. There is one thing I need to point out. For anyone who is at RSA and in need of stress relief today, there is a booth. I think it's in the North Expo Hall, and I'm forgetting the name of the vendor. But what's important is they have puppies there.
Puppies. I had not seen that yet. That's interesting.
They it's this pen. There are like 6, 7, 8 puppies. You can pick them up. You can pet them. They're available for adoption. And
With the enterprise subscription or license, you get 2 puppies. Yeah, that's their new tag.
And puppies always make it better.
That's a new one for me. I was impressed yesterday when I was walking the show floor, and I was looking around at like the tchotchkes and the giveaways and the swag everybody has, and it's just a lot of the same stuff. And I passed by a booth, and they just had boxes of donuts and cronuts out, and I was like, and massive, they were huge. I was like, you're giving donuts away? Sure. I'm like,
very practical.
I love you. That's awesome.
Very practical.
Donuts.
So, one thing that's been interesting that I've looked at is the tchotchkes are a lot simpler than they used to be.
Yes.
And, we're talking tchotchkes. That's like the least important thing about this conference. We're here for the technology. But I bring this up because it's actually a good thing. I think back to RSA of older days, and you had what were known as booth babes.
That's true. Yeah, there was a time.
You had a lot of crazy swag.
Bill, don't be shy. You served as a booth babe a couple times, I'm sure.
I did. I mean, I had to. I needed those parochial school tuitions for my kids weren't going to pay themselves, But no, I remember, lightsabers and. I don't know if you remember Norse Security, who imploded at one RSA. But
I do.
Everyone was wearing their Viking
We were talking about
hats.
that last night. I knew somebody who worked at Norse, and they were talking about, the Viking hat. So,
But the point I want to make is it's a lot simpler. It's, pens, stickers. And I'm happy to see this because I see more of an effort to try and get people to your booth without the flashy stuff.
Well, focus on the problem, right? The business solution.
There's more focus on the problem. And so I feel like the industry, as I walk around, I see more maturity.
So I was just going to use that word. I'm seeing more maturity. I'd still like to see in vendors like really focus, again, as I mentioned, the business problem, right? Like focus on what is going to be transformative or change-worthy for the business side of the equation. We're certainly all in cyber. We understand it's a technical issue. But when I think about the triad, I really list the technology down at the bottom and the process above that and the people. The people are really at the top. But in order to do that, you've got to focus on what the business understands. I think as CISOs, that's what we've been trying to figure out for a long time is how do we, people talk about getting the seat at the table, being able to participate in the business. And so CISOs have to now be business leaders. And as such, I think when we're looking at products, looking at vendors, I'm looking for someone to communicate what are you going to change or make more effective for my business, so I communicate that to the other executives at the company, and I want that to flow through the thing I'm looking for when I look down at the show floor in a vendor's, their GUI, what they're reporting on is, what are you showing me that's not like speeds and feeds? What are you showing me on something I can take to the rest of my peers in the company to show them the value that I'm bringing? So I think the market is definitely leveling up and maturing, and I'm glad to see that.
Me too. And so much more today. What are your interests as you go through Wednesday?
Yeah, I've got a packed schedule. Yesterday, like I said, I had the pleasure to interview Ron Gula and our Corviello. So, luminary from the RSA side, right?
Yep.
Everybody knows Art. And it was really engaging. I'm doing a couple more offsite interviews today. But I'm really out there just kind of looking to see what's actually going to be transformative for us, what the change is going to be. There's a lot of buzz around AI, but like how does it actually create value for me and what I'm doing? So that's what I'm looking at.
Excellent. So hope you all have a great third day of RSA. And if you want to keep track of our live coverage, please visit securityweekly.com/RSAC. And we'll be back.
Application Security Weekly delivers interviews and news from the worlds of AppSec, DevOps, and all the other ways people find and fix software flaws. Join us as we explore how the latest news highlights modern security practices or reminds us of the missing ones. We also bring insights from interviews on topics from training to threat modeling, from open source tools to cloud-native techniques, plus an occasional reference from new wave to synthwave. Find us at securityweekly.com/subscribe or look for Application Security Weekly wherever you pick your podcasts.
Hi folks, I'm Adrian Sanabria, the host of Enterprise Security Weekly. Every week, we interview the most interesting folks we can find talking about the most pressing cybersecurity issues and challenges facing the enterprise today. Myself and my co-hosts have each been in the industry for decades, long enough to see the patterns in the industry and explore where trends are going. In addition to enterprise challenges, we also follow the vendor space, the most interesting security startups emerging, technology and product trends, all the most interesting funding and acquisition announcements. Finally, we love to discuss the latest trends in tech and how they'll impact cybersecurity. If you're wondering how the latest in AI, quantum computing, cloud, and DevOps is going to impact security a few years down the road, you should follow the Enterprise Security Weekly podcast.
Application Security Weekly delivers interviews and news from the worlds of AppSec, DevOps, and all the other ways people find and fix software flaws. Join us as we explore how the latest news highlights modern security practices or reminds us of the missing ones. We also bring insights from interviews on topics from training to threat modeling, from open source tools to cloud-native techniques, plus an occasional reference from new wave to synthwave. Find us at securityweekly.com/subscribe or look for Application Security Weekly wherever you pick your podcasts.
Hi, folks. I'm Adrian Sanabria, the host of Enterprise Security Weekly. Every week, we interview the most interesting folks we can find talking about the most pressing cybersecurity issues and challenges facing the enterprise today. Myself and my co-hosts have each been in the industry for decades, long enough to see the patterns in the industry and explore where trends are going. In addition to enterprise challenges, we also follow the vendor space, the most interesting security startups emerging, technology and product trends, all the most interesting funding and acquisition announcements. Finally, we love to discuss the latest trends in tech and how they'll impact cybersecurity. If you're wondering how the latest in AI, quantum computing, cloud, and DevOps is going to impact security a few years down the road, you should follow the Enterprise Security Weekly podcast.
Application Security Weekly delivers interviews and news from the worlds of AppSec, DevOps, and all the other ways people find and fix software flaws. Join us as we explore how the latest news highlights modern security practices or reminds us of the missing ones. We also bring insights from interviews on topics from training to threat modeling, from open source tools to cloud-native techniques, plus an occasional reference from new wave to synthwave. Find us at securityweekly.com/subscribe or look for Application Security Weekly wherever you pick your podcasts.
Hi, folks. I'm Adrian Sanabria, the host of Enterprise Security Weekly. Every week, we interview the most interesting folks we can find talking about the most pressing cybersecurity issues and challenges facing the enterprise today. Myself and my co-hosts have each been in the industry for decades, long enough to see the patterns in the industry and explore where trends are going. In addition to enterprise challenges, we also follow the vendor space, the most interesting security startups emerging, technology and product trends, all the most interesting funding and acquisition announcements. Finally, we love to discuss the latest trends in tech and how they'll impact cybersecurity. If you're wondering how the latest in AI, quantum computing, cloud, and DevOps is going to impact security a few years down the road, you should follow the Enterprise Security Weekly podcast.
Application Security Weekly delivers interviews and news from the worlds of AppSec, DevOps, and all the other ways people find and fix software flaws. Join us as we explore how the latest news highlights modern security practices or reminds us of the missing ones. We also bring insights from interviews on topics from training to threat modeling, from open source tools to cloud-native techniques, plus an occasional reference from new wave to synthwave. Find us at securityweekly.com/subscribe or look for Application Security Weekly wherever you pick your podcasts.
Welcome to the RSA Conference. We're here recording live from Broadcast Alley in Moscone West. I'm your host, Ben Carr, and joining me today is David Bradbury, Chief Security Officer at Okta. Dave, thanks for joining us.
Yeah,
really
it's
glad
great
to
to be
have you.
here.
Yeah, how are you finding RSA so far?
Oh, I'm loving it. I'm loving the energy. I love the fact that there's just everybody's here this year, and it seems that we've just bounced back from COVID. Everybody's coming together. It's just fantastic.
Yeah, it's kind of a lot more vendors. It's really it seems a very vibrant conference this year. It doesn't feel crowded, but it does feel like there's a lot of people attending and a lot of interest in what's going on. Yeah, that's really good. So, maybe we can start off today. Can you discuss a little bit about today's threat landscape and where identity plays in that threat landscape?
Yeah, I mean, as Okta, we have a front row seat in the identity world, and so from our front row seat, we see many different types of identity-based attacks against our customers. And what we've seen in the last 12 months particularly has been a real shift in the battleground, and that shift has really moved from the traditional attacks against identity are very much in that pre-authentication world. We think about phishing attacks, adversary in the middle type attacks, and those still are very prevalent, but we've seen a real shift away from those and more into the post-authentication attack world. If you think about the recent Microsoft attacks, the attacks against MGM and Caesars last year, even the attack against Okta last year, what we're seeing is that the threat actors have figured out that it's too hard to go through the front door anymore. We've actually done a pretty good job, I think, as an industry of encouraging people to move down the multi-factor path, to move down the phishing-resistant FIDO path. And so when we've got such a strong front door, the easiest way to in is actually to not go through the front door at all. It's to target browsers, session tokens, steal those session tokens, load them up in your own browser, and access all of the applications that person's logged into. This idea of post-authentication attacks, whether it was targeting Okta last year and stealing session tokens from files that our customers had uploaded to customer support, or whether it's the recent Microsoft incident where emails have been scoured to try and find the same session tokens that could be leveraged to access customer environments, this is where the battleground has shifted to. It's no longer just about pre-auth, it's about post-auth. And so that's where we're trying to think more strategically and bring more of a focus in the coming years as to how do we solve that as an industry, because that's a piece of the puzzle that I don't think we've focused enough upon.
Yeah, I think a lot of times from an industry side, I look at colleagues and peers, and sometimes we get locked into a little bit of a static analysis of what the threat is, right? And I think people need to realize that the threat is ever evolving and changing, and so you're exactly right. As we look at closing off, everybody's kind of deployed MFA at this point. I mean, there are still people out there, surprisingly, that haven't, but for the most part, I mean, I think that's a well-accepted technology. The attackers kind of look for what else can we go after and how can we make it easier for ourselves to
That's it, and attackers will always focus on what works, and sadly what works right now is phishing still works, but instead of phishing, people from a password login perspective, we're seeing that people are being phished, they're being introduced into accessing malware, loading that up, and they're not stealing your credentials anymore, they're stealing your session tokens. And so that's an area we think really needs some focus.
Interesting, okay. So one of the big themes I think at the conference this year seems to be AI, right? Like everybody's talking about AI, AI is the thing. So what about the influence of AI on the threat landscape and security? And then how is it really helping or hurting us? Like where do you see the benefit and where do you see the negative from it?
It's just extraordinary being here at RSA to see how in the space of just 12 months, we've seen AI move from just a few startups and maybe lots of marketing campaigns to now we're actually seeing it being implemented and being used. And we're seeing that as well in the big brands in the security industry as well. So it's fascinating to me to see how in such a short period of time, we've seen such huge adoption And
Sure.
I really can't recall a time where we've seen something like this really take off. And so beyond the hype, I think it's really fascinating for me to see how we can start to introduce AI from a security perspective, well, to fight against AI from a threat actor perspective. Because already we're seeing a massive explosion in the frequency and the targeting of phishing attacks, which we're not going to attribute all to AI, but it definitely makes things easier. Right?
Well, look, automation on the attacker side is just coming, right? And the emergence of AI kind of democratizes that ability for them to use kind of infrastructure and scale.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But so when I think about the benefits of AI from a security perspective and particularly from an Okta perspective, I think of AI as being able to give us the benefit of 100 PhDs in mathematics, right? These statisticians who can pore across the huge data sets that we have and actually try to draw real insights from those that we can then use. And so from an AI perspective, we're trying to look at things from two different lenses. One of, how do we use the huge analytical capability that ML models can give you? But secondly, we don't want to just spotlight problems. We want to be able to fix problems. And that's really where I think comes back to what I was mentioning before about where threat actors focus, where do we need to start shifting our focus as a company? And I think about sort of SaaS applications of 10 years ago. And even today, we think about a CISO who's buying a SaaS application, they expect to see a couple of key security features. They expect to see things like, well, single sign-on as an example, given, this is what we do. But you expect to see things like a RESTful API to get logs. You expect to be able to do some very basic things, and all SaaS vendors have really come to the table with that in the last decade.
Yeah, there's the minimum bar.
But what have they done since then? Threat actors have moved into different parts, different attack paths, but we haven't seen a version 2 of what a SaaS application really should be. And there are a variety of standards that have come to the fore over the past few years, from CAPE, CAEP, the Continuous Access Evaluation Protocol, to even just single logout. The idea that we can, as an identity provider, just log you out of applications. We still don't see adoption of these types of frameworks from SaaS vendors. And it's been interesting as a CISO talking to some of the product managers at some of the SaaS companies that we deal with and saying, why haven't you adopted these things? And their answer has been, no one's asking for it. And
wow,
I'm like,
that's crazy.
that I think is just the craziest answer.
It really is.
And so part of what I'm trying to do with RSA and really tapping into my networks around the world is to try and encourage more CISOs to be having that conversation with their vendors of, you need to move to the next level of security. You need to make sure you're thinking about how do you protect session tokens. Depop has been around for more than 12 months now, distributed proof of possession. That's a way that we can secure session tokens and stop people from stealing them. Now, Okta's can't do everything because we don't own Slack, we don't own Salesforce.
Sure.
Everyone's got to do their bit. And so that's what I think is going to be the interesting part over the next 12 months, is to see which SaaS vendors are really switched on to security and are really going to take that next big leap and actually close the door on threat actors who are targeting people through this.
Yeah, I think that's the job of every CISO, right? Is really to push our vendors, right? And say, look, we're expecting more out of you. We're expecting more value. We're expecting you to be forward thinking. We're expecting you to kind of think about security as the forefront of what you do. And it's kind of funny in the security space, sitting in an operator role for a long time, I'm always amazed when you talk to a security vendor and it doesn't seem like they're doing it right?
Yeah.
So, on kind of that line of topic, you mentioned kind of the issues that Okta has had over the last several months. I'm just wondering, can you talk at all about what is Okta doing to bolster its own security efforts? Any lessons learned, any takeaways from it that you're implementing and kind of moving forward is like a different way?
So one big area that I'm very strong on making sure that doesn't happen to us is, I don't want the Okta super admin to be the same as the Microsoft domain admin when it comes to us talking about attack paths and the crown jewels and how they can be abused. So a lot of energy has been poured in the last 6 months is really trying to look at the Okta super admin and making sure that we can do everything we can to disrupt any tactics that we've seen from threat actors that are focused on trying to get access to Okta. So we've analyzed every attack path, from the MGM and Caesars attacks to a myriad of other attacks that have occurred against our customers over the past couple of years, trying to look at how can we disrupt every single one of those. And part of us downing tools on any feature development that's not security over the past 6 months has been to really focus in on this. And so just an example of an item here is just trying to bind your IP address that you're logging into as an admin to the session code token that you've actually created, so that if somebody steals that session token, we immediately revoke your authentication. We immediately bounce you out. And we're evaluating that on every mouse click within the admin portal that we have on the Okta side. Again, it's small, but it's absolutely critical in disrupting the attack paths that we've seen. But from an internal perspective, I think the big lesson learned over the last couple of years for me is that when you're a critical infrastructure provider like Okta, we don't have the privilege of being able to think about our IT estate and have a risk-based management approach, right? Everything needs to be considered with the same threat model that we apply to the Okta production service. We need to make sure that if it's the paperclip ordering system, it's the lunch menu system, everything gets raised to the same high bar. And that's a lot of the work we've been doing over the past 6 months, has been ensuring that everything has been raised to the same high bar that we've had as the Okta service exists today.
Yeah, and look, I think that's a takeaway for anybody out there watching, right, who's running a security program, is to really sit and look and say, look, we have to analyze what our risks are and what our threat profile looks like, and how should we be actually addressing this, right? Yeah. Like, yes, we all need to risk prioritize, and you've done that, but you've said essentially everything we need to be concerned about, right? We can't afford to do that because of the business we're in.
That's it.
Yeah, I think that's really great. How are you helping your customers, right, when you think about the rising threat and kind of helping them address it and meet it? Like, what's the focus moving forward from Okta in helping your customers?
So there's a couple of different priorities for us at the moment when it comes to how we think about customers and securing them moving forward. If I actually wind back the clock a little bit to the Twilio attacks that occurred back in August a couple of years ago, and I think that was a real big wake-up call for us at Okta as we were thinking about our product development. Of up until then, we'd been really focused on usability. How do we make passwordless a reality? How do we make sure that you log in once and you get access to everything and you never have to log in again?
Well, user experience, right? User
experience, really focused on user experience. And that was a wake-up call for us with that incident of, actually there are certain areas, there are certain applications, there are certain types of users where actually having a high friction user experience is actually beneficial. We actually want to make it hard for attackers to be able to get through. And so in the space of just 60 days after that incident, we launched a product on our side which is the phishing resistant version of our software authenticator. So giving you the FIDO origin binding feature to really prevent a user from being able to be tricked into putting their credentials into a fake phishing site. And so we came to market with that nearly 2 years ago now. And looking at the uptake of phishing resistant technologies, whether that's YubiKeys and hardware authenticators or our own software based authenticator, we're seeing only 4% of authentications on our platform using phishing resistant tech. 96% of authentications on our platform today are phishable. And that's a choice. That's a choice for all of our customers to adopt these technologies. And again, I think we've come leaps and bounds in the last 2 years in making these things easier to deploy, easier to manage, easier to use. But we just haven't seen the adoption. Right, so part of the go forward for us.
So is that customers being uneducated, right, or not having the time? Like, I think about myself in CISO, like the larger the organization, the larger the team, the easier it is for you to become informed. But especially, like, there's a lot of small, medium businesses that are Okta customers, I'm sure.
Yeah.
They don't have the staff, they don't have the time, and I think misconfigurations or the inability to take advantage of features a lot are the reasons why things happen, which I think is what you're getting to. So, are you doing something specific to address that?
Yeah, so absolutely. We've taken a lot of feedback on board over the past couple of years, and I think a lot of people have formed very strong opinions over that period of, it's too hard, it's too cumbersome, it's just too much of an inconvenience, it's too hard to manage, and so the excuses have come through thick and fast, and we've done something about that. We've now made it so easy to deploy, so easy to use.
How easy is it, Dave?
I'm telling you, I'm using it every day. And so what part of the message here is that as the go forward and we think about what can we be doing for customers, it's really to take that message out of things have improved. It's not the clunkiness of what a hardware authenticator might have been difficult to deploy 5-6 years ago. This is easy now. We've made it easy. And so when we see that there are attack vectors that have good solutions, they're there, they exist, and they're now at a level of maturity where we think that people should be adopting them en masse. But it's very interesting to see the Scattered Spider, the threat group who's really focused on Okta. And they were responsible for the Twilio attack, and we've seen attribution to them for the MGM and Caesars attacks and others. but we think about how they've been focused on us, and we've looked at customers that have been impacted and looked at how much they've adopted these types of technologies after being impacted. And there's a huge uptick. We see that once customers actually are impacted with a severe phishing attack, they quickly adopt these technologies. But we don't want that to be the track record for all of our customers moving forward. So a big focus for us in the next 12 months is to really raise the idea that phishing-resistant tech has now reached a level of maturity and ease of use and deployment. It's time to adopt it at scale. So that's sort of part one of what we're thinking about for the year ahead is, let's make sure that where we have solutions, we actually make sure that people are adopting them. Secondly, we need to make sure that we're one step ahead of threat actors when it comes to attack paths against our customers. I think thinking about how the MGM and Caesars attacks played out, this was an example where threat actors were leveraging legitimate features of the Okta platform, particularly the ones we make available for M&A, where an acquired company has its own identity provider, links that up to their parent company. That idea was taken advantage of by threat actors, by Scattered Spider specifically, by standing up their own identity provider as a fake subsidiary and attaching that to the parent company. And by doing so, obtaining further and deeper access. And so we need to think more about how can the features of our platform be abused, and how do we make sure that we don't enable everything the moment that you sign up, that we give you the features you need, and we make sure that it's harder for attackers to be able to abuse the platform. So platform abuse is a really big focus for us, and we'll be dropping some different changes and features in and around that sort of protection area over the next few months. But again, we don't want to make that a burden for customers. For us, the future of security and secure by design principles means we've got to put this stuff in by default. And so we're rolling this through gently as we move forward, but that's a big focus for us this year as well.
Dave, it's been a great conversation. I really appreciate you coming out and talking with us today, and I look forward to seeing what Okta has to bring to us to the future. You're certainly an important part of the industry. Thank you for joining Security Weekly. Visit securityweekly.com/Okta RSAC to find out more. Check out all of our RSA coverage at securityweekly.com/RAC. I'm Ben Carr, thank you.
Application Security Weekly delivers interviews and news from the worlds of AppSec, DevOps, and all the other ways people find and fix software flaws. Join us as we explore how the latest news highlights modern security practices or reminds us of the missing ones. We also bring insights from interviews on topics from training to threat modeling, from open source tools to cloud-native techniques, plus an occasional reference from new wave to synthwave. Find us at securityweekly.com/subscribe or look for Application Security Weekly wherever you pick your podcasts.
Hi, folks. I'm Adrian Sanabria, the host of Enterprise Security Weekly. Every week, we interview the most interesting folks we can find talking about the most pressing cybersecurity issues and challenges facing the enterprise today. Myself and my co-hosts have each been in the industry for decades, long enough to see the patterns in the industry and explore where trends are going. In addition to enterprise challenges, we also follow the vendor space, the most interesting security startups emerging, technology and product trends, all the most interesting funding and acquisition announcements. Finally, we love to discuss the latest trends in tech and how they'll impact cybersecurity. If you're wondering how the latest in AI, quantum computing, cloud, and DevOps is going to impact security a few years down the road, you should follow the Enterprise Security Weekly podcast.
Application Security Weekly delivers interviews and news from the worlds of AppSec, DevOps, and all the other ways people find and fix software flaws. Join us as we explore how the latest news highlights modern security practices or reminds us of the missing ones. We also bring insights from interviews on topics from training to threat modeling, from open source tools to cloud-native techniques, plus an occasional reference from new wave to synthwave. Find us at securityweekly.com/subscribe or look for Application Security Weekly wherever you pick your podcasts.
Hi, folks. I'm Adrian Sanabria, the host of Enterprise Security Weekly. Every week, we interview the most interesting folks we can find talking about the most pressing cybersecurity issues and challenges facing the enterprise today. Myself and my co-hosts have each been in the industry for decades, long enough to see the patterns in the industry and explore where trends are going. In addition to enterprise challenges, we also follow the vendor space, the most interesting security startups emerging, technology and product trends, all the most interesting funding and acquisition announcements. Finally, we love to discuss the latest trends in tech and how they'll impact cybersecurity. If you're wondering how the latest in AI, quantum computing, cloud, and DevOps is going to impact security a few years down the road, you should follow the Enterprise Security Weekly podcast. Welcome to RSA Conference 2024. We're here recording live from Broadcast Alley in Moscone West. I'm your host, Adrian Sanabria, and joining me today is John Check, VP of Cyber Protection Solutions at Nightwing. Welcome, John.
Thank you, Adrian. Delighted to be here.
So the possibly the largest cybersecurity company you haven't heard of, right?
Highly likely.
Yeah, tell us, so Nightwing, great name, by the way.
Our teams love the name.
Yeah.
And they couldn't wait to get their hands on swag.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I've done some marketing, branding work in the past. I could have a lot of fun with Nightwing.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, so we're a standalone entity as of April 1st, so great day for a launch for a cyber company, right?
Yeah.
April Fool's Day, right? Might as well.
Yeah.
So we spun out from Raytheon. It's really the cybersecurity intelligence business that Raytheon provided to government, state and local, and commercial entities is what we provide. The services related activities.
All right. Yeah, that's it's interesting because it's it's not something we hear a lot about.
Mm-hmm.
The services provided. Is that considerably different than like the way you deliver the services, the way you sell to them? Is that significantly different than the private side?
It absolutely is. So part of what spun out is we have 2,200 employees strong, 1.3 billion in revenue. So
wow.
Right, not tiny, but yeah, it's a very different way we're selling because also we're selling into a lot of intelligence and other missions that really keep our nation safe. So it's a way different the way we approach the marketplace, which is, right, we obviously lead with our teams, right? Our people are what make us great. They are committed to the missions. They're committed to they're growing their career and learning more and really defending our nation. So it really makes it really special for us.
Yeah. Definitely mission oriented.
100%.
Yeah.
I'd say so. We're so mission oriented. Most cyber companies have a problem with attrition, right? We're in single digits, and there's a lot of factors that go into that.
Yeah.
But certainly mission is a big driver.
I'll ask more about that later. That's very interesting. So cyber protection solutions. What is that? Help me understand what that is.
It's really all things defensive cyber. I mean, my team goes from the a pen test all the way to standing up nation-state cyber capabilities and everything in the middle.
Okay.
So we really provide the whole spectrum of services, which makes it great, and across all different customer sets. The interesting, right? Every customer is unique, but they all have the same problems, and it's really figuring out how to ensure that we're bringing the right things to bear to help them.
So it sounds like not only services, but also maybe building some custom tooling. Some research folks, some development folks.
Absolutely. We do a lot of integration work, right? One of the key challenges all of our customers have is, right, they bought one of everything and have a hard time integrating those tools, capabilities into something that actually provides them the cyber defense they're looking for. So we really help in the architecture, the integration, and really bring the people that are hard to find. That's one of the, our customers lose their key, you name the tool person, and they can't rehire that person. It makes it really hard, but we have a deep group of resources that can really help them.
Yeah. So this industry has evolved a lot over the years, and as we see RSA and the industry grow, we were just talking about the vastness of the expo area. Also so of the breaches. So of the the negative consequences that we've seen. What do you think is missing there? What is what are some of the key stuff that you find actually work with your customers and that maybe other folks are missing?
Well, I think the number one thing we try to help our customers is help them build capacity, because that's what they all need, right? They'll never be able to hire enough people.
Yeah.
They'll never be able to really look at all the events they want to and take action they'd like to. So really, we focus on trying to create capacity for them, and not capacity in the sense of more people, really capacity in the sense of automation or you're taking the KonMari approach, right? Get rid of the clutter, get rid of those tools you're never going to use anyway, and just don't use, focus your environment on what's really important to you versus trying to do one of everything, and that helps you unlock capacity to really focus on the core of your business.
So more of a less is more.
That and ruthless automation. I mean, all the talks around AI, but that's just a portion of it, right? Really, one of the keys to unlocking capacity is you got to automate the routine.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's something we've definitely observed. A lot of the tooling out there creates busy work.
Yeah, absolutely.
For people who are operators of the tools. But that's not really doing security, right?
No. It's just filling their day with another box to look at or things to check or something to read, right? It doesn't really help them hone in on why they're there when that is defending the business.
Yeah. So back to the, you're talking about your retention rate, and certainly, just talking about my observations, I've mentored a lot of folks in the field. I've been in cybersecurity for over 20 years. And, a lot of them say that there's positions for minimum 3 to 5 years, but, they ask me, where's the 0 to 3? Where's the 0 to 5?
Right.
Where's the junior level? And I generally come back to telling them to, get a job on the IT side and move laterally over. Because IT is who's actually doing security anyway.
That's right. That's where I started.
Yeah, right. And that, I felt like an old man, telling people to do it the way I did. I also came through IT. I started thinking, okay, maybe there is an entry-level cybersecurity role. We, for some reason, pen testing is one of those, and then also SOC analyst. And but yeah, retention. How do we get people into the field? So a couple questions there. Let's start with retention, since you mentioned that earlier. Obviously, a mission-focused company. Is that it, or is there more to it?
Oh no,
than
there's
that?
absolutely more to it.
Okay.
Because the hard part about retention problem is it's multifaceted, like most hard problems are. So it's you got to have something that excites people. They want to come to work every day and feel like they're accomplishing something, or it's for a higher purpose.
Yeah.
So I think on a lot of our the work that we provide absolutely answers that. Also, you have to focus on the employee's well-being, right?
Yeah.
One of the key things that really is concerning is, cyber, when events happen, it's you're up 24, 36, however many hours, and working super hard, highly stressful. You got the leadership of the company asking you every 20 minutes what you're working on, and if I wasn't right, the response is, well, if I'm not so busy giving you reports, I would be getting the job done, right? So you have the liaison. So really the well-being, ensuring people have the time to really refresh and reload and really retool and learn new skills outside of their day-to-day. So we really focus a lot on that aspect.
Yeah.
And then obviously you have to be competitive when it comes to benefits. But you really got to take an approach of, we're all in this cyber fight together. So one of the approaches I take is, no matter if somebody wants a new opportunity on one of our programs, a new opportunity within Nightwing or an opportunity outside of Nightwing, I'm going to support them.
Yeah.
Because the only regrettable attrition for me is when somebody leaves cyber.
Right.
That is the only time it's regrettable.
Yeah, and it's always been baffling to me, the thought that, I don't want to send somebody to training because what if they leave? Surely you guys have opportunities
I hear that all
for
the time.
advancement internally, but yeah, I mean a company that is interested in your well-being, your career, regardless of whether it continues to be at Nightwing or
absolutely
goes somewhere else. Yeah, I mean, I would want to stay at a company that does that.
It freaks people out a little bit.
Yeah.
Right?
Oh, yeah?
Because most people, they don't want to have to go to their supervisor, manager, leader and say, I'd really like to move on to something else, because they think that they would be perceived as wanting to leave the program. It's way easier to go out and find a new job and say, here's my offer letter for my new company, I'm leaving.
Yeah.
Versus having a difficult conversation. We try to break down that barrier of having those conversations that are really focused on a career in cyber. And I think that's what ultimately helps drive our retention. So it's kind of strange, you would support people to move on, but they want to stay more.
Right. Yeah, and I mean, it benefits both, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah. So, coming back to the talent pipeline, this is something we keep hearing, that companies can't hire all the cyber workforce that they want. And then everyone I know trying to get into the industry or trying to get jobs, it sounds like the people that companies are looking for either don't exist or aren't there yet. They want a certain level of expertise, but they're not willing to build it or grow it. They're not willing to build a. So that's my observation, at least. Like what are you seeing there, and how do you think obviously a company your size can afford to build a pipeline, I would think, a talent pipeline. But what should companies be doing if they want to be able to, if they want to be able to staff the way they want to, like at what size do you get when it makes sense to build that talent pipeline and ensure your own, future?
Well, for us, based on our legacy, right, we really ran into this problem early stages of COVID, right, where it was really talent, right, was extremely high.
Yeah.
There's a high level of competition there. So we just took the approach that we're going to manufacture the talent we need.
Yeah.
And so we created our offensive labs, Nightwing Offensive Labs, to where we're taking the work that we do within our offensive side of the business and training our defenders on it so they can think like an attacker, and really taking through people up to 8 to 16 weeks, depending on where they are in their skill set, right? We tailor that training to those skills that they need. But we bring people in. So, for example, we had really good success bringing in people exiting the military.
Yeah.
Because they come out, well, obviously, with some of the clearances we need.
Right.
So that's a win there for us as well.
Yeah.
To really train them to provide the exact type of support we need on some of the missions we have. And they're not going to come. We know they're not going to come out from anywhere. We know that talent pool. We know that it's limited. You don't come out of a university, college, or higher education with those skills unless you are doing it out of your own interest.
Right.
But so we take a purposeful approach to invest in our talent, and we don't live in our fears, right? Okay, if they take the training and they leave, we can't be fearful of that.
Yeah.
Right? We just do everything we can to ensure they have the greatest opportunities with us when it comes to training and career. And obviously we don't have limitless opportunities like any other company. Right? We go out and fight hard for the work we get.
Yeah. Yeah, so taking veterans, do you also have like internships?
Absolutely.
Things like that?
So we take our interns through our offensive labs in the summer.
Okay.
They love that because they've never seen anything like some of the stuff that we take them through. So that's part of it. We even do high schoolers, take them through that.
Oh, very nice.
So we're trying to hit it into all aspects of the career, and then you hit on it. Unfortunately, most of those entry level jobs are in the commercial business. That's one of the reasons we have it, is to provide those SOC analysts and others. But while they're doing that, we really work hard. It's a give and take between us and our team member to create that training curriculum for them to grow their skills. Because we don't want a SOC analyst to be in that role more than 2 years. We want them to move to that next step.
Yeah. So beyond Nightwing, what do you think people should be doing there? What do we need to do for the workforce as a whole? Like, do you think that's a model other people can copy and do as well, or?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I mean, it comes down to people know when you're genuine or not.
Yeah.
And so it's really interesting. The conversation I had would lead me to believe most people are just concerned about their own program, business area, company's retention. And when you focus on doing things like that, you're really not solving the problem. What do people care about? They care about learning new skills. They care about having benefits and compensation that's going to help make their family and secure.
Right.
They care about having career advancement. So if you're not having discussions around all three of those things, that's what it comes down to, is just regular old communication. Picking up the phone or having an old-fashioned face-to-face meeting with somebody and say, hey, what do you really want to do?
Every now and then I hear about companies where employees feel comfortable talking about, well, I'm thinking of leaving the company, going to here, doing, and that's just alien to me. The places I've been, you have to sneak around and
I have those conversations regularly.
Do job interviews on your lunch break, and yeah, it occurs to me, why, it's no secret that employees are going to leave. It's like, why have to do all that in the shadows? And managers aren't hearing the issues. The reasons that people are leaving. Those are conversations they should feel comfortable having.
Well,
right?
it's really funny. Recently, on LinkedIn, somebody hit me up and said, "Hey, I'm talking to this person. I heard they left." And I said, "Well, they haven't left yet, but I think they're a wonderful person. They'd be great on your team."
Yeah.
And he was freaked out, never responded to me, never came back. So, like the employees, but the people that are out there, he couldn't believe that I possibly think. They probably thought, well, this person must not be good because John's trying to get rid of him, right? When I wasn't. I genuinely wasn't.
Yeah. That's
So it goes both ways.
Yeah. Yeah. So it's hopefully we can get to a better place there, and we need it to build this industry, to build the
100%.
workforce up. Hopefully people are inspired by what you're doing, and congrats with Nightwing.
No, we're super excited.
Yeah. And thanks for joining me on Security Weekly.
Thanks,
today.
Adrian. Pleasure.
To learn more about Nightwing, you can visit securityweekly.com/Nightwing RSAC. And you can check out all our RSA coverage at securityweekly.com/RSAC. And we'll be back with another interview in a few moments.
Application Security Weekly delivers interviews and news from the worlds of AppSec, DevOps, and all the other ways people find and fix software flaws. Join us as we explore how the latest news highlights modern security practices or reminds us of the missing ones. We also bring insights from interviews on topics from training to threat modeling, from open source tools to cloud-native techniques, plus an occasional reference from new wave to synthwave. Find us at securityweekly.com/subscribe or look for Application Security Weekly wherever you pick your podcasts.
Hi, folks. I'm Adrian Sanabria, the host of Enterprise Security Weekly. Every week, we interview the most interesting folks we can find talking about the most pressing cybersecurity issues and challenges facing the enterprise today. Myself and my co-hosts have each been in the industry for decades, long enough to see the patterns in the industry and explore where trends are going. In addition to enterprise challenges, we also follow the vendor space, the most interesting security startups emerging, technology and product trends, all the most interesting funding and acquisition announcements. Finally, we love to discuss the latest trends in tech and how they'll impact cybersecurity. If you're wondering how the latest in AI, quantum computing, cloud, and DevOps is going to impact security a few years down the road, you should follow the Enterprise Security Weekly podcast.
Application Security Weekly delivers interviews and news from the worlds of AppSec, DevOps, and all the other ways people find and fix software flaws. Join us as we explore how the latest news highlights modern security practices or reminds us of the missing ones. We also bring insights from interviews on topics from training to threat modeling, from open source tools to cloud-native techniques, plus an occasional reference from new wave to synthwave. Find us at securityweekly.com/subscribe or look for Application Security Weekly wherever you pick your podcasts.
Hi, folks. I'm Adrian Sanabria, the host of Enterprise Security Weekly. Every week, we interview the most interesting folks we can find talking about the most pressing cybersecurity issues and challenges facing the enterprise today. Myself and my co-hosts have each been in the industry for decades, long enough to see the patterns in the industry and explore where trends are going. In addition to enterprise challenges, we also follow the vendor space, the most interesting security startups emerging, technology and product trends, all the most interesting funding and acquisition announcements. Finally, we love to discuss the latest trends in tech and how they'll impact cybersecurity. If you're wondering how the latest in AI, quantum computing, cloud, and DevOps is going to impact security a few years down the road, you should follow the Enterprise Security Weekly podcast.
Welcome to RSA Conference 2024. We're here recording live from Broadcast Alley in Moscone West. I'm your host, Adrian Sanabria, and joining me today is Andy Grolnick, CEO of Graylog. How you doing, Andy?
Nice to be here, yeah.
Good to have you. Graylog, interesting company. I've been following them for a while. They've done a lot of interesting community stuff over the years.
Yep.
But today we're talking about achieving cyber resilience and strengthening security posture.
Right.
Clearly something everybody's struggling with. We even have security posture management is now a category of products.
Yeah, it's a
right?
category, right.
So it's all about understanding your posture, measuring it. And starting there, prioritizing threats, threat detection and incident response. What are we talking about here?
Yeah, I think the reality is most security operations teams, security teams are just overwhelmed. They don't have enough people.
Alert fatigue.
Yeah, and then they're overwhelmed with alerts coming from all kinds of things, and they don't always have the expertise. So it's critical to have, where do you start? And you can't necessarily focus. So one, having solutions that cut down the noise. is really helpful, right? And a lot of so they're not overwhelmed. But even with that, the volume of alerts and things you're going to get are just too high. So having risk prioritization of solutions that can prioritize the risk of those alerts, so you can, maybe on a scale of 0 to 100, so you can, as a team, say, okay, here are the ones I need to focus on. Here are the highest, threats to our organization. And if I only get to half of them, I may make sure I get to the highest priority ones. Yeah.
And just for my own curiosity, what are some of the things you would prioritize a threat based on?
Sure. I mean, a couple of examples, would be that we've seen some of our customers look for and catch at times is, a lot of hackers and the bad guys out there don't break in. They actually log in. Right?
Sure.
And I heard I didn't make that up. George Kurtz was speaking the other day, and I heard him share that, and it really does. It's really true, and it resonates. So the most common way in, is stolen credentials or finding legitimate credentials of an employee or a vendor and so on. So how do you detect that? So there are a couple examples. One is you might have, say, a bank employee in Chicago logging in, and 3 hours later, those credentials are used to log in Shanghai.
Right.
Well,
impossible travel.
It's an impossible travel. The Concorde doesn't go that fast, and
it's out of service.
We don't have the Star Trek techniques
teleporters.
yet. We don't have that yet. And so there's obviously an issue, and so being able to not only detect that, but then shut the action to take is shut that account down, so that you immediately cut off any bad behavior that can happen from the illegitimate person logging in. And you'll inconvenience, if it's me, the CEO of the company, it's a slight inconvenience, right? But hey, I'd rather cut that off at the pass. And so that's you want to get, there's this notion of mean time to detection, mean time to response. So you want to detect as quickly as possible.
Yeah.
That being said, a lot of threat actors will not take bad actions right away. In fact, the average, breach, they'll sit there 250 plus days before being detected. Mm-hmm. And so another example of, how do I, once they're in, the first example is, you get them right as they're trying to get in. But once they're in, and the reality is, no matter how good a perimeter defense you have, it's not if, it's when someone's going to get through, because they're always they're sophisticated, changing their tactics, and so what I want to be looking for is anomalous behavior, and this is actually an AI technique that SIEM solutions have been using for years, and there's a lot of talk about AI here, but machine learning. So what the example there, in particular around all the users in my network, it's a little like the old statistical process control, where I learn what normal behavior is for you, Adrian, or any user in my environment. When do they typically log in? What applications do they access, and so on.
And traditionally, I remember when I was in chief incident handler, at financial institutions, I would have to put together that baseline myself.
Right.
I'm doing this manually. What's normal for this person?
Right.
And does this fit that normal baseline?
Yeah, that's exactly. And so,
but
I'm sure that was a lot of work, right? And
a lot of. We didn't even have browser tabs back then. So I would say a lot of tabs open, but a lot of browser windows open.
Yeah, no, exactly. And so wouldn't it have been nice to automate all that and have software basically tell me, and then I see those credentials access a financial application they never access. I want to get an alert. Now it may be not nefarious, but it could be someone who got in and just kind of laid low, waiting for a time to kind of go after the data. Right?
Yeah, I'm really dating myself there. Browsers didn't have tabs yet. I wanted to kind of zoom in a little bit on something you said earlier. This is a trend I'm starting to see. Are you finding that people are really willing to automate the remediation step to disable an account? Because I remember a few years ago we saw a lot of technologies that had those capabilities, but nobody really had the guts to turn them on. Yeah. But it seems like ransomware maybe, people are more willing now to create a little bit of disruption to avoid a lot of disruption.
Absolutely. I think it's a really interesting question because my work in this space goes back to 2005. Yeah. And my previous company, we actually...
That's when I bought my first SIM.
That was kind of the early days. And there wasn't a lot of automation of remediation in then, but we actually implemented that in 2007, 2008. Right. And at that time, you're absolutely right, most customers were not willing to...
I remember ArcSight pitching us on that, and I was like, you're out of your mind.
Yeah, people. And so what we actually put in was an optional approval layer, right? Yeah. Which is... Which is...
Somebody's still going to review it.
So someone can review it. You could have 2 layers of it. And so, but I think you're right. Fast forward to today, people have just gotten more comfortable with it, right? And so the first example I gave, which is the 2 people logging in at the same time, a lot of it, most people are comfortable with the risk. I don't even need to review that, right? Because the impact would be low, right? But if it's another action, turns off my website, I may want to review that, and someone needs to, before we shut that down, because you may be shutting down your business, but I think to your question, and people have gotten more comfortable. There's still some reticence to do that.
Probably depends on the company, the company culture.
Absolutely,
I worked for a credit card processor. In the early days, that's where I deployed that first SIM. And anything that stopped the flow of transactions, absolutely not.
Exactly.
Like we put an IPS in line once, and it failed closed once, never again.
No, you're absolutely right.
Never again.
So it really varies.
The transactions must flow.
Exactly. That's the core business, right? Yeah.
So what are some of the key challenges companies struggle with today with implementing something effective from a detection and response perspective? Because there's a lot of data to pull in there.
Right.
As I mentioned in an earlier interview, the security team doesn't actually do security work. Oftentimes they don't have the ability to switch things on and off.
Yeah.
To shut down accounts and things like that.
Absolutely. And so I think the key challenges happen to be the key areas we're focused on at Graylog from an innovation perspective.
Okay.
I would say, and there are kind of 3 pillars of where so one is, we talked about the noise earlier, so just how do you make the threat detection and response as both accurate and effective, and reduce the noise, right?
Sure.
So using techniques to cull down, here's a smaller population of things to focus on, right? So that's key, and that's an area we continue to kind of try innovate in and get better at, because the more you do that, the easier it's going to be, particularly for teams that just, the largest banks, right, have huge teams, right, but most organizations don't, and so that's one. I'd say the other is the complexity of the workflow of SIMs. I mean, you deployed one in 2005, right? They've improved a lot, but still today, the complexity is too high, and the workflow can be disjointed, right? So how do you make things more intuitive and smoother, so I can go from data to detection to remediation quickly.
It's kind of notoriously the highest labor product to both integrate and manage, right?
It is. It is. They get it up and running. So and it's, but at the same time, it's critical. It's the hub of the SOC. You got to have it. It's
most of your visibility.
It's your visibility. It's your central intelligence. So, and I think the last area is, I would say, cost of ownership. I think the days of, and we're seeing that this year and last year, where customers have unlimited budget to, security budgets. Those days are gone. You've got to be, security teams got to be thoughtful on how they, and where they invest and how they invest. So we're, it's not just the licensing costs of the software, it's also if complexity is high, I need more people.
Labor costs.
Labor costs are huge, and a lot of and then the infrastructure costs. So depending on how the solution's architected, I may need a lot of
on-prem
CPU.
storage, cloud storage.
Yeah, exactly. Storage, CPU, infrastructure, all that. So we're zeroed in on helping in all three of those areas, and then on the TCO side, all three of those vectors, if you will. Yeah.
And in the last couple minutes, how do you make sure that you get everybody aligned, not just on the security team, but in the organization in general? Because it's, SIM touches a lot of different things.
Right.
And there might be the expectation at the executive level, that there's good detection and response in place, and security analysts might tell you something different if you talk to them directly versus the conversation you have with the CISO. How do you get them all aligned?
Get everyone aligned, and nowadays boards are very interested. It goes beyond the CISO, right? They, the reporting. Some of the new laws, public companies have to report within a certain period of time. And there's penalties and fines in some cases. So the boards are very interested today. So I think
you have to determine materiality.
Right. So you've got to. Back to what you were saying, first of all, I got to have visibility, the best visibility I have, and be efficient. And when something happens, I've got to be able to take action and report on it. So one way is, we talked about like mean time to detection, mean time to response. So that's one way to kind of, for the practitioners to be able to kind of
metrics to report,
those metrics, and so we include those capabilities within the solution to help them report up to management and the CISO, and then have dashboards that kind of summarize how the solution's being used, where it's being effective, and reports on that. So, and those can be used to share it with the board. And I think the other I think important thing to your question is it is kind of an annual review of the priorities, because no team can boil the ocean and cover everything at once. So every year we do this in our company. We're a security company, but we have the same challenges. And so our CISO puts together a plan, thinks about the priorities of where our risks are, makes recommendations. We approve that. And then it's also the audit committee on the board reviews that once a year for governance reasons, right? And just make sure. And then once you're aligned on that, you've got the strategy and the things you're going after.
Right.
And everyone's kind of on the same page, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it does. It does.
Yeah.
Good stuff.
Yeah.
Well, Andy, thank you so much for joining me on Security Weekly today.
Yeah, it was great to meet you.
It was a great discussion.
Yeah.
And to learn more, you can visit securityweekly.com/Graylog RSAC. And you can see all our RSA conference coverage at securityweekly.com/RSAC. And stick around. We've got another interview coming up soon.
Application Security Weekly delivers interviews and news from the worlds of AppSec, DevOps, and all the other ways people find and fix software flaws. Join us as we explore how the latest news highlights modern security practices or reminds us of the missing ones. We also bring insights from interviews on topics from training to threat modeling, from open source tools to cloud-native techniques, plus an occasional reference from new wave to synthwave. Find us at securityweekly.com/subscribe or look for Application Security Weekly wherever you pick your podcasts.
Hi, folks. I'm Adrian Sanabria, the host of Enterprise Security Weekly. Every week, we interview the most interesting folks we can find talking about the most pressing cybersecurity issues and challenges facing the enterprise today. Myself and my co-hosts have each been in the industry for decades, long enough to see the patterns in the industry and explore where trends are going. In addition to enterprise challenges, we also follow the vendor space, the most interesting security startups emerging, technology and product trends, all the most interesting funding and acquisition announcements. Finally, we love to discuss the latest trends in tech and how they'll impact cybersecurity. If you're wondering how the latest in AI, quantum computing, cloud, and DevOps is going to impact security a few years down the road, you should follow the Enterprise Security Weekly podcast.
Application Security Weekly delivers interviews and news from the worlds of AppSec, DevOps, and all the other ways people find and fix software flaws. Join us as we explore how the latest news highlights modern security practices or reminds us of the missing ones. We also bring insights from interviews on topics from training to threat modeling, from open source tools to cloud-native techniques, plus an occasional reference from new wave to synthwave. Find us at securityweekly.com/subscribe or look for Application Security Weekly wherever you pick your podcasts.
Hi, folks. I'm Adrian Sanabria, the host of Enterprise Security Weekly. Every week, we interview the most interesting folks we can find talking about the most pressing cybersecurity issues and challenges facing the enterprise today. Myself and my co-hosts have each been in the industry for decades, long enough to see the patterns in the industry and explore where trends are going. In addition to enterprise challenges, we also follow the vendor space, the most interesting security startups emerging, technology and product trends, all of the most interesting funding and acquisition
Welcome back to RSA Conference 2024, coming to you live from Broadcast Alley in Moscone West. I'm Jeff Mann, co-host of Paul Security Weekly, and I am here today with Margarita Barreiro. She is head of International Business and Partnerships at a Brazilian-based company called Axior. I hope I didn't butcher that too badly.
No, it's good.
Margarita, welcome.
Thank you, Jeff. I'm happy to be here.
Great. First time at RSA? Or?
It is the first time that we are sponsoring the event, but we already came a few years ago to visit and meet new people, new technologies.
Okay. Well, we always on our show like to learn a little bit about the people we're talking to. So tell us a little bit about yourself and how you got into the wild, wonderful field of cybersecurity.
Yeah, of course. I have more than 15 years of experience working in technology companies in different areas. Actually, I already worked in marketing, in product, but mostly with partners. So that's something that I really like because, you know, I'm a relationship person. I like to know people, and to bring new technologies to my partners and my customers.
Great. So tell us a little bit about this company called Axior.
Yeah, of course. We are a cyber threat intelligence company. We monitor outside of the perimeter. We have more than 20 years of experience, actually, mainly in Brazil and Latin America. We have more or less 500 customers already. Our main objective is to make the internet a safer place. So we have solutions that can monitor, they inspect, detect, and can take action upon the threats that we find.
Interesting. And you've been doing this mostly Brazil, South America. Have you started to get customers and clients in other parts of the world?
Yeah, actually we're growing internationally. So most of our clients are in South America, but we also have customers in Mexico and Central America and other places like Taiwan and Bulgaria and Bermuda. But we are growing our partnerships here in the US. So this is our outcome party.
Right.
And we are very happy to be here actually because this is our main objective. We know that we are prepared for serve any customer, any partner, anywhere in the world.
Do you, as you're doing the work that you do in detecting threats, are there differences in the different parts of the world on the types of threats or maybe the targets of bad actors that are trying to do bad things?
Yeah, there are some difference, but we have technology, for example, we use VPNs in order to detect phishing attacks. As I told you before, we work externally, so we protect the customers of our customers. Most of the customers that we have are in the financial and banking segment, but we also have customers in retail, telecommunications, technology companies. Most of the companies that have digital footprint really needs our services because the threat actors are there. They are looking for people, for innocent people. They work with social engineering. So they are even using AI to scam people. So for example, they want to learn more about how you introduce yourself, what your company does, and after that they can create a specific email attack, for example, that has a phishing scam of one of our companies, for example, and the companies that we work for. So yeah, we need to be prepared in every country in the world where we are, but we are a global company. We have a global solution, and we know that we can do our best anywhere in the world. So all the partners that we work with are confident that if they go into other countries, in other places, they will have our services and they will provide a good service as well. And
so what kind of balance is there in what you're offering between, automated software, automated detection versus, I would guess you have some people that work for you that are pretty good at doing the kinds of things of digging out and finding things like on the dark web. And excuse me, what's the balance between you have people that are trained to do this as a service versus you've got tools that you can provide?
yeah, we need to be fast. So this is why we use technology, and we use AI, and we use machine learning also, because as fast as we find these kind of threats, our customers can respond fast also. We have the best takedown in the market, and we do this because we have an automated process to do that. So our platform will detect, and we can trigger some automations in order for the platform already. It can send the notifications that we need to send in order to take down a page. So we have success cases where we detected a fake social profile, and immediately the platform identified that it was a fake social profile, and after that began to send the notifications, and we took them down. We took it down in 9 minutes.
Wow.
So we need to be very fast, because as soon as it goes into a line, if we are going to notify an ISP or a provider, host, registrar, we need to be the first to notify so they can see our notification and take down the page. So it is very important to have technology by your side.
So what is your sort of primary client? Are you looking mostly for like managed service providers to be able to sort of resell or use your automated tools to support their clients, or are you looking directly for companies to sign up and start using your service?
No, we want to look for partners. So we are looking for MSSPs, service integrators that can provide a full cybersecurity service and can include a cost-effective platform, as Axure is. So if you are an MSSP, a reseller, and want to integrate a cost-effective cyber threat external solution, please contact us, go to our booth, we will be waiting.
Oh, you have a booth here?
Yeah, we do in the north section.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you recall the booth number?
Yeah, 5159.
5159. If you're here in San Francisco, make sure to check them out at booth 5159. If I ever make it over to the expo floor, I'll definitely stop by.
Yeah, please.
And there's probably quite a few service provider type companies here that you're trying to find. So
yeah,
hopefully you're making some good connections here.
Yeah. I'm hoping for that. And a lot of companies are always thinking about protecting inside of the perimeter. What we bring is outside of the perimeter. So the MSSPs can bring a full service of cyber security to their customers with us.
So is it just one service that you sign up for? Are there various levels or focus areas of your offering?
Yeah, that's a good question. Actually, we have two platforms.
Okay.
One of them is focused on finding these kind of frauds in the internet. So we monitor the surface web and the dark web, looking for scams, phishing scams, fake social profiles, data leakage, credential leakage, dark web mentions, and vulnerabilities of IPs, for example. And in this platform, we have different levels we have different models depending on the amount of threats that we find for the customers. And obviously, we have packages of takedown that can be used annually. And we have another platform that is called Polaris. What we do there is that we analyze thousands of different feeds, public feeds, and some private also. Looking for vulnerabilities of the specific landscape of our customers. So we introduce all the information that they have in their systems. What systems do they use? Which version? If they want to keep track of any specific company. And after that, our AI will read thousands of different sources and bring CVEs, TTPs, IOCs, and insights with full information about how to respond to these kind of vulnerabilities. So we can help the MSSPs in these ways.
So it sounds like the second platform, Polaris, you said
Yes.
is what it's called, but that provides some sort of daily, weekly, monthly reports, or is it on the fly? as
Yeah,
you
it's
find
on the
it?
fly. So
Okay.
if we detect, for example, a vulnerability at 2 o'clock in the morning, what Polaris will do is that it will bring all the information that it can gather from the information that he already analyzed.
Okay.
And if, for example, at 2:45 they find a new CVE, the platform will bring it also into the insight. So it's updated all day, every time, so the MSSP can be ready. And in, the MSSP can also offer new services for these insights. Because if, for example, there is a new vulnerability and they have a customer that uses a specific system and they need to make some updating or they need to do anything in the system in order to protect their customer. With this kind of information, they will do it very quickly and they can even gain more money for that.
Great. Well, the first platform then, how is that? What's the output? What's the reporting from that? Is it also on the fly?
Yeah, we work 24/7 looking for this kind of information. That's why it is very important also to have it automated. And because if you imagine someone looking for reading all the conversations in groups of Telegram, for example, that is part of the deep and dark web monitoring, they will have to have a lot of different analysts to do this. So the idea here is that the technology can provide all the information the MSSP need in order to respond to these attacks and avoid any bad reputation or any use. For example, we can find also credential leakage or stolen logins from a malware, and that can give access to systems inside of the company. So as soon as they find it, the sooner they will prevent any ransomware attack, for example.
Interesting. You've emphasized a couple times that you're on the perimeter, you're outside.
Outside, right.
Any particular reason why you decided to do that versus inside or both?
Yeah, I think that we've been always focused on that because and it is in our DNA to work outside of the perimeter. There are other solutions that can work inside, but we believe that this way we can also help the general public, because when we take down a phishing attack, a phishing page from a bank, for example, it's my mother that can be protected as well, because maybe she will give access to her data, thinking that she's accessing an official page. So that's why we talk about making the internet a safer place. It's our mission as a company, and we can protect a little bit of the inside, but monitoring the outside
the outside's
layers.
where the real bad guys are, and they're really trying to do bad things to people and take advantage of people. And at least in the U.S., with an aging population, that's becoming more and more of a problem. I was reading a report just in the last week or two about the numbers of senior citizens, older people that are falling prey to all sorts of different types of phishing scams. And heck, this week I've gotten probably 6 a day on my phone. Come on, it's not all the service security awareness training platforms. It's like, nope, that one's real. Delete.
Right.
So it is a huge problem, and you're not trying to stop it necessarily from ever happening. You're trying to detect it when it does happen and hopefully nip it in the bud and prevent the damage and the loss.
Yeah, it's almost impossible to prevent that from happening because the threat actors are there, and they are looking for different ways to scam people. So what we can do is to detect them as soon as possible and take them down. So less people will fall for that.
Great. Well, our time is winding down. I want to thank you for sitting with us and sharing some of your story today, and appreciate the fact that you guys are doing something that makes a difference. And I wish you every amount of success
Thank
in
you.
expanding your territory and helping people out.
Thank you, Jeff.
So that's going to wrap it for this session today. If you want to learn more about Axior, go to securityweekly.com/Axior. That's AXUR RSAC. That's going to wrap for us. Have a great day at RSA Conference. We'll be back shortly.
Application Security Weekly delivers interviews and news from the worlds of AppSec, DevOps, and all the other ways people find and fix software flaws. Join us as we explore how the latest news highlights modern security practices or reminds us of the missing ones. We also bring insights from interviews on topics from training to threat modeling, from open source tools to cloud-native techniques, plus an occasional reference from new wave to synthwave. Find us at securityweekly.com/subscribe or look for Application Security Weekly wherever you pick your podcasts.
Hi, folks. I'm Adrian Sanabria, the host of Enterprise Security Weekly. Every week, we interview the most interesting folks we can find talking about the most pressing cybersecurity issues and challenges facing the enterprise today. Myself and my co-hosts have each been in the industry for decades, long enough to see the patterns in the industry and explore where trends are going. In addition to enterprise challenges, we also follow the vendor space, the most interesting security startups emerging, technology and product trends, all the most interesting funding and acquisition announcements. Finally, we love to discuss the latest trends in tech and how they'll impact cybersecurity. If you're wondering how the latest in AI, quantum computing, cloud, and DevOps is going to impact security a few years down the road, you should follow the Enterprise Security Weekly podcast.
Application Security Weekly delivers interviews and news from the worlds of AppSec, DevOps, and all the other ways people find and fix software flaws. Join us as we explore how the latest news highlights modern security practices or reminds us of the missing ones. We also bring insights from interviews on topics from training to threat modeling, from open source tools to cloud-native techniques, plus an occasional reference from new wave to synthwave. Find us at securityweekly.com/subscribe or look for Application Security Weekly wherever you pick your podcasts.
Hi, folks. I'm Adrian Sanabria, the host of Enterprise Security Weekly. Every week, we interview the most interesting folks we can find talking about the most pressing cybersecurity issues and challenges facing the enterprise today. Myself and my co-hosts have each been in the industry for decades, long enough to see the patterns in the industry and explore where trends are going. In addition to enterprise challenges, we also follow the vendor space, the most interesting security startups emerging, technology and product trends, all the most interesting funding and acquisition announcements. Finally, we love to discuss the latest trends in tech and how they'll impact cybersecurity. If you're wondering how the latest in AI, quantum computing, cloud, and DevOps is going to impact security a few years down the road, you should follow the Enterprise Security Weekly podcast.
Application Security Weekly delivers interviews and news from the worlds of AppSec, DevOps, and all the other ways people find and fix software flaws. Join us as we explore how the latest news highlights modern security practices or reminds us of the missing ones. We also bring insights from interviews on topics from training to threat modeling, from open source tools to cloud-native techniques, plus an occasional reference from new wave to synthwave. Find us at securityweekly.com/subscribe or look for Application Security Weekly wherever you pick your podcasts.
Welcome to RSA Conference. We are here recording live from Broadcast Alley in Moscone West. This interview is sponsored by Savant. I'm your host, Akira Brand, and joining me is Jeff Margolis, Chief Product and Strategy Officer from Savant. Welcome.
Thank you. It's great to be here.
I'm so glad that you're here today. We're going to talk about AI. We're going to talk about Savant and how AI integrates with y'all's products. But first, I want to get to know a little bit about you. Tell us about yourself.
Yeah, for sure. Well, as you said, I lead up product and strategy, which basically means I'm responsible for what are we doing, where are we going, why are we doing that. I have a large team of product managers who do all the hard work. And I get to, talk about it.
Okay, so tell us about Savant.
Savient is focused on identity security. We're an integrated converged platform that covers a lot of different areas of identity security.
Okay, fabulous. And what in Savient world right now are you really trying to solve? What problem are you addressing?
Yeah, that's a great question. For us, kind of starts with a definition, which is that everyone and everything has an identity, right? And in today's world, all those identities, whether it's employees or your extended workforce or your business partners, they all have an identity. And all the machines, they have identity. We're going to talk about AI, they need access to things. And so, that's on one side. And then on the other side is everything they need access to. That all this digital stuff, all of this physical stuff they need access to. And so really the identity security problem is how do you figure out all of these identities and all these resources, who gets access to what, at the right level of granularity so you can enable them to do what they need to do, but protect all of those resources against whatever all those threats are.
Right.
And that's the problem that we're trying to solve. Efficiently, at scale, for really large enterprises and enterprises. We're not so much focused on small business, but medium, particularly regulated industries and large enterprises.
Fabulous. All right, and so I want to talk to you a little bit about AI.
Yeah, for sure.
So, such a hot buzzword right now. AI is so hot right now. I would love to hear how your company is taking on AI and how are they leveraging it right now?
Yeah, there are a lot of areas that we're focused on for AI. So first, I think fundamentally to get past the buzz, what we're leveraging AI for is to help humans be more productive, be more efficient. One of the challenges, I talked about that scale problem, right, where you have hundreds of thousands of people and millions of things all trying to access millions and millions of resources. And traditionally, that's been a very human-intensive problem. You maybe define some roles and you say, hey, if you have this job function, then you get these things. Or maybe you define a process like, I request something and somebody approves it. When you do that at scale, how do you give the people the decision-making assistance to be able to understand what am I approving? At scale right now, it's often just a rubber stamp. It's like, can I have this? Sure.
Yeah.
Why do I say sure? Because I have no idea what you're asking for.
Whatever you want.
I get this all the time as a manager, right?
Right.
Can I have sure? Why not? I trust you, so you can have it.
Right.
But if AI, if machine learning can give us some information about that, some so what? So what if I approve this? What's the risk of approving this? What else does that person have access to that maybe combined together would be, allow some additional risk? Like writing myself a check, right? Those sorts of things. Like, well, if I have this and this, maybe I can do that, or maybe I can ship myself some product, or maybe I can, do something else that's bad. And so, having machine learning and AI that can really give you more context, right? And do that at scale and help understand, well, like recommendations engines when you're buying things at Amazon, right? It's like, hey, people like you like to
They
buy
like
this
this.
product too, right?
Yes.
And so similar sorts of things that you can do in the enterprise, like people like you have access to these other things, so it's probably not that high a risk. But nobody like you has access to this other thing,
Right.
maybe I ought to take a second look, right? So that's one area that we're focused on in AI that is relatively straightforward, tried and true sort of machine learning things. There are a lot of other things that we're doing with AI too, because this in the last 18 months since ChatGPT came out, since LLMs exploded onto the scene, so to speak, a lot of AI means large language models, means chatbots, means something that you can interact with
Right.
conversationally.
Right.
And that is a tremendously important thing as you interact with systems like ours that maybe their typical end user sees once a quarter, a couple times a year. You want to come to an app and just know how to use it.
Right.
And so having that chat interface makes it easier.
Yes.
Have more of an English language or whatever your native language is conversation with a chatbot, to say, well, should I approve that access? Or, hey, I'm trying to do this marketing thing. Can I get access to that marketing thing? And for it to understand what that marketing thing means, as opposed to come up with some machine name. I need access to AC3289.
Totally.
Yeah.
127.0.0.1.
Yeah, exactly. Right. So
exactly.
just making the user experience easier, helping make decisions easier, helping to scale to solve the problem. That's really how we're thinking about using AI and the sort of things that we're launching this week here at RSA.
So I'm thinking that what you're describing probably saves your customers a lot of time.
Yes.
Not only does it save them time, it probably saves them money, right? Because you're not having the head count of staff having to go in and manually approve these. You're not having incidents that are based on maybe an incorrect approval. But how else do your customers benefit from this?
That's right. Productivity is huge,
Yeah.
right? Just enabling people with what they need to do their job, right? Just empowering them to work in this digital economy. That's extremely important. Saving costs,
Right.
In this macro environment, it's always important to save costs. I mentioned that we were a converged platform, and a lot of our customers have hundreds of security tools. You walk the floor here at RSA, there are thousands of security vendors, and a lot of CISOs, they want a platform. They want fewer platforms, and so you can save money. You can save money from having converged platform. You can also save, by having a converged user experience. There's one place they need to go. They only have to learn how to use one system, and it's easier to use. You only have to integrate that platform into your digital environment once. You don't have to do it for every single tool, right? So there's a lot of places that you can save costs. And with AI, that integration problem in the identity space, that has been the bane of identity for the 25 years I've been in identity, right? You spend so much time, maybe it's, historically it was months to integrate with an application. And, now maybe, it's hours to do it. But with AI, it's seconds. Your AI can read an API. It can generate code. It can automatically do that connection in a way that it was humans doing that before. And when I was a young employee, I was doing firewall implementations, lifting tiles up, plugging cables in. Nobody does that anymore.
No.
The cloud providers do that, and in a few years from now, nobody's going to code connectors anymore. AI is going to be doing that, and we can focus on the real problem, right?
So what's the real problem in your opinion?
I think the real problem is, an identity security operational problem. Like how do we get the right people the right access at the right time?
Yeah.
And not have it there the rest of the time.
Right.
And how do we make sure that all the people who left yesterday don't have access today? And how do we make sure that all the people who left my vendor yesterday that had access into our supply chain doesn't have access anymore? All of those operational things are what companies need to focus on, rather than the project, the never-ending identity project.
It is never-ending, isn't it?
We hope to get past that.
I think you're going to do a great job. Okay, so I'm going to ask you a spicy question.
Spicy?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so AI, super hot. Identity and access management, big deal. Is this just marketing, or is there something here?
No, this is real stuff, right?
Yeah.
I mean, machine learning's been around forever, right?
Yes.
But the new capabilities, particularly that the cloud providers are rolling out, more compute, more ability to really crunch on large data sets. We have over 500 customers. We have over 50 million identities that we're managing in our cloud. That gives us a data set to crunch on that when this was an on-prem software world, just didn't have that data. The software companies didn't have that data. The enterprise had that data, right? And so now we have a place to train the AI. LLMs that read API specs and generate code, that's a thing. That's it's a real thing, right?
It's
and
incredible.
it's not just a, imagined idea that, that'll never happen, right? It's happening today.
That is fantastic. And let's move into the future a little bit.
Yeah.
So it's happening today. Where do you see this going over the next 18 months?
Yeah, there's a couple of things. One, I said we have a lot of data. There's a lot more data. Our typical identity management system today might be managing hundreds of applications, but our customers have thousands of applications. And by bringing down the integration costs, we can extend how many applications are under management, how many systems, how much infrastructure, all of those things. So being able to expand out that data set and get a lot more data to train the AI, what are the effective, what are the policies that are in there? Like what defines who gets access to what? And really start to get much better at that. And it has to get more sophisticated. And so that's one thing out of the next 18 months. It's really just expanding the breadth of coverage in your typical enterprise of systems that we're managing, right? I think the other thing that's really coming is expanding the breadth of identities that we're looking at, and so clearly workforce, that's being done. Lots of third parties are being done, but not all. And I think it's really important, most security attacks of late have vectored in some way through a third party.
Right.
And it is so important. And there's so much more risk in the third parties. And you have to trust them, right? But verify.
Yes.
That they still work there, that they really need that access, that all those things are still in place. So that's important. And then machine identity. We're just starting to get a handle on all of the machines, all the apps that need to talk to other apps or APIs, and microservices talking to this, and OT devices and IoT, and all of that sort of stuff, right, is really just starting to be managed in the similar system on the same platform. So you can really see the breadth of your risk, and then prioritize what do you want to focus on.
Okay, so Jeff, we are almost wrapping up today. Do you have any last thoughts for our listeners?
Last thoughts. I think just from a sales and marketing perspective, right?
Sure.
Certainly, we're very excited at what we're doing at Savient, obviously. We think that, the fact that we've been cloud native from the beginning gives us an advantage, because we have access to the data. We have access to really be able to crunch on all of that data and train AI.
Right.
The converged platform just works. It makes sense.
Yeah.
The driving towards, nobody wants more and more tools, right? They just want solutions for the problem.
They just want to fix the problem.
And it's got to be comprehensive.
Yeah.
Right? The idea of light just doesn't work. You know, our enterprises are not light.
Right.
You know, our enterprises they're complex.
Yeah.
You know, they're operating in lots of different countries. They're operating in different businesses. They have different regulatory regimes. They're just, you know, they need the comprehensive capabilities to really be able to manage this problem at scale and deal with the complexity they have. And so, you know, we think cloud, converged and comprehensive, that's our sweet spot, and customers that are looking for that, Savient's the right answer.
Beautiful. All right, well, thank you so much for your time. We have been speaking with Jeff Margolis of Savient, and thank you to our listeners for joining Security Weekly. Visit securityweekly.com/SavientRSAC to find out more, and then check out all of our RSAC coverage at securityweekly.com/RSAC. Thank you so much, Jeff.
Thank you.
Application Security Weekly delivers interviews and news from the worlds of AppSec, DevOps, and all the other ways people find and fix software flaws. Join us as we explore how the latest news highlights modern security practices or reminds us of the missing ones. We also bring insights from interviews on topics from training to threat modeling, from open source tools to cloud-native techniques, plus an occasional reference from new wave to synthwave. Find us at securityweekly.com/subscribe or look for Application Security Weekly wherever you pick your podcasts.
Hi, folks. I'm Adrian Sanabria, the host of Enterprise Security Weekly. Every week, we interview the most interesting folks we can find talking about the most pressing cybersecurity issues and challenges facing the enterprise today. Myself and my co-hosts have each been in the industry for decades, long enough to see the patterns in the industry and explore where trends are going. In addition to enterprise challenges, we also follow the vendor space, the most interesting security startups emerging, technology and product trends, all the most interesting funding and acquisition announcements. Finally, we love to discuss the latest trends in tech and how they'll impact cybersecurity. If you're wondering how the latest in AI, quantum computing, cloud, and DevOps is going to impact security a few years down the road, you should follow the Enterprise Security Weekly podcast.
Application Security Weekly delivers interviews and news from the worlds of AppSec, DevOps, and all the other ways people find and fix software flaws. Join us as we explore how the latest news highlights modern security practices or reminds us of the missing ones. We also bring insights from interviews on topics from training to threat modeling, from open source tools to cloud-native techniques, plus an occasional reference from new wave to synthwave. Find us at securityweekly.com/subscribe or look for Application Security Weekly wherever you pick your podcasts.
Hi, folks. I'm Adrian Sanabria, the host of Enterprise Security Weekly. Every week, we interview the most interesting folks we can find talking about the most pressing cybersecurity issues and challenges facing the enterprise today. Myself and my co-hosts have each been in the industry for decades, long enough to see the patterns in the industry and explore where trends are going. In addition to enterprise challenges, we also follow the vendor space, the most interesting security startups emerging, technology and product trends, all the most interesting funding and acquisition announcements. Finally, we love to discuss the latest trends in tech and how they'll impact cybersecurity. If you're wondering how the latest in AI, quantum computing, cloud, and DevOps is going to impact security a few years down the road, you should follow
Welcome to RSA Conference 2024. We're here recording live from Broadcast Alley in Moscone West. This interview is sponsored by Deep Instinct. I'm your host, Adrian Sanabria, and joining me is Carl Froggatt, CIO of Deep Instinct. Hello,
Thank
Carl.
You.
How are you?
Thank you. Good. Very busy, but enjoying the week.
Yeah? So today, I love the title here, the EDR honeymoon is over.
Yep.
The power of deep learning to combat AI threats. So Yeah, I think we're definitely at an inflection point where we now know the bad guys are organized.
Yep.
They have their own research and development.
It's a business, it's an industry.
They've got their own tech experts.
Yep.
So they have access to the same technologies that we do.
That's right.
And now we have to respond to that.
Yep.
Except they don't have some of the same restrictions that we do in deploying.
They don't have the
those
same integrity.
Yeah, puts us at a bit of a disadvantage, it would seem. Right?
It does. It does if you take a traditional approach.
Right. So what kind of things are you seeing that they are doing?
Yeah, so look, I think if you look at last year at any measure, we had a record year for ransomware payments.
Yep. Over $1 billion, right?
1.1, I think, was the latest count. We had a record year for the number of data records stolen and therefore extortion. If you look at vulnerabilities, we had over 26,000.
Yeah.
Which obviously the bad guys are exploiting. And Unit 42 from Palo Alto, an interesting kind of fact is those vulnerabilities have a publicly published exploit around 23 days on average. So the bad guy, the bad actor, has already got a 23-day advantage over us trying to play by the rules and defend.
Yeah.
So, the EDR, kind of the detect and respond approach, let's be honest, last year it didn't work.
Yeah.
Bad actors were in Microsoft for 2 months.
Yeah.
MGM.
Well, they're not actually sure. Their logs didn't go back.
Well, and that's a different story, right? But MGM, I think they were in there for 9 days. So where is this EDR, this detect and respond?
Yeah.
It doesn't seem to be working. The bad actors have moved their tactics.
Yeah. And what are some of these tactics we see them using, particularly with AI?
Yeah, so as you mentioned, it's an industry. Obviously, nation-state actors have a different agenda,
right?
But they're using similar tools. The bad actors we generally see with MGM, United Healthcare, they're in it for money, right?
Yeah.
They're looking for the profit, and as you say, there's a whole cottage industry around there. But look at the cost of those breaches, right? MGM was 110 million, I believe. United Healthcare, I mean, obviously they're very publicly getting through a post-mortem with the U.S. government, 1.6 billion in current loss. And then one from last year, Clorox. I like the Clorox one because they initially said, hey, we got breached and it will cost us 27 million. Then they revised it to 49 million, and then it became 363 million. And then they just announced last week they're having a bad quarter because they're still feeling the after effects of that attack and that ransomware. So my whole thing here is, the detect and respond approach has been great for the last few years, but it's clearly not working. It's costing us a lot of money. So we need to be pivoting back to preventing these things from happening in the first place.
Yeah, and it's funny how we went through this, down this path where it was all prevention.
Yep.
And we didn't see the attacks come in, so we leaned heavily towards detect and respond, and just weren't able to make it stick. In a lot of cases, not able to. Like we're detecting everything.
Right.
But a human never sees that in the sea of data that they're drowning.
Exactly.
Right.
There's a lot of noise.
So back to what can we do to prevent it from happening, or at least isolate it when it happens, right?
So the bad guys are using all the latest tools, generative AI. I was here 2 years ago, I want to say, when ChatGPT made a big splash. Following ChatGPT, that 12 months, phishing went up by 1,265%.
Yeah.
The bad actors this is a great tool. How can we use it in the attack chain? And obviously, something like ChatGPT was weaponized on the dark web, and now you have these GPTs that will write extremely sophisticated phishing emails that will bypass not only the technology that we have built into email, but obviously when the user looks at it,
It looks legitimate. Yeah.
You know, we're no longer dealing with the prince in Nigeria trying to kind of send you $10 million, right?
Yeah.
Like these are very targeted, sophisticated attacks that even me, having done this for 30 years, I see a few and I have to look at it really hard and kind of understand. So the bad guys have just weaponized the generative AI. The University of Indiana published a paper in January. They looked at over 13,000 LLMs on the dark web.
Oh, okay.
And they analyzed deeply around 212 of them. 93% of them could write sophisticated malware that would bypass EDRs.
Wow, okay.
So the bad guy now, just like we had frameworks back in the day, they have these tools that don't need the expertise. And the thing with the generative AI is it's creating new ones all the time. So something bad, you write a signature, right? EDR, right? You see something bad happens, and then you update your machine learning models.
Yeah.
But like I say, there's a lot of noise, and by any metric that you look at last year, as an industry, we're failing.
Yeah.
And the bad guys are just weaponizing that generative AI.
So I can't imagine that we're going to stop doing the detect and respond. Like we still need to.
I agree.
We, you know, that it's still that's still a challenge to tackle, and I'm sure we'll continue trying to tackle that. Yeah, I've seen a lot of things that automate tier 1 SOC, things like that. You know, we're seeing a lot of advancements in there and trying to filter out the noise and get to better signal. But at the same time, what more can we do to prevent these attacks or harden against these attacks at the same time?
This is where I joined Deep Instinct because of the deep learning technology. So, AI is bounded around at this conference quite a lot. If you look at most of what I'm seeing here, it's augmenting something bad happened, and now we're going to use an AI to detect and respond, and maybe we can do it quicker. So we're all about prevention first. Why let the bad thing happen?
Right.
IDC last year actually published pretty damning quote around that as an industry we had pivoted too much, we had given up. We had pivoted, like we can't prevent, we're just going to detect and respond.
Yeah.
And they kind of said if we had spent actually a bit more effort in the prevention, we maybe wouldn't be in a bad state. That's what we do at Deep Instinct. We're the only company that's using deep learning, which is a subset of machine learning, a more advanced subset. And deep learning has some unique characteristics, and one of them is that it is able to not only prevent known malware, but autonomously make decisions on new and unknown malware that we've never seen before and prevent it from running and executing.
Okay.
I agree with you. You still need, nothing's bulletproof. You still need the telemetry and the noise, but you should be adopting a preventative posture and not relying on your ability to detect and respond, because the examples I just gave, it's not working.
Yeah. Right. Yeah, and how is that? So it's a subset of machine learning, and is this something that happens on the back end with you guys, or is it learn adapt for each environment that you put it in? How does a deep learning?
No, it's a great question. Yeah. So we probably don't have time to get into it, but it's autonomous. So think of a self-driving vehicle. That doesn't make a call to the cloud to say, should I stop at this stop sign?
It's got sensors on it.
We got the sensors, but the brain that's making the decision is very fast, but it's autonomous.
Yeah.
There's a little joke around self-driving cars around they don't actually know why that deep learning neural network stops at a stop sign.
Yeah.
They're just glad that it does, but they can't explain why.
Right.
And that's always been a challenge. So we have the same deep learning, and like I say, we have many examples where our brain that we give to our customers will prevent malware months after the brain has been trained, because deep learning takes all the available data when we train it on malware, and so it's because it's taking 100% of the available data, it's able to predictively prevent new and unknown attacks, and that's what we're starting to see the bad guys with generative AI create. What that means for our customers is we're very fast because we have no latency, no lag. We're very privacy sensitive because we're making autonomous decisions. Our customers' data remains in the customer. We never train on customer data. So deep learning,
that's a big concern these days.
Which and I deployed Deep Instinct in my previous company, and things like GDPR and whatever, like tick box, because none of the data ever left the company. So and because it's autonomous, we can do things that literally nobody else can. Our biggest customers operate in air-gapped environments. They're not connected to the internet, but our brain is autonomous, like the self-driving car. So we don't need to constantly update it. We maybe update our brain once a year.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah. So it's a total paradigm shift for detect and respond. So we're much more accurate, and we prevent the threat from executing in the first place.
Gotcha. And I understand you debuted something called Diana.
That's right.
At RSA Conference this year. So Diana stands for Deep Instinct's Artificial Neural Network Assistant.
I'm glad you read that, because that would have been a test.
Yeah. So tell me about that.
So one of the things that we heard from our customers, and I was here last year, was everything I've just explained. So if historically we had patterns, signatures, something bad, we'd write a signature. EDR, detect, analyze, update the machine learning model. Yeah. So there was always a pattern and a history. So our deep learning neural network and what we give to our customers prevents previously unknown malware and ransomware and threats. So the question was, why is that malicious, right? A SOC analyst takes hours to put it in a sandbox and understand why our brain made the decision that it did. Yeah. Diana is taking our deep learning, and combining it, so in seconds it will give you a nice plain English report of the artifacts in that threat as to why it made a decision that it was a threat. Right? Even though we have never seen it before. And nobody else here can do this with unknown malware.
So maybe it tells you what it would have done if it was able to execute?
Yeah, so it tells you, so if you think of an analysis, and a SOC analyst would do this in a sandbox or other tools, and it would take them hours, Diana does it in seconds and gives you the report. So for example, it would say, this file, this Office file, this whatever, makes a call to these URLs which are associated with a Tor network, right? It has evasion techniques that are seen in EDR players, right? So obviously it really breaks down takes you to the code and presents it in a nice report that even my dad could understand if he was reading it, right? Very, very simple. So it's really going to revolutionize the ability of an expensive SOC level 3 threat researcher to get that in seconds, not in hours, and to be able to explain very quickly the unknown unknowns, because the bad actors are leveraging generative AI to create exploits and to create malware. So everything is shifting. Everything will be unknown unknowns, not historic patterns that in my 30 years of doing cyber, we've always kind of had patterns and frameworks of how the bad actors work. That's disappearing. And Diana really helps that explainability as to why something was a threat, even though you have absolutely no knowledge of it prior.
Right. Yeah, it's great. I love seeing this trend where more and more we've got technologies doing what analysts used to have to do painstakingly, manually in the past. Yeah, and that's a huge advantage.
Yeah, and again, you see a lot of things here with AI that are today kind of, and I'll kind of say trying to speed up the detect side, because then you can respond, right? But there's nothing here that I have seen that is taking the approach of, you know what, I never got paid in my previous role for telling the CISO that I let something happen, but I managed to respond to it and save the day. No,
Right.
the CISO paid me to prevent things from happening.
Yeah.
Because obviously, as we see, disruption happens, and it costs us, some of the examples I gave, a lot of money, not only from a revenue perspective, but a loss of productivity, the reputational impact, and then, as I kind of mentioned, the ongoing quarter by quarter reputational loss.
Yeah.
So it continues to impact, and ultimately, we're very accurate at what we do as well, and again, that's just deep learning. We don't want to disrupt businesses, right? But we do want to be able to say the combination of our deep learning, which is available on endpoints, but we do storage, we do cloud, we can embed into applications, we have an API, so it's very flexible in a defense in depth. It can literally go anywhere. But then combined with Diana, now we can explain the things that would take hours to explain is
That's
now
great.
done in seconds. Yeah.
Excellent. Well, Carl, thank you so much for joining me on Security
you.
Weekly today. And to learn more about Deep Instinct, you can visit securityweekly.com/Deep Instinct RSAC. And also check out securityweekly.com/RSAC for this content and more. And we'll be back in a few minutes with another interview.
Application Security Weekly delivers interviews and news from the worlds of AppSec, DevOps, and all the other ways people find and fix software flaws. Join us as we explore how the latest news highlights modern security practices or reminds us of the missing ones. We also bring insights from interviews on topics from training to threat modeling, from open source tools to cloud-native techniques, plus an occasional reference from new wave to synthwave. Find us at securityweekly.com/subscribe or look for Application Security Weekly wherever you pick your podcasts.
Hi, folks. I'm Adrian Sanabria, the host of Enterprise Security Weekly. Every week, we interview the most interesting folks we can find talking about the most pressing cybersecurity issues and challenges facing the enterprise today. Myself and my co-hosts have each been in the industry for decades, long enough to see the patterns in the industry and explore where trends are going. In addition to enterprise challenges, we also follow the vendor space, the most interesting security startups emerging, technology and product trends, all the most interesting funding and acquisition announcements. Finally, we love to discuss the latest trends in tech and how they'll impact cybersecurity. If you're wondering how the latest in AI, quantum computing, cloud, and DevOps is going to impact security a few years down the road, you should follow the Enterprise Security Weekly podcast.
Application Security Weekly delivers interviews and news from the worlds of AppSec, DevOps, and all the other ways people find and fix software flaws. Join us as we explore how the latest news highlights modern security practices or reminds us of the missing ones. We also bring insights from interviews on topics from training to threat modeling, from open source tools to cloud-native techniques, plus an occasional reference from new wave to synthwave. Find us at securityweekly.com/subscribe or look for Application Security Weekly wherever you pick your podcasts.
Hi, folks. I'm Adrian Sanabria, the host of Enterprise Security Weekly. Every week, we interview the most interesting folks we can find talking about the most pressing cybersecurity issues and challenges facing the enterprise today. Myself and my co-hosts have each been in the industry for decades, long enough to see the patterns in the industry and explore where trends are going. In addition to enterprise challenges, we also follow the vendor space, the most interesting security startups emerging, technology and product trends, all the most interesting funding and acquisition announcements. Finally, we love to discuss the latest trends in tech and how they'll impact cybersecurity. If you're wondering how the latest in AI, quantum computing, cloud, and DevOps is going to impact security a few years down the road, you should follow the Enterprise Security Weekly podcast.
Welcome to RSA Conference. We're here recording live from Broadcast Alley in Moscone West. This interview is sponsored by DigiCert. I'm your host, Mandy Logan, and joining me is Amit Sinha, CEO of DigiCert. Amit, welcome.
Thank you, Mandy. It's a pleasure to be on the show here.
It has been fantastic. I'm so glad we had a few minutes to talk right before, because you learned how much of a certificate nerd I am, even though we have many other things to discuss. I'm really intrigued by your take on, I noticed in some of your information you said that even in just the past 2 years, the degree of digital trust has been pushed to its limits. Will you talk more about DigiCert and what is meant by that statement?
Yeah, thank you, Mandy. DigiCert's been the global leader of digital trust solutions, for many organizations. And people often ask me, what is digital trust? And it's foundational infrastructure that makes sure that all of these interactions that we have online, whether it's with your bank's website or your Alexa device or a piece of software that you download from the App Store, or just anything digital out there, how do you make sure that it is what they say they are? How do you make sure that when you communicate with these devices or systems, your communication is encrypted and secure? So digital trust is foundational infrastructure that makes all of this happen behind the scenes. And DigiCert's been the leading provider of all of these solutions for over 20 years. Over 80% of Fortune 500 organizations use us, and there are tens of thousands of organizations that use us, and there'll be several that don't even know that they are using us, but they do, because it's such foundational infrastructure.
Absolutely. It is not, I feel like it's not just the backbone, because the backbone obviously is all the networking, everything else we have going on, but we're here in San Francisco, and we're near the Golden Gate Bridge.
Right.
And I think of the certificates as very similar to all the rivets, everything that is actually holding and making that structure secure and capable to make the traffic safe.
Yeah.
And my guess with the number of end devices that are using DigiCert, it's got to be in the billions.
Yeah, Mandy, you'd be surprised to know that 1 billion televisions in Europe all get their birth certificates and identity through DigiCert. Air conditioners in India that are now connected are getting Matter-based certificates from DigiCert. DigiCert became the first independent certificate authority for the North American plug and charge standard. So when you take your EV and you just connect it to a charging network, how does it know it's Mandy's car or my car, and how does it know who to bill, right? So there'll be 75 billion IoT devices next year, 10 times more than humans, and these are all connected devices. How do you make sure that a device is secure and trustworthy? And it goes back to kind of basics, Mandy. Like you probably use an iPhone or an Android. How's that secured? It starts with so it's an Apple device. Apple has some trusted credentials, some trusted certificates on a TPM that makes that device tamper resistant. And when you get software on these devices, they're kind of signed by the Apple ecosystem. So this is a trusted device getting trusted software. How do you make that happen for $200, $300, $400 devices and not just kind of the expensive high-end phones? That's kind of the core trust challenge. And lots of interesting standards have evolved. For example, Matter is a standard for security and interoperability within your home. How do you make your Alexa device talk to Google Home, to an Apple device? And again, DigiCert was the first attested certificate authority for the Matter standard to allow some of these things to happen.
Well, that's fascinating. And I think for you, like with being part of DigiCert, which does have basically an ancient standing in the digital space, 20 years in this world, but you're also at the cutting edge with already thinking ahead on like quantum computing and being able to certify that the information being passed back and forth is actually from the correct source and going to the correct person or the correct endpoint.
Yeah.
Can you speak a little bit more on?
Yeah, absolutely. Quantum cryptography is one of the big topics being discussed at RSA. And why is that, right? A lot of the trust that we talk about are based on these mathematical problems that are, impossible for even the best supercomputers that exist today to crack, right? So for example, RSA 2048-bit encryption and authentication is used pervasively. And it's based on factorizing these prime numbers that, very large 1,000, 2,000 digit prime numbers that'll take tens of thousands of years, right, on traditional computers. But a quantum computer, because it has spooky properties like superposition and can exist in these multiple parallel states, can, if there was a stable quantum computer with enough qubits, it could basically break all of these codes in minutes. And so the very foundational trust infrastructure on the internet, whether it's trusting your bank's web server or signing a document and making sure that it's not being tampered with, or software or IoT, all these things are based on that same math, right? Which is vulnerable to quantum computers, right? Now there's a race going on between IBM and Microsoft and Google to develop quantum computers, and it becomes a double-edged sword. On one hand, they can solve classes of problems that, is just impossible today, like climate modeling or figuring out, the next protein molecule, right? But it also makes current cryptography vulnerable. So what's happening is, NIST is pushing out these 4 post-quantum cryptography algorithms, 1 for encrypting keys and 3 for signing content. And it'll be available as FIPS standards in later this summer. So a lot of our customers are beginning to talk about crypto agility. How do I, it's kind of like a Y2K problem of our generation. How do I upgrade all this foundational cryptographic infrastructure to make it quantum safe?
Which is absolutely mind-boggling. And it's also exciting to be at this point in time where we get to see the foundational parts of quantum computing. We're getting to see that bedrock laid, and you're getting to be part of that. And even though we aren't to the point where we really have to worry about a brute force attack by a quantum computer taking 2 seconds, where we've done everything we possibly could to secure it, what are other unintended consequences of innovation that you do see and want to address right now?
Yeah, the other big theme, of course, the pervasive theme at RSA has been AI, right? And I've always said AI, when it comes to cybersecurity, is a double-edged sword, right? On one hand, it can make SOC teams operationally efficient. Cybersecurity and threat companies can use AI to do a better job of detecting threats, to analyzing next generation of threats and all of that. But those same generative AI tools can be leveraged to do a very targeted phishing attack with a deep fake. They can be used to automate a very aggressive, pen test-like campaign to break into your defenses, right? So it is a double-edged sword. It helps, security companies, but it also helps hackers become more efficient. And you need AI to fight AI, kind of almost like AI cyber warfare. But the other kind of unintended consequences around include, for us as trust authorities, and our overall solutions are designed to provide digital trust for the real world. And we talked about content. I mean, we're recording a video here, and how do I know that this video is not a deep fake, or someone has edited or changed what I was saying? So there's the whole content provenance angle as well, right? Like, media companies, and we're working with content platforms to essentially certify the authenticity of media, that this is truly where it came from and changes have not been applied, right? So that's one area of unintended consequences, with deep fakes and what have you. The other is, the whole software supply chain, and I talk about this quite often. we work with a lot of software companies, and they're developing software. There's a mad rush to put in AI, and you really don't know what's inside these AI models, right? You can find someone might have fine-tuned it with a backdoor, and suddenly you have a model which is just numbers. It's a probabilistic model. You can't even ask the model to, give you the backdoor, or you can't analyze code snippets to say, this looks suspicious. So how do I protect my software supply chain with all of these, models, and this is a wild, wild west out there, to make sure that what I'm shipping as a software company, is trusted software, right? So we're working with, a lot of software and product companies to essentially, have a trustworthy supply chain, have components that have been inspected. Here's a software bill of materials. Here's the final piece of software that is signed by you, so it's kind of legitimate and authentic and tamper resistant. So it's back to, again, trust. Components are, you might have a hardware IoT device, you might have some software, making sure that all of these, when they come together, are trustworthy, is kind of core to our mission.
Well, and that right there, that being core to the mission of having the trust, that is the baseline factor that we as humans always search for. When there is no trust, you can't have no growth. You cannot go into the arts and creativity and looking forward to envisioning a society that is healthier and does work better.
Right.
I'm curious, is there any one particular challenge for IoT devices that is near and dear to your heart?
Yeah, the question of IoT, Mandy, it's, think about the FBI did a survey and found out that over half of the critical medical devices which are now connected have all kinds of vulnerabilities, right? Now, you don't want your pacemaker to be hacked. You don't want your, infusion pump and glucose monitors to have, kind of jailbroken software running on it, right? So I think the challenge with overall IoT is, first, they have limited resources. They're not like your iPhones and desktop computers, right? They are inexpensive, so cost becomes a factor. And you need, so DigiCert, for example, has an IoT Trust Manager solution that will integrate with your manufacturing line. So for example, if you're manufacturing air conditioners in Gujarat in India, you might not have reliable internet connectivity, right? And you want to make sure that the certificates that will go onto these devices are available offline, and the whole process is integrated well with your assembly line, so you don't stall production because, I don't know, you didn't have cloud connectivity, right? So it is around bringing trust to these IoT devices. They are resource constrained. There are lots of different manufacturing environments, and DigiCert's IoT Trust Manager solution is designed to give you the flexibility, to give you over-the-air updates, to work in offline mode, to integrate with your manufacturing lines. And product security companies, whether it's on medical devices or EVs or TVs or air conditioners, they are able to incorporate that into their overall operational process.
Well, and that sounds like the beauty of mathematics that has already reduced then, because now you're talking about multiple countries, multiple devices, languages, mindsets, all of these things that go into the actual manufacturing. So whether it's on the software side, a hardware side, or just a regular IoT device.
That's correct.
Does it excite you to go like, wow, with what DigiCert is doing, being able to get to this mathematical baseline of ensuring trust, which ultimately helps each individual within each organization feel healthier?
Yeah, as a company, our mission is digital trust for the real world, right? And a lot of the stuff that we do, Mandy, is so foundational, right? When we talk to our customers in healthcare, trust equals life and death, right? So we take that responsibility very seriously. When we talk to our customers in finance, right? For them, trust is everything. You don't want your financial, information to leak out, and when when you're interacting with your banks, you want all of that to be trustworthy and reliable. So, trust is kind of the foundation of what we do, and it's our North Star, and we're really, really excited to be the kind of the global provider helping tens of thousands of customers, become trustworthy.
That's awesome. Thank you, Amit, for your time, and definitely for anything increasing trust. We appreciate this.
Thank you, Mandy. Appreciate it.
Thank you for joining Security Weekly. Please visit securityweekly.com/DigiCert RSAC to find out more. You can also check out all of our RSAC coverage at securityweekly.com/RSAC. Thank you.
Application Security Weekly delivers interviews and news from the worlds of AppSec, DevOps, and all the other ways people find and fix software flaws. Join us as we explore how the latest news highlights modern security practices or reminds us of the missing ones. We also bring insights from interviews on topics from training to threat modeling, from open source tools to cloud-native techniques, plus an occasional reference from new wave to synthwave. Find us at securityweekly.com/subscribe or look for Application Security Weekly wherever you pick your podcasts.
Hi, folks. I'm Adrian Sanabria, the host of Enterprise Security Weekly. Every week, we interview the most interesting folks we can find talking about the most pressing cybersecurity issues and challenges facing the enterprise today. Myself and my co-hosts have each been in the industry for decades, long enough to see the patterns in the industry and explore where trends are going. In addition to enterprise challenges, we also follow the vendor space, the most interesting security startups emerging, technology and product trends, all the most interesting funding and acquisition announcements. Finally, we love to discuss the latest trends in tech and how they'll impact cybersecurity. If you're wondering how the latest in AI, quantum computing, cloud, and DevOps is going to impact security a few years down the road, you should follow the Enterprise Security Weekly podcast.
Application Security Weekly delivers interviews and news from the worlds of AppSec, DevOps, and all the other ways people find and fix software flaws. Join us as we explore how the latest news highlights modern security practices or reminds us of the missing ones. We also bring insights from interviews on topics from training to threat modeling, from open source tools to cloud-native techniques, plus an occasional reference from new wave to synthwave. Find us at securityweekly.com/subscribe or look for Application Security Weekly wherever you pick your podcasts.
Welcome to RSA Conference 2024. We're recording live from Broadcast Alley here in Moscone West. It's day 3 of RSA Conference. This interview is sponsored by Cisco. I'm your host, Matt Alderman, and joining me for this interview is Jitu Patel. He's the Executive Vice President and General Manager at Cisco in the Security and Collaboration Group. Welcome, Jitu.
Good to see you, Matt. Thank you for having me.
Yeah, so we're going to talk Hypershield.
All right.
I got to tell you a quick little story, though.
Yeah.
So I ran strategy for Tenable for years. In 2015,
Amit's a good guy.
Yeah. I helped recruit him over, actually. One of the things in my strategy plan I said is there's going to be 3 security controls that CISOs will always own, regardless of what happens in the cloud.
Okay.
User, data, and the application.
Yep.
So that's been a really interesting thesis for me and something we've covered on the shows a lot, also around my investment thesis. And it's interesting to see, products continue to evolve in the space. So let's start with why Hypershield? Why'd you build Hypershield?
I think every once in a while in tech, and we've seen a few of these during our lifetime, the client-server revolution, the mobile, the internet, I think AI is one of those. And I think the scale proportion at which the data centers are going to operate in the future is going to be very different from anything we've ever seen.
Yeah.
And we're kind of entering into this era of which will feel like abundance, where we've lived in a world of scarcity for the past 6,000 years, 7,000 years. We're now going to feel like, we're living in this era of abundance. And here's the challenge is the data center architecture is going to need to be fundamentally reimagined on 2 dimensions, right? The applications is one, where you're moving from the 3-tiered or n-tiered architecture to microservices. There'll be thousands of microservices running on hundreds of pieces of hardware and Kubernetes containers and VMs. And then the second area is that the specialized computational subsystems, whether it be GPUs or DPUs or LPUs or whatever, those are going to continue to keep kind of evolving. So you will go much more from sequential to parallel processing, and the throughput capacity is going to be very different. As that happens, the underlying infrastructure for data centers will also need to change from a security perspective to accommodate for the highly distributed nature that we are in with applications today.
Right.
And so today's infrastructure just doesn't work. Now, securing everything is hard.
Yes.
Securing applications is hard, securing infrastructure is hard. And there's 3 challenges that we've been told about time and time over again by our customers that end up being huge, kind of bottlenecks for them in doing whatever they need to do to go out and secure the infrastructure. Number 1, in this world where you assume that an attacker is already in your system, and that the way that the attack is going to spread is through lateral movement, segmenting is really hard. Because it was easy to segment when you had a 3-tiered architecture.
You had a network and you had DMZs and you could...
And you could just, each piece of hardware could get segmented out.
Right.
It's very hard to do that when you have microservices on multiple pieces of hardware, all talking to each other through APIs. I have my payment cluster that can talk to my shopping cart cluster, but I can't talk to my developer cluster. How do I go about setting those policies? Super hard to do. Right? So segmentation is really hard. Number 2, patching is a huge problem. And what I mean by that is today, from the day that that a vulnerability is announced to when an exploit occurs is now single-digit days, compressing down to hours and minutes.
Right.
It takes about 25 to 49 days to actually test and deploy a patch from the time that a vulnerability is announced. You've got this massive gap between when a vulnerability is announced and when you're going to actually patch it, and how quickly the adversary is actually going out and doing an exploit. Right.
And if you're using open source or some other libraries that you don't even control, it could be even longer.
It could be even longer. So, and by the way, there might be things that never get patched because they've gone end of life or end of sale or what have you. So that becomes a really huge problem. And then the third problem is updating dated infrastructure is really hard. And even updates based on policy changes tends to be really hard. So, why is that? Because you have 2 change control windows, you have to get your system down. There's one at Christmas, one at 4th of July in the US. It's just a hard thing to go out and coordinate. If you miss that window, you wait another 6 months. And so I'll tell you, interesting story is, we had a lot of issues with our firewall products a few years ago, and we fixed a lot of those issues. And customers would still complain because only 40% of our customers had upgraded to the newest version.
Oh, right.
Because most people hadn't upgraded, right? And so these 3 problems, segmenting, patching, and updates, were things that we said we ought to think about very differently, because you've now have building blocks of technology that just weren't available in the past to be able to reimagine the problem space, and ideally reimagine the solution space very differently. Now, the analogy I like to give people is, imagine if Amazon were built in 1475. Like, it would be an epically failed company because you didn't have the logistics infrastructure in place, you didn't have the PC revolution, you didn't have the internet revolution, so it wouldn't have succeeded, right? We now have all the necessary building blocks to be able to build on top of that could allow us to think about not just a new product, but a completely reimagined architecture. And there's 3 building blocks, if you care for me to share with you.
Yes, I want to know how you solve this.
So the 3 building blocks are, one, AI, of course, where the operative word in AI is, can we build it natively in the product so that when you think about a mechanism for defense, you've actually thought about it with AI natively in the product rather than an afterthought that's patched on.
Right.
So that's number one. And I think it's going to allow us to do magical things that just weren't possible before in these areas.
And I imagine what you mean by AI is not just an LLM
chatbot
kind of thing, like real artificial intelligence models and engines that can process and manage data, right?
That can dynamically segment and adjust segmentation for you in a very different way, right? Things like that. So that's number one. Number two is, I think in security specifically, you cannot protect something that you don't have visibility towards. In a world where the endpoint is assumed to be compromised, the attacker is in the system, and there's lateral movement that's occurring, but the traffic is going to be end-to-end encrypted, it's going to be really hard to tell what is out of the pattern of normal that's actually flowing through your network. Right? And so what you have to have is, you need to make sure that you know where a process is originating and where it terminates. And you have to know also what's where it's being transmitted. But the challenge is, because of end-to-end encryption, your visibility goes down quite a bit on the transmission. So what you need to have is enough observability on the server side, on the host, to know exactly the I/O operations and the processes that are getting kick-started in the operating system at the kernel level. Right? And eBPF is a technology, I know you've actually been very familiar with this. eBPF is a technology that can really be game-changing in this one area.
It gives you that visibility.
It gives you that visibility without sitting in the kernel. It sits in user space, but it gives you all the inputs you need to have to know what's actually transpiring at every I/O level and at every I/O operation and every process.
Did that process fork? Did it crash? Did it restart? Did it create a network connection? Having spent time in the container security space, that visibility is so important, especially if you can't get it at other layers in the stack.
That's exactly right. So that's the second one. So the first one was AI. The second one is kernel level visibility via eBPF. And the third one then is hardware acceleration. We've had this kind of era that we're living in with high performance computing, where we've moved from sequential processing on CPUs to GPUs and DPUs. And what I'm talking about specifically is DPUs, which are basically data processing units that sit on NICs that are specialized subsystems that really allow you to do repetitive network functions like connection management, encryption, and security operations at very different scale proportions. So you could probably be 1,000 times faster than what you used to be in the past, right? And so the combination of those three allow us to do things that are magical, where you don't have to think about taking 40 days to segment your applications. You can have autonomous segmentation. You don't need to figure out a way to wait for 49 days for a patch getting applied. You can actually have near instantaneous distributed exploit protection without patching that can be put in place. So about 8 to 12 to 15 minutes from the time that a vulnerability is announced, we might be able to have a compensating control that can shield that vulnerability instantly.
Interesting.
Right?
So kind of like the old virtual patching concept back in the day, but actually applying it almost in real time.
And distribute it out to every enforcement point that you might have. So what we would do is you would basically take security and take it to the workload rather than bringing the workload to the security.
Got it.
So every IoT device, every OT device, every microservice, every container will actually have this shield in front of it that can do auto segmentation, autonomous segmentation. It can do, instantaneous compensating controls, near instantaneous compensating controls. And then the third thing it does is this notion of updates, right? Imagine if you had your updates in infrastructure that happen like your iPhone happens, where it's almost near instantaneous, but it's fully autonomous, by the way. It's self-qualifying, but it doesn't happen without testing out what the changes are. The big challenges that you have, the reason that people don't do automatic updates to the firewalls right now is not because you can't do it. It's because they're worried that something's going to break, because the firewall rules were written by Ben Franklin. Ben Franklin, way back when, retired, and then someone else has come in, and so there's this issue. And so what we need to do is figure out a way that you can have autonomous updates, self-qualifying updates. And so the way that we do it is you can have two simultaneous data paths, version 1 and version 2, right? Not in a simulated environment, in your production environment. In real time, to see the difference. And the only reason you can do that is silicon is so fast now that you can actually have two parallel data paths that are going with the same stream of data. And then you do a diff at the end. You say, oh, well, version 1 and version 2 don't look like they're that different after running it for 30 days. It's actually good for us to go out and swap the primary to the shadow and the shadow to the primary. Run it for another 15 days. And then you can automatically update. And you can have a human in the loop as long as you don't trust the system. And once you start trusting the system, like the first few times when I actually did my iPhone updates, I would always back up my iPhone, make sure everything was okay before I did the update. I don't do that anymore. It just happens at night.
Yeah.
But that's because the trust got built over time.
Right.
And so those are the three things that HyperShield does that completely are game-changing from an architecture perspective.
Well, you brought up trust, right? A lot of people don't trust AI yet, right? Because in an LLM, it could hallucinate, right? So you're not going to let your systems just run autonomously with AI decision making, right? But where AI is really good, and which is where I think you're focused, is it gives you the ability to monitor activities, monitor stuff, help make recommendations around decisions that help you build a level of trust with it, so that over time, it may do more things automatically, but it's giving us power that we never had before at scale.
And you would always have the human in the loop.
Right.
If you have a human in the loop, you can make the decision until you say, okay, this is fine. I'm now starting to see enough data points where I feel comfortable in this particular area. I don't need to have a human in the loop. And if you always want to have a human in the loop, more power to you.
Right. Yeah, and I think that's what people need to figure out, right, over time. I remember the days of intrusion protection systems. You probably have some of these scars from way back when, right? Nobody would put them in prevention mode because nobody trusted that they wouldn't shut down part of the network that would stop traffic flow. That's why people don't auto-update the firewalls, right? Those are some of the challenges. We're going to face the same things with some of these AI systems. People are going to want to see how it works. They're going to want to see the efficiency that can gain them, and then as they trust it more and more, then turn these things on.
And this, by the way, this is not a new, you shouldn't think about this as just a new product from Cisco. This is a brand new way of thinking about security, which is hyper-distributed.
Right.
And the security is wherever you need it to be. in front of every workload, on an oil rig, on an MRI machine, in a robot welder, on a drone, in your data center, in your infrastructure, wherever you need it to be, we will make sure that security enforcement points will be made distributed but fully coordinated with each other.
Well, in a world where the perimeter is the endpoint, the IoT device, the phone, the human,
That's right.
You have to be distributed.
You have to be distributed.
Or you're not going to be able to solve these challenges.
Exactly right. And the way we think about this is, in a world which is going to be end-to-end encrypted, most workloads are going to be distributed all over the different place. You need to make sure that you know what's originating from the endpoint and what's terminating at the host.
Right.
And have full visibility across the board. Otherwise, you're not going to be able to protect and have the right level of defenses.
And thus Hypershield. Jitu, thank you so much for joining us on this interview segment.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you for joining us. If anybody wants to get more information, please visit securityweekly.com/Cisco RSAC. And also check out all of our coverage from RSA Conference at securityweekly.com/RSAC. Stay tuned, we have more interviews on the way. Application Security Weekly delivers interviews and news from the worlds of AppSec, DevOps, and all the other ways people find and fix software flaws. Join us as we explore how the latest news highlights modern security practices or reminds us of the missing ones. We also bring insights from interviews on topics from training to threat modeling, from open source tools to cloud-native techniques, plus an occasional reference from new wave to synthwave. Find us at securityweekly.com/subscribe or look for Application Security Weekly wherever you pick your podcasts.
Hi, folks. I'm Adrian Sanabria, the host of Enterprise Security Weekly. Every week, we interview the most interesting folks we can find talking about the most pressing cybersecurity issues and challenges facing the enterprise today. Myself and my co-hosts have each been in the industry for decades, long enough to see the patterns in the industry and explore where trends are going. In addition to enterprise challenges, we also follow the vendor space, the most interesting security startups emerging, technology and product trends, all the most interesting funding and acquisition announcements. Finally, we love to discuss the latest trends in tech and how they'll impact cybersecurity. If you're wondering how the latest in AI, quantum computing, cloud, and DevOps is going to impact security a few years down the road, you should follow the Enterprise Security Weekly podcast.
Application Security Weekly delivers interviews and news from the worlds of AppSec, DevOps, and all the other ways people find and fix software flaws. Join us as we explore how the latest news highlights modern security practices or reminds us of the missing ones. We also bring insights from interviews on topics from training to threat modeling, from open source tools to cloud-native techniques, plus an occasional reference from new wave to synthwave. Find us at securityweekly.com/subscribe or look for Application Security Weekly wherever you pick your podcasts.
Hi, folks. I'm Adrian Sanabria, the host of Enterprise Security Weekly. Every week, we interview the most interesting folks we can find talking about the most pressing cybersecurity issues and challenges facing the enterprise today. Myself and my co-hosts have each been in the industry for decades, long enough to see the patterns in the industry and explore where trends are going. In addition to enterprise challenges, we also follow the vendor space, the most interesting security startups emerging, technology and product trends, all the most interesting funding and acquisition announcements. Finally, we love to discuss the latest trends in tech and how they'll impact cybersecurity. If you're wondering how the latest in AI, quantum computing, cloud, and DevOps is going to impact security a few years down the road, you should follow the Enterprise Security Weekly podcast.
Application Security Weekly delivers interviews and news from the worlds of AppSec, DevOps, and all the other ways people find and fix software flaws. Join us as we explore how the latest news highlights modern security practices or reminds us of the missing ones. We also bring insights from interviews on topics from training to threat modeling, from open source tools to cloud-native techniques, plus an occasional reference from new wave to synthwave. Find us at securityweekly.com/subscribe or look for Application Security Weekly wherever you pick your podcasts.
Hi, folks. I'm Adrian Sanabria, the host of Enterprise Security Weekly. Every week, we interview the most interesting folks we can find talking about the most pressing cybersecurity issues and challenges facing the enterprise today. Myself and my co-hosts have each been in the industry for decades, long enough to see the patterns in the industry and explore where trends are going. In addition to enterprise challenges, we also follow the vendor space, the most interesting security startups emerging, technology and product trends, all the most interesting funding and acquisition announcements. Finally, we love to discuss the latest trends in tech and how they'll impact cybersecurity. If you're wondering how the latest in AI, quantum computing, cloud, and DevOps is going to impact security a few years down the road, you should follow the Enterprise Security Weekly podcast.
Application Security Weekly delivers interviews and news from the worlds of AppSec, DevOps, and all the other ways people find and fix software flaws. Join us as we explore how the latest news highlights modern security practices or reminds us of the missing ones. We also bring insights from interviews on topics from training to threat modeling, from open source tools to cloud-native techniques, plus an occasional reference from new wave to synthwave. Find us at securityweekly.com/subscribe or look for Application Security Weekly wherever you pick your podcasts.
Hi, folks. I'm Adrian Sanabria, the host of Enterprise Security Weekly. Every week, we interview the most interesting folks we can find talking about the most pressing cybersecurity issues and challenges facing the enterprise today. Myself and my co-hosts have each been in the industry for decades, long enough to see the patterns in the industry and explore where trends are going. In addition to enterprise challenges, we also follow the vendor space, the most interesting security startups emerging, technology and product trends, all the most interesting funding and acquisition announcements. Finally, we love to discuss the latest trends in tech and how they'll impact cybersecurity. If you're wondering how the latest in AI, quantum computing, cloud, and DevOps is going to impact security a few years down the road, you should follow the Enterprise Security Weekly podcast.
Application Security Weekly delivers interviews and news from the worlds of AppSec, DevOps, and all the other ways people find and fix software flaws. Join us as we explore how the latest news highlights modern security practices or reminds us of the missing ones. We also bring insights from interviews on topics from training to threat modeling, from open source tools to cloud-native techniques, plus an occasional reference from new wave to synthwave. Find us at securityweekly.com/subscribe or look for Application Security Weekly wherever you pick your podcasts.
Hi, folks. I'm Adrian Sanabria, the host of Enterprise Security Weekly. Every week, we interview the most interesting folks we can find talking about the most pressing cybersecurity issues and challenges facing the enterprise today. Myself and my co-hosts have each been in the industry for decades, long enough to see the patterns in the industry and explore where trends are going. In addition to enterprise challenges, we also follow the vendor space, the most interesting security startups emerging, technology and product trends, all the most interesting funding and acquisition announcements. Finally, we love to discuss the latest trends in tech and how they'll impact cybersecurity. If you're wondering how the latest in AI, quantum computing, cloud, and DevOps is going to impact security a few years down the road, you should follow the Enterprise Security Weekly podcast.
Application Security Weekly delivers interviews and news from the worlds of AppSec, DevOps, and all the other ways people find and fix software flaws. Join us as we explore how the latest news highlights modern security practices or reminds us of the missing ones. We also bring insights from interviews on topics from training to threat modeling, from open source tools to cloud-native techniques, plus an occasional reference from new wave to synthwave. Find us at securityweekly.com/subscribe or look for Application Security Weekly wherever you pick your podcasts.
Hi, folks. I'm Adrian Sanabria, the host of Enterprise Security Weekly. Every week, we interview the most interesting folks we can find talking about the most pressing cybersecurity issues and challenges facing the enterprise today. Myself and my co-hosts have each been in the industry for decades, long enough to see the patterns in the industry and explore where trends are going. In addition to enterprise challenges, we also follow the vendor space, the most interesting security startups emerging, technology and product trends, all the most interesting funding and acquisition announcements. Finally, we love to discuss the latest trends in tech and how they'll impact cybersecurity. If you're wondering how the latest in AI, quantum computing, cloud, and DevOps is going to impact security a few years down the road, you should follow the Enterprise Security Weekly podcast.
Application Security Weekly delivers interviews and news from the worlds of AppSec, DevOps, and all the other ways people find and fix software flaws. Join us as we explore how the latest news highlights modern security practices or reminds us of the missing ones. We also bring insights from interviews on topics from training to threat modeling, from open source tools to cloud-native techniques, plus an occasional reference from new wave to synthwave. Find us at securityweekly.com/subscribe or look for Application Security Weekly wherever you pick your podcasts.
Hi, folks. I'm Adrian Sanabria, the host of Enterprise Security Weekly. Every week, we interview the most interesting folks we can find talking about the most pressing cybersecurity issues and challenges facing the enterprise today. Myself and my co-hosts have each been in the industry for decades, long enough to see the patterns in the industry and explore where trends are going. In addition to enterprise challenges, we also follow the vendor space, the most interesting security startups emerging, technology and product trends, all the most interesting funding and acquisition announcements. Finally, we love to discuss the latest trends in tech and how they'll impact cybersecurity. If you're wondering how the latest in AI, quantum computing, cloud, and DevOps is going to impact security a few years down the road, you should follow the Enterprise Security Weekly podcast.
Application Security Weekly delivers interviews and news from the worlds of AppSec, DevOps, and all the other ways people find and fix software flaws. Join us as we explore how the latest news highlights modern security practices or reminds us of the missing ones. We also bring insights from interviews on topics from training to threat modeling, from open source tools to cloud-native techniques, plus an occasional reference from new wave to synthwave. Find us at securityweekly.com/subscribe or look for Application Security Weekly wherever you pick your podcasts.
Hi, folks. I'm Adrian Sanabria, the host of Enterprise Security Weekly. Every week, we interview the most interesting folks we can find talking about the most pressing cybersecurity issues and challenges facing the enterprise today. Myself and my co-hosts have each been in the industry for decades, long enough to see the patterns in the industry and explore where trends are going. In addition to enterprise challenges, we also follow the vendor space, the most interesting security startups emerging, technology and product trends, all the most interesting funding and acquisition announcements. Finally, we love to discuss the latest trends in tech and how they'll impact cybersecurity. If you're wondering how the latest in AI, quantum computing, cloud, and DevOps is going to impact security a few years down the road, you should follow the Enterprise Security Weekly podcast.
Application Security Weekly delivers interviews and news from the worlds of AppSec, DevOps, and all the other ways people find and fix software flaws. Join us as we explore how the latest news highlights modern security practices or reminds us of the missing ones. We also bring insights from interviews on topics from training to threat modeling, from open source tools to cloud-native techniques, plus an occasional reference from new wave to synthwave. Find us at securityweekly.com/subscribe or look for Application Security Weekly wherever you pick your podcasts.
Hi, folks. I'm Adrian Sanabria, the host of Enterprise Security Weekly. Every week, we interview the most interesting folks we can find, talking about the most pressing cybersecurity issues and challenges facing the enterprise today. Myself and my co-hosts have each been in the industry for decades, long enough to see the patterns in the industry and explore where trends are going. In addition to enterprise challenges, we also follow the vendor space, the most interesting security startups emerging, technology and product trends, all the most interesting funding and acquisition announcements. Finally, we love to discuss the latest trends in tech and how they'll impact cybersecurity. If you're wondering how the latest in AI, quantum computing, cloud, and DevOps is going to impact security a few years down the road, you should follow the Enterprise Security Weekly podcast.
Application Security Weekly delivers interviews and news from the worlds of AppSec, DevOps, and all the other ways people find and fix software flaws. Join us as we explore how the latest news highlights modern security practices or reminds us of the missing ones. We also bring insights from interviews on topics from training to threat modeling, from open source tools to cloud-native techniques, plus an occasional reference from new wave to synthwave. Find us at securityweekly.com/subscribe or look for Application Security Weekly wherever you pick your podcasts.
Hi, folks. I'm Adrian Sanabria, the host of Enterprise Security Weekly. Every week, we interview the most interesting folks we can find talking about the most pressing cybersecurity issues and challenges facing the enterprise today. Myself and my co-hosts have each been in the industry for decades, long enough to see the patterns in the industry and explore where trends are going. In addition to enterprise challenges, we also follow the vendor space, the most interesting security startups emerging, technology and product trends, all the most interesting funding and acquisition announcements. Finally, we love to discuss the latest trends in tech and how they'll impact cybersecurity. If you're wondering how the latest in AI, quantum computing, cloud, and DevOps is going to impact security a few years down the road, you should follow the Enterprise Security Weekly podcast.
Application Security Weekly delivers interviews and news from the worlds of AppSec, DevOps, and all the other ways people find and fix software flaws. Join us as we explore how the latest news highlights modern security practices or reminds us of the missing ones. We also bring insights from interviews on topics from training to threat modeling, from open source tools to cloud-native techniques, plus an occasional reference from new wave to synthwave. Find us at securityweekly.com/subscribe or look for Application Security Weekly wherever you pick your podcasts.
Hi, folks. I'm Adrian Sanabria, the host of Enterprise Security Weekly. Every week, we interview the most interesting folks we can find talking about the most pressing cybersecurity issues and challenges facing the enterprise today. Myself and my co-hosts have each been in the industry for decades, long enough to see the patterns in the industry and explore where trends are going. In addition to enterprise challenges, we also follow the vendor space, the most interesting security startups emerging, technology and product trends, all the most interesting funding and acquisition announcements. Finally, we love to discuss the latest trends in tech and how they'll impact cybersecurity. If you're wondering how the latest in AI, quantum computing, cloud, and DevOps is going to impact security a few years down the road, you should follow the Enterprise Security Weekly podcast.
Application Security Weekly delivers interviews and news from the worlds of AppSec, DevOps, and all the other ways people find and fix software flaws. Join us as we explore how the latest news highlights modern security practices or reminds us of the missing ones. We also bring insights from interviews on topics from training to threat modeling, from open source tools to cloud-native techniques, plus an occasional reference from new wave to synthwave. Find us at securityweekly.com/subscribe or look for Application Security Weekly wherever you pick your podcasts.
Hi, folks. I'm Adrian Sanabria, the host of Enterprise Security Weekly. Every week, we interview the most interesting folks we can find talking about the most pressing cybersecurity issues and challenges facing the enterprise today. Myself and my co-hosts have each been in the industry for decades, long enough to see the patterns in the industry and explore where trends are going. In addition to enterprise challenges, we also follow the vendor space, the most interesting security startups emerging, technology and product trends, all the most interesting funding and acquisition announcements. Finally, we love to discuss the latest trends in tech and how they'll impact cybersecurity. If you're wondering how the latest in AI, quantum computing, cloud, and DevOps is going to impact security a few years down the road, you should follow the Enterprise Security Weekly podcast.
Application Security Weekly delivers interviews and news from the worlds of AppSec, DevOps, and all the other ways people find and fix software flaws. Join us as we explore how the latest news highlights modern security practices or reminds us of the missing ones. We also bring insights from interviews on topics from training to threat modeling, from open source tools to cloud-native techniques, plus an occasional reference from new wave to synthwave. Find us at securityweekly.com/subscribe or look for Application Security Weekly wherever you pick your podcasts.
Hi, folks. I'm Adrian Sanabria, the host of Enterprise Security Weekly. Every week, we interview the most interesting folks we can find talking about the most pressing cybersecurity issues and challenges facing the enterprise today. Myself and my co-hosts have each been in the industry for decades, long enough to see the patterns in the industry and explore where trends are going. In addition to enterprise challenges, we also follow the vendor space, the most interesting security startups emerging, technology and product trends, all the most interesting funding and acquisition announcements. Finally, we love to discuss the latest trends in tech and how they'll impact cybersecurity. If you're wondering how the latest in AI, quantum computing, cloud, and DevOps is going to impact security a few years down the road, you should follow the Enterprise Security Weekly podcast.
Application Security Weekly delivers interviews and news from the worlds of AppSec, DevOps, and all the other ways people find and fix software flaws. Join us as we explore how the latest news highlights modern security practices or reminds us of the missing ones. We also bring insights from interviews on topics from training to threat modeling, from open source tools to cloud-native techniques, plus an occasional reference from new wave to synthwave. Find us at securityweekly.com/subscribe or look for Application Security Weekly wherever you pick your podcasts.
Hi, folks. I'm Adrian Sanabria, the host of Enterprise Security Weekly. Every week, we interview the most interesting folks we can find talking about the most pressing cybersecurity issues and challenges facing the enterprise today. Myself and my co-hosts have each been in the industry for decades, long enough to see the patterns in the industry and explore where trends are going. In addition to enterprise challenges, we also follow the vendor space, the most interesting security startups emerging, technology and product trends, all the most interesting funding and acquisition announcements. Finally, we love to discuss the latest trends in tech and how they'll impact cybersecurity. If you're wondering how the latest in AI, quantum computing, cloud, and DevOps is going to impact security a few years down the road, you should follow the Enterprise Security Weekly podcast.
Application Security Weekly delivers interviews and news from the worlds of AppSec, DevOps, and all the other ways people find and fix software flaws. Join us as we explore how the latest news highlights modern security practices or reminds us of the missing ones. We also bring insights from interviews on topics from training to threat modeling, from open source tools to cloud-native techniques, plus an occasional reference from new wave to synthwave. Find us at securityweekly.com/subscribe or look for Application Security Weekly wherever you pick your podcasts.
Hi, folks. I'm Adrian Sanabria, the host of Enterprise Security Weekly. Every week, we interview the most interesting folks we can find talking about the most pressing cybersecurity issues and challenges facing the enterprise today. Myself and my co-hosts have each been in the industry for decades, long enough to see the patterns in the industry and explore where trends are going. In addition to enterprise challenges, we also follow the vendor space, the most interesting security startups emerging, technology and product trends, all the most interesting funding and acquisition announcements. Finally, we love to discuss the latest trends in tech and how they'll impact cybersecurity. If you're wondering how the latest in AI, quantum computing, cloud, and DevOps is going to impact security a few years down the road, you should follow the Enterprise Security Weekly podcast. Application Security Weekly delivers interviews and news from the worlds of AppSec, DevOps, and all the other ways people find and fix software flaws. Join us as we explore how the latest news highlights modern security practices or reminds us of the missing ones. We also bring insights from interviews on topics from training to threat modeling, from open source tools to cloud-native techniques, plus an occasional reference from new wave to synthwave. Find us at securityweekly.com/subscribe or look for Application Security Weekly wherever you pick your podcasts. Hi, folks. I'm Adrian Sanabria, the host of Enterprise Security Weekly. Every week, we interview the most interesting folks we can find talking about the most pressing cybersecurity issues and challenges facing the enterprise today. Myself and my co-hosts have each been in the industry for decades, long enough to see the patterns in the industry and explore where trends are going. In addition to enterprise challenges, we also follow the vendor space, the most interesting security startups emerging, technology and product trends, all the most interesting funding and acquisition announcements. Finally, we love to discuss the latest trends in tech and how they'll impact cybersecurity. If you're wondering how the latest in AI, quantum computing, cloud, and DevOps is going to impact security a few years down the road, you should follow the Enterprise Security Weekly podcast.
Application Security Weekly delivers interviews and news from the worlds of AppSec, DevOps, and all the other ways people find and fix software flaws. Join us as we explore how the latest news highlights modern security practices or reminds us of the missing ones. We also bring insights from interviews on topics from training to threat modeling, from open source tools to cloud-native techniques, plus an occasional reference from new wave to synthwave. Find us at securityweekly.com/subscribe or look for Application Security Weekly wherever you pick your podcasts.
Hi, folks. I'm Adrian Sanabria, the host of Enterprise Security Weekly. Every week, we interview the most interesting folks we can find talking about the most pressing cybersecurity issues and
Welcome to RSA Conference 2024. It's day 3. We're still here recording live from Broadcast Alley here in Moscone West. This interview is sponsored by OpenText. I'm your host, Matt Alderman, and joining me for this interview segment is Paul Reed, Global Head of Threat Intelligence at OpenText. Welcome, Paul.
Thank you very much. Glad to be here.
So we're going to talk next generation threats.
That's right.
Now, I hope that's a little different than advanced persistent threats, the old term we used to call these things. So what is a next generation threat?
So next generation threats actually at times includes the advanced persistent threats we know today, right? One of the changes we've seen take place in our customer base is this need to move to the cloud, right? We're moving workloads to the cloud. We're leveraging more cloud services. We also have this incredible push to centralize our identity, right? We think about our move to federated identity, and that's been very positive for a lot of companies, right? We now manage it much better, better location, better controls, all those things. But it's bringing in a new type of threats, right? So now we're expanding our attack surface again. Not that we had to, but we had to, right? We actually had to. We couldn't avoid it, right? The move to the cloud facilitated that. The threat actors know that, right? So the threat actors looking at our customers a little bit differently now, where before it's like, how do I get into the corporate side? How do I get into the endpoints? How do I get through that firewall? Right? They're now spending more time doing reconnaissance and looking at your entire footprint. So when we start talking to our customers about advanced threats and next generational threats, we talk to them about the type of adversaries they're going to face and how the adversaries are going to work together potentially even. And they need to start thinking about protecting it a little bit differently. So instead of thinking of just, here's our corporate side, here's our walls, what else, what other content do you have out there? Do you have CDN content? Do you have stuff in hyperscalers? Do you have stuff in cloud storage places, right? So we help them define what we call their covered space. And the covered space says, here's the parts of my company I need to protect from these next generational threats. And when we start talking to them about that, it's really interesting. Our background at OpenText and information management really comes to play, right? Understand your data, know where your data is, know the value of your data.
Yeah, right.
So we have those conversations with customers.
So you mentioned three of my core, app user data.
That's right.
Right?
Yeah. Yeah. So once we get that defined, we can then say, okay, we can start protecting you and start looking at the next generational threats coming in. And it's really the combination of threat actors being more precise, taking more time, doing more reconnaissance, and then when they do attack, they attack with a purpose, right?
Yeah.
It's, I want your federated identities, or I want to disrupt something your business is doing. And we'll talk a bit about what type of disruptions they're trying to achieve.
Yeah, so obviously in the old days, I was all concentrated on getting through the firewall. We've kind of removed the concept of a perimeter. Perimeter is almost everywhere.
That's right.
Every SaaS provider, every application hosted, every remote worker, they're all part of the attack surface now.
They certainly are.
Right? And so how do you start to think about these different next generation threats? Like, how are they actually propagating? Are they going after your SaaS providers? Are they going after your custom apps? Are they going after your end users? Like, how are these starting to manifest themselves?
Yeah, so maybe a couple of examples might help with that. So we have one customer who's absolutely dependent upon content in the CDN. If they lost their content in the CDN, they wouldn't be able to do business anymore. They wouldn't be able to deliver value to their customers. So when we look at the type of attacks they were facing, it was the adversaries looking at that CDN content, and could they knock them offline? Could they take and compromise that in some way? Could they take and implant malware into it? So when that CDN delivered that company's content to their customers,
it was infected.
It was infected already. So that's one example of that. We also see them going after, their federated identities, right? We have the drive-by attacks or the credential stuffing attacks, right? So they know that if I can compromise that one credential, I don't have to go to 4 or 5 other locations now to break in. I got the federated identity.
Yeah, and then I'm a trusted user on the network.
There you
too,
are,
right?
exactly right. That's right, exactly right. So we're trying to help them identify that and identify that space and really help protect that.
Yeah, that's a really interesting correlation between data / application and user correlation that's going to be important.
That's right. Yeah, we've even seen attackers stand up watering hole attacks. So we actually caught one where the attacker stood up a HR site that was almost identical to what the company's one was, and we actually were able to identify 3 or 4 employees who had gone to that site and actually provided credentials. Now, thank goodness they had the 2FA involved, and we saw that the attacker couldn't get past the 2FA, but yet the watering hole attack was still successful in gathering their credentials.
The initial credentials.
That's correct, exactly right.
Yeah, then you use a little MFA fatigue, and the next thing you know,
So we see a lot of that, right? We do see a lot of MFA fatigue, and customers need to be aware that that's taking place.
No, exactly right. So how do you start to protect against these next generation threats? What are those capabilities organizations need to think about to prepare themselves to be in a position to protect themselves against these new threat vectors?
So it's really about visibility. So today we've done a great job looking inward, right? Like from the firewall in. EDR, it's been incredible for us. It's really helped solve a lot of that endpoint issues, a lot of, getting compromised inside your firewall. We need to lift our eyes up again, right? We need to look to the cyber horizon and see what's coming from there. So we're really looking at adversarial signal threat intelligence, right? So when we talk about our CyDNA product, we're talking about adversary tactics and tools and attacks that are happening to you, right? Today's threat intelligence is incredible, right? We have some of the best threat intelligence in the world coming from some of the largest companies producing incredible insights. But that's what they are, they're insights. They're saying, these threat actors are happening in your sector, they're happening in your vertical, they're using these tools, tactics, and procedures. So as a company, I look at that and go, wow, I got a lot to protect.
Right. With
CyDNA, we go, that's awesome, but we're going to tell you the adversary signals we're actually seeing. So for example, we'll say we're seeing, APT 28, right, coming to your front door using these tactics against you today. So again, if you think about companies today, fundamentals are so important, right? Patching, right? How do I prioritize what I patch first? If you ask any large enterprise, they have a list of patches as long as my arm. So the question is, where do I go to first? What do I patch first? So with CyDNA and those adversary signals, we're saying APT 28s using this CVE, you should probably prioritize patching those ones first.
Yeah.
So we're giving them the ability to become more cyber resilient by seeing these advanced warnings of attack and compromise coming in through CyDNA.
Well, it's contextualizing the IOCs and the TTPs to the specifics, right? I think this, we've seen these threat intelligence platforms, lots of data to go through, but it sounds like what you're doing is really contextualizing, saying it is this threat actor using these threats,
that's right,
these TTPs, therefore we know it's an active threat vector that you should protect against versus all the potential IOCs and TTPs out there.
That's exactly right. And we can actually tell them this is the methods they're using because we're seeing those signals. What's interesting as well, we can tell them to a fairly high degree of confidence if they were directly targeted or were they part of just a larger drive-by attack, right? We do see there's the pray and spray attacks that still take place, right? I'm just going to hit everybody, right? And hopefully I get lucky and my lottery number comes up and I get in, right? But there's other attacks we're seeing that are very targeted. And it's those are ones that are the most concern to our customers. A lot of times when we start talking to them, we ask them, who do you think your threat actors are? Where do you think your threats are coming from? And then we actually show them what's actually happening. They're quite often surprised by the threat actors targeting them. A lot of companies, they're in an industry or they deliver a service where they don't necessarily see themselves as maybe part of a larger geopolitical play. But yet, for the simple fact that you're in that country or you're part of a supply chain that supplies someone else, you become a target very quickly for some of these nation states where you may not think you are.
Yeah, so any good examples of some of the types of attacks that you can detect and prevent by bringing all this data to light?
Yeah, I think one of the most interesting ones we did recently is we did a situation report, is what we call them, from CyDNA for a government's military department. So we looked at them and then we said to them, why don't you give us 6 or 7 verticals that are part of your supply chain and 3 or 4 companies in each of those supply chains that if something happened to them, it could be detrimental to yourselves. So when we did the covered space, as we talked about earlier, we defined their covered space, we looked at the adversary signals coming in and out of it, what we saw was really fascinating. The actual ministry itself, very little signal, very little attacks. They know, the attackers know at this point that we've gotten really good at stopping that. That's right, it's strong, it's solid. The weaker side, though, is the supply chain, right? If I can degrade your ability to do something by attacking a supply chain, that's as good as attacking you. And we actually saw the supply chains getting attacked. We saw providers of critical parts or critical infrastructure or providers of national infrastructure being targeted by adversaries who try to degrade the ability of the ministry to deliver goods and services to the country or to allies as well.
Right. And I would assume you see similar things going after potential SaaS providers, even cloud providers, right? Because if you think about the dependency we have on all these other SaaS applications, cloud environments, et cetera, they're part of a supply chain we haven't thought about traditionally as an attack vector. But if someone were to take down services in AWS or one of the cloud providers, or to take down a SaaS application, those also have impact to you as an organization.
Absolutely, and we had a really good example of that. So we had a customer who had a large workload in GCP, and we saw the adversary focusing on a handful of addresses that they had running up there in the hyperscaler. And when we went and looked at it, they were really intent to, one, try to break in, try to get access to it through different methods. That didn't succeed, so then they started a large-scale denial of service attack against it. When we talked to our customer about it, come to find out it was actually one of their safety systems that they were targeting. So they were trying to impact the ability of the company to continue operations by targeting their safety systems. I think your safety system's offline, you can't operate.
Right. Oh, it's so interesting.
It is.
I mean,
it really is.
Yeah, I mean, obviously one way is denial of service attacks, but trying to get in and shut down a specific service.
That's
so
right.
Shut down the business.
Another example, we had, and again, it's through no fault of the company, right? Everyone's always doing their best. And we have to understand that when we hear someone's getting breached, it's not because they're trying to get breached, right? They are really always doing their best. But there are times when mistakes happen. So at this one company, they accidentally exposed 2 of their industrial control systems directly to the internet. And we actually saw a nation state pushing down compromised firmware to that controller. Now, how do we know it was compromised? We assume it's compromised because it's coming from a nation state where you wouldn't think they'd be doing something friendly for you.
Right.
And based upon the protocol and the size of the packets and things like that, we had a pretty good feeling it was a piece of firmware that
we have
they
a little
modified.
history in this
we
space.
We do, exactly. But again, it's one of those things where without SideDNA and having those adversary signal visibility, they wouldn't have known that, right? Because if they'd known that piece of equipment was directly connected, they would have disconnected it. Right?
Yeah.
The other one we see a lot of, and again, it's business opportunity and business taking place is, I need more compute. So someone goes, you know what, I got this server here, I'll stand up ESX on it, give you more elasticity, and great. So you stand up your workload you're working on it, but no one ever goes back to patch it. So what do we see several days later? It gets popped with ESX IARCs, right? So again, these type of things happen, and we're providing visibility they may not otherwise have.
So let's talk about OpenText in the portfolio on how to solve this holistically, right? You guys have made a lot of acquisitions and moves over the years to assemble a lot of capabilities, and I don't know if everybody understands kind of the breadth of what OpenText does. Let's frame this in the next generation threat perspective. How can OpenText help organizations protect themselves against these next generation threats?
So it goes really back to our information management roots, right? If you don't know where your data is and what the importance of your data is and what's inside your data, you really can't protect it, right? So it kind of starts there.
You mean asset inventory? Hardware, software? Like
all those type of things, right? It's also, too, where have you stored your data? What hyperscalers have you put your data into, right? What's the content of that data, right? We have products that help you identify the content. What's in there? Is there PII, PCI? Is there corporate secrets in there, right? Things like that. So if you know where those are, it's easier to protect. Then we have a suite of products, everything from, a DevOps, being able to do code scanning, identity, IDAM, ITOM, all of those things, all the way up to the things we talked about today, including things like behavioral analytics, adversary signal detection. We have a network detection with our Bricata product. So we really span the entire space for customers. We can provide a complete holistic solution from managing and understanding your data to protecting your data, and it really increases the overall cyber resiliency of that company.
Now, are you integrating all this threat intelligence and this adversarial threat data across all these different solutions to really help contextualize those threats to make kind of the protection mechanisms better across the whole suite, right?
And we are working at that right now. And that's something that's very important to OpenText, right? We have incredible rich threat intelligence in our products, and we want to share that across all of our products, and of course with our customers as well, because the sharing of that data makes us all more secure.
Right. What's the future for OpenText?
So we're really focused on bringing all those products together, as you just talked about, right? All those integration points, sharing of that threat intelligence. But it's also all about, how can we make our information security more accessible, right? So we have this Aviator undertaking where we're using our history and information management to build LLMs and generational AI that is very specific to the type of information we're using. So it's not very generalized, but it's specific to what we're doing. So we provide the best possible content, the best possible richness of information to those customers when they ask those questions to those really important prompts they're going to create.
Yes. It's great to have all the data, and OpenText has a lot of that data.
That's correct. Exactly right.
Paul, thank you so much for joining us on this interview. If anybody wants to learn more, please visit securityweekly.com/OpenText RSAC. And to check out all of our content, please visit securityweekly.com/RSAC. Stay tuned. We have more interviews coming up.
Application Security Weekly delivers interviews and news from the worlds of AppSec, DevOps, and all the other ways people find and fix software flaws. Join us as we explore how the latest news highlights modern security practices or reminds us of the missing ones. We also bring insights from interviews on topics from training to threat modeling, from open source tools to cloud-native techniques, plus an occasional reference from new wave to synthwave. Find us at securityweekly.com/subscribe or look for Application Security Weekly wherever you pick your podcasts.
Hi, folks. I'm Adrian Sanabria, the host of Enterprise Security Weekly. Every week, we interview the most interesting folks we can find talking about the most pressing cybersecurity issues and challenges facing the enterprise today. Myself and my co-hosts have each been in the industry for decades, long enough to see the patterns in the industry and explore where trends are going. In addition to enterprise challenges, we also follow the vendor space, the most interesting security startups emerging, technology and product trends, all the most interesting funding and acquisition announcements. Finally, we love to discuss the latest trends in tech and how they'll impact cybersecurity. If you're wondering how the latest in AI, quantum computing, cloud, and DevOps is going to impact security a few years down the road, you should follow the Enterprise Security Weekly podcast. Application Security Weekly delivers interviews and news from the worlds of AppSec, DevOps, and all the other ways people find and fix software flaws. Join us as we explore how the latest news highlights modern security practices or reminds us of the missing ones. We also bring insights from interviews on topics from training to threat modeling, from open source tools to cloud-native techniques, plus an occasional reference from new wave to synthwave. Find us at securityweekly.com/subscribe or look for Application Security Weekly wherever you pick your podcasts. Hi, folks. I'm Adrian Sanabria, the host of Enterprise Security Weekly. Every week, we interview the most interesting folks we can find, talking about the most pressing cybersecurity issues and challenges facing the enterprise today. Myself and my co-hosts have each been in the industry for decades, long enough to see the patterns in the industry and explore where trends are going. In addition to enterprise challenges, we also follow the vendor space, the most interesting security startups emerging, technology and product trends, all the most interesting funding and acquisition announcements. Finally, we love to discuss the latest trends in tech and how they'll impact cybersecurity. If you're wondering how the latest in AI, quantum computing, cloud, and DevOps is going to impact security a few years down the road, you should follow the Enterprise Security Weekly podcast. Application Security Week. Welcome to RSA Conference 2024. We're here recording live from Broadcast Alley in Moscone West. This interview is sponsored by Blumira. I'm your host, Adrian Sanabria, and joining me is Jim Simpson, CEO of Blumira.
Thank you for having me.
Welcome.
Thank you.
How you doing, Jim?
I am great. It's
Good
been a
show
really
so far?
Yes, it has been. It's nice to see everybody back here. It's pretty lively, and it's been interesting listening to the conversations.
Yeah, and so I was actually having a conversation earlier. Somebody was asking me, why I liked certain products over other products. And one of the points I brought up is there's a lot of stuff in that expo hall that only a Fortune 100 or Fortune 1000 will be able to afford, either because of the cost of the product or the cost of the labor to implement and use that product. So today we're talking about leveling the cybersecurity playing field. Yep. And the heroes building stuff for the SMBs, for the lower end of the market, where they don't have as much insurance, they can't withstand attacks as much, and they sometimes the adversaries, the attacks against them, the technology is the same, so what made you want to build for this market?
Personally, in working with cybersecurity technology over the years, one thing that we noticed is that when we as cybersecurity practitioners build for other practitioners, things tend to be more complex and complicated. And in my own career, helped start a company called Duo Security a few years ago in Michigan. And what was interesting back then is we did a lot more in-person work, and we couldn't convince anybody to move to the state of Michigan. So we actually ended up building a cybersecurity company in the state and onboarded a lot of people into cybersecurity, and realized that it was really more about like the accessibility and making it easier for people to understand things. And so I think that company was really successful at serving an underserved market. And if you've been paying attention to the news at all companies, regardless of size, are a target for breach. And they, the companies that are out there in the SMB can't necessarily afford the solutions that have been in the market for a long time. So that was a thing for us where it's like, well, this is a great market to be in. We can actually help move the needle in terms of security outcomes. Why not do it? And we have some of the DNA that goes into building products for that market. So, and then I think the last thing was technology has evolved so much in the last few years that you can solve this kind of problem at scale for smaller organizations now. So that was kind of like the interesting opportunity to go after there.
Yeah. So one of the interesting things we get into when we talk about more down market, mid-market, SMBs is how you sell to them. You start getting into channels. You start getting into managed services. Who's your customer that you're selling to?
So the ICP, the ideal customer profile, tends to be an IT operator, maybe a director of IT, because in that area of the market, you don't often have security practitioners. The IT people may understand like security principles, but they don't necessarily, they're not like SOC analysts and what have you. So that's the primary person that we work with in these organizations.
And you've got SIM, XDR. Historically, SIM is the example of a labor-heavy product to implement and manage. So how'd you handle that?
Yeah, so that's all about first principles. So there's been a couple of buzzwords at this conference, like AI, and I think that like strapping AI onto something where the first principles were devised 20 to 30 years ago may not necessarily drive the outcomes in broader parts of the market. So for us, we really looked at like, what do those people know already, and how can we actually make them effective? Like, what is their day-to-day like? They don't, they might be subject to the same compliance requirements, but they don't necessarily have the same budgets, and they really don't have the time. And so, how do you make a product with outcomes that fit within those constraints? Requires just a total rethink of the first principles that go into the product. And a lot of it has to do with, we think that security problems can be solved within the first standard deviation of the mean. And if you've been in security for a long time, a lot of the products out there can go way beyond that, and sometimes I think lose sight of the basics.
Yeah. I mean, thinking about my experiences deploying SIMs, which I've done several times, first thing is nothing out of the box worked for me. So I had to build all that stuff from scratch. I had to build the reports, the alerts,
So this, I mean, let's just make it concrete. So that is the exact thing you have to think about. When a customer comes to us, they'll sign up on our website. They can enroll in a free trial, so there's they don't have to talk to anybody if they don't want to.
Yeah.
We tell them, send us all of your data, so they don't have to think about which log files, which APIs to hook up. We just say send everything, because we figured out how to ingest at scale without it being a cost problem for us. And then I think we work with probably 250 vendor integrations, and we're in the long tail of adding more integrations. But the cool thing is that if you send us all of your data and we build another integration, then you automatically get the value of that as it comes online. You don't have to pay for that either. But then we automatically turn on detections associated with those streams of data as they come in, so you don't have to turn anything on either. So we make it really, really easy for someone to onboard it, because if you're going to deliver a product to that part of the market, you have to get rid of all of that. So like you were saying, it took a long time to set up a SIM, probably months. Like for us, probably the longest amount of time is 2 days, but on average we see people get it up and running with the product in a couple of hours.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah. So it's just a complete game changer. And the irony is that the market that we serve doesn't actually understand that it's that amazing. Like you would be like, what, 2 days?
Yeah.
Like, wow.
It just does what it's supposed to.
Exactly.
Yeah, and that's, unless they go tour an enterprise or something like that, all these people just sit here and stare at alerts all day? What?
Right. And also, well, if you think about that too, it's like there's a lot of like stress and burnout associated with having to do that kind of job. So
and that's where we start people in this field.
Right. And so shouldn't we be designing products that actually allow them to work on higher order things? And that again was another thought that went into this, but we have to do it that way because we don't have our customers don't have access to SOC analysts in their organization.
So when I think about your competitors, most of them have been around a long time, probably long enough to have some legacy stuff and maybe not built with these same first principles.
Yep.
So maybe I'm already calling it out, but what kind of separates you? Why would somebody go with a Blumira over some of those guys?
Well, one of some of the feedback that we hear from customers, because some of them will have some kind of security tool in place.
Right.
What they find is that we will report on incidents before the thing that was supposed to report on the incident will, because we're ingesting the same log files, but because of the way that we've designed the product, we have purview over all of our customers' data, and so we're able to see like which detections are firing, which ones aren't. We can also spin up things a lot more quickly and then test it across all of that data to see what might actually be effective. And so that allows us to deliver things in real time much more quickly than the incumbent vendors have done. And the other part of it is that we also don't overwhelm our customers with hundreds or thousands of alerts. We deliver something called a finding, and so you'll get maybe one or two of those. It's like a 100x, 1000x, like fewer in terms of scale.
Right.
But then you're getting something that you actually have to work on, and it's going to like lead to some sort of positive security outcome for you. The important part about that is we make no assumption about the operator's knowledge when they're operating on the finding. So say there's a suspect finding, like a new Windows administrator has been created on the network.
Sure.
Could be benign, you've got a new IT friend working with you, or common like way to cover your tracks. So we explain that in our heads up display. But where the real value comes from is we have a set of, a decision tree that we walk them through for them to solve the problem themselves. And the first question we ask in that case is, did you set up a Windows administrator? If it's yes, then it's great. We'll close the finding, log it to the audit trail. If no, then we walk them through the next step, and the next step, and the next step, until they solve it themselves. And if for any reason they get stuck, we do actually have a very small SOC analyst team at Blumira that they can talk to in real time, which does double duty, helps them solve that. But then we also try to figure out where can we make this better, because we don't necessarily want to do more of that. We want to empower our customers to learn security through practice.
Right. Yeah. So I feel like, in product development, that's really important to have that feedback loop, right? Right. So that there's another company. I don't think you really compete with them, but Red Canary kind of has a story around that where like they got away with 3 analysts for the longest time. It was really impressive because they were constantly improving their efficiency.
Yeah, we are in a very similar position right now, and again, the idea there is like delivering a white glove experience to a group of people who may never have had that before with an IT vendor, but then who probably never would have experienced that because they didn't have anybody helping them previously.
So I imagine you must be doing a lot of detection engineering and deduplication and correlation in the background.
Yes.
Stuff hidden from them, hiding that complexity.
Yes, exactly.
To build these findings. And
we have a detection engineering team. It's also a very small but mighty team, and that team, because of the way that the infrastructure works, they can deploy new detections without us having to do anything on the part of the end user. We don't have to contact them for them to get the benefit of it. We can just say, oh my gosh, there's a 0 day out there. How can our product help with that? And then how can we deploy that? And then how can they benefit from that? So it's really fun to do that, because like these kinds of things I just don't think were possible technically even 5 years ago.
Yeah. So where are you going? What is the future for Blumira?
So for us, I mean, if you follow us, you'll see that we launch things all the time. I'm a former product person, so I'm kind of addicted to getting product out there. But, in particular, we listen to our customers in terms of like what they want, and delivering this kind of product to SMBs is really challenging, and so we're just going to continue focusing on like how can we make it easier for them to get into it. How can we add more functionality with what they've got today? How can we listen to the things that they're looking for and add those things into the platform itself? But really not looking to go much beyond that. And maybe for us as a company, one of the bigger things will be helping organizations in other parts of the world, because we get a lot of inbound interest from overseas, but servicing the US is challenging enough. So for us, it's like focus on the core principles here, because that is challenging enough.
Yeah, and before we wrap up here, Tell me about your company's affinity for hedgehogs. I'm not sure if you can capture this on the camera, but
so hedgehog. So our mascot, her name is Mira the hedgehog, and our co-founders have an affinity for hedgehogs because they're kind of spiky on the outside, kind of like the security practice, but soft on the inside, like us, and very, very food motivated, like everybody, right? So
that's great. Thank you so much for joining me today on Security Weekly. It was
my
a
pleasure.
lot of fun.
Great, thank you.
All right, if you want to learn more about Blue Mira, you can visit securityweekly.com/Blue Mira RSAC, and also go to securityweekly.com/RSAC for all our other coverage coming from RSA. Stay tuned. In a few moments, we'll have another interview.
Application Security Weekly delivers interviews and news from the worlds of AppSec, DevOps, and all the other ways people find and fix software flaws. Join us as we explore how the latest news highlights modern security practices or reminds us of the missing ones. We also bring insights from interviews on topics from training to threat modeling, from open source tools to cloud-native techniques, plus an occasional reference from new wave to synthwave. Find us at securityweekly.com/subscribe or look for Application Security Weekly wherever you pick your podcasts.
Hi, folks. I'm Adrian Sanabria, the host of Enterprise Security Weekly. Every week, we interview the most interesting folks we can find talking about the most pressing cybersecurity issues and challenges facing the enterprise today. Myself and my co-hosts have each been in the industry for decades, long enough to see the patterns in the industry and explore where trends are going. In addition to enterprise challenges, we also follow the vendor space, the most interesting security startups emerging, technology and product trends, all the most interesting funding and acquisition announcements. Finally, we love to discuss the latest trends in tech and how they'll impact cybersecurity. If you're wondering how the latest in AI, quantum computing, cloud, and DevOps is going to impact security a few years down the road, you should follow the Enterprise Security Weekly podcast.
Application Security Weekly delivers interviews and news from the worlds of AppSec, DevOps, and all the other ways people find and fix software flaws. Join us as we explore how the latest news highlights modern security practices or reminds us of the missing ones. We also bring insights from interviews on topics from training to threat modeling, from open source tools to cloud-native techniques, plus an occasional reference from new wave to synthwave. Find us at securityweekly.com/subscribe or look for Application Security Weekly wherever you pick your podcasts.
Hi, folks. I'm Adrian Sanabria, the host of Enterprise Security Weekly. Every week, we interview the most interesting folks we can find talking about the most pressing cybersecurity issues and challenges facing the enterprise today. Myself and my co-hosts have each been in the industry for decades, long enough to see the patterns in the industry and explore where trends are going. In addition to enterprise challenges, we also follow the vendor space, the most interesting security startups emerging, technology and product trends, all the most interesting funding and acquisition announcements. Finally, we love to discuss the latest trends in tech and how they'll impact cybersecurity. If you're wondering how the latest in AI, quantum computing, cloud, and DevOps is going to impact security a few years down the road, you should follow the Enterprise Security Weekly podcast. Application Security Weekly delivers interviews and news from the worlds of AppSec, DevOps, and all the other ways people find and fix software flaws. Join us as we explore how the latest news highlights modern security practices or reminds us of the missing ones. We also bring insights from interviews on topics from training to threat modeling, from open source tools to cloud-native techniques, plus an occasional reference from new wave to synthwave. Find us at securityweekly.com/subscribe or look for Application Security Weekly wherever you pick your podcasts. Hi, folks. I'm Adrian Sanabria, the host of Enterprise Security Weekly. Every week, we interview the most interesting folks we can find talking about the most pressing cybersecurity issues.
We're back at RSA 2024. We're in Moscone West, Broadcast Alley. I'm Jeff Mann, co-host of Paul Security Weekly, trying to push through the barrier of it being the third day here at RSA. But I'm here right now excited to talk to Tony Origema. He's the Chief Revenue Officer for a company called Anomaly. Tony, welcome.
Thanks, Jeff.
To Broadcast Alley.
Appreciate it.
Tell us a little bit about yourself, how you got into the business of cybersecurity.
Yeah, absolutely. So I've been in cyber for about 20 years now.
Okay.
So I spent a bulk of my career at IBM Security, as part of the group that built that division and took it out. And of course, IBM is well known for QRadar and Guardium, but a host of other security solutions. So cut my teeth in a really wide swath of different technologies, and now obviously moved on and focused around security operations space.
And you work for this company called Anomaly.
Anomaly, yeah. So
a play on words, I guess.
Yeah, play on words, pun intended, I guess. Yeah. Let me tell you a little bit about Anomaly. So Anomaly's been around for a while. A lot of people know Anomaly. We're a Silicon Valley company. We're based down here in Redwood City, so we're local. And we have what we call an AI-powered security operations platform. Okay. It's a proprietary big data engine, and what we try to do is solve for a lot of the limitations of legacy security operations tools around visibility, speed, performance, and try to simplify a lot of what has gotten concocted together around SIM, XDR, MDR, ETL, TIP, and all of these different things. And we take an approach to make this very naturalistic and very simple, but also open up a much wider set of telemetry that people can use to secure themselves.
So you're that machine in Willy Wonka where everything goes into it and now comes a nice delectable piece of candy that can be easily consumed.
Yeah, so I talk about this a lot with customers. So a lot of people know Anomaly from our history in intelligence, and we still focus a lot on intelligence, because if you think about what it is, detecting a threat is something that is a byproduct of a rule that you've set. It doesn't necessarily tell you whether or not that's a valid threat or not. So what we've always brought to the table is intelligence to confirm whether or not that's a threat and what's the priority level of that threat. And the way that we've done that is we've consumed a massive amount of data, understood the context of that data in context of who you are, what your business is, what you're doing, and what is the telemetry around it, to say, yeah, that actually is a threat. So yeah, there's a little bit of Willy Wonka magic that happens in there.
Well, and I have a DoD background going back many years, let's say, where the idea of anomaly detection had to do with my earliest memories of it is detecting things that might be flying towards you from over the horizon where you're not seeing it until too late. Yeah. So, but even migrating into the tech world, into the internet world, into now what we call cyber, it was all about learning what's normal so that you're more likely to detect the not normal.
Yeah, absolutely.
Anomaly.
Yeah.
So I get it on the concept.
Yeah.
So how has Anomaly as a company changed over the last 10 years? How have you evolved given the changing world that we're in?
Yeah, I think it's always interesting because our intent was always around big data. How do you consume a large amount of data, make sense of it, and act on the things that are really pertinent to you? And I love that analysis, like, let's look over the horizon, what's out there, right? And so if you're sitting on passive threat detection rules and things like that, you're always waiting for something to hit you. And the whole idea of Anomaly is let's look out at intelligence. And what is intelligence? It's telling you about what's actually happening out in the environment. Threat actors, threat vectors, different techniques that are being used, and then warning you ahead of time these things, and it can affect you because of who you are and what you're doing and the tools that you're using. That's what we do. We focus that around specifically threat intelligence. But what we were solving for along the way was really a big data problem. How do you consume that kind of data? And what customers were continually coming to us saying, well, can I give you telemetry that I can't get my existing tools to understand, or I can't get my tools to scale to, because
Right.
it's just really big and gnarly.
Yep.
And what we realized was we were really solving for something that was bigger out there, which is people aren't getting to the visibility that they need. The
Mhm.
tools that they're using aren't able to understand that data. And what we've built out is something that can scale to petabytes of data, really massive. And so people are bringing us in to solve for those deep threat hunting tools,
Yep.
but also in some cases completely displace their security operations. There's just a simpler way to go about it.
Yeah, it's not like we've made this problem any easier over time by synthesizing and drilling down and simplifying the data that's out there. I mean, it's more and more and more and more every day. And what I'm hearing you say is all the companies go out and buy all the fancy products that produce all this data, and then what? And we've certainly heard of breaches over the years where the companies might have had the detection tool in place and it might have been screaming, there's something happening,
Yes.
but there was so much noise they didn't notice that little blinky light or the screaming or the siren.
Absolutely. I mean, there's multiple levels to that challenge. I mean, one of it is just the proliferation of tools, and we all know this. Love
Yeah.
RSA, I love this industry, but you go down to the floor, how do you figure out how are you going to apply all these tools? And when you bring in 75 plus tools into an enterprise environment,
Yeah.
there's no way you can run those tools effectively. So you have flashing lights going on all the time. How do you know you got your eyeballs in the right one? And there's certainly been a lot of attempts through SOAR platforms and different integration platforms to try to automate that, but that problem still persists, right? And that's
Right.
a lot of what we focus on. I love the word you use, simplify. We want to make this really simple. And
Right.
the way that we invite customers in to engage with it is engage with it in natural language. Yes, it's AI, but it's really about how does you as a human being saying, this is the business that I'm in, how am I exposed by risks out in the environment based on what I do and where my telemetry is coming in, whether that's in-house, through the cloud, and everywhere. And so that simplification is what we're trying to do. And I get asked that question all the time, and came up actually twice today, is how do I leverage you guys to just give me an overview of what's happening across our environment? And that's a great use case for how people use us.
Yeah, I had this thought yesterday, and I'm surprised some PR marketing person hasn't figured it out yet, but some sort of concept of how do you eat the cyber elephant,
Yeah.
one cyber bite at a time or something like that, or more, maybe 1 petabyte at a time. Let's have a little bit of fun
Yeah.
with it. Out of curiosity, are you taking any and all data these days, or are you more focused on collectively what would be the output of security products?
So we can work with any type of data. So
Okay.
obviously we've put our laser focus on security telemetry,
Mhm.
but oftentimes the use cases that we end up solving are, most people will call it fusion. Right?
Mhm.
Okay, so now I want to look at OT data, I want to look at IT data,
Right.
I want to look at fraud, I want to look at all these different elements, and that's the beauty of what we built. It's a big data engine. I think
Mhm.
it's one of the fastest and scalable engines out there, but we've been working on out-of-the-box use cases that are completely outside of not even just security and IT, but research, and how do you use that engine to look at what I have people in the lines of business doing, and can I leverage this technology? So it's really been a fun thing to do with customers.
Are you able to sort of tailor searches to specific targets or specific potential targets or specific data sets that clients are more worried about protecting than maybe another
Yeah,
data
absolutely.
set?
So that's one of the beauties of what our Copilot does. We have Anomaly Copilot, which is our AI engine. The unique
Okay.
part about that is it's working off of our intelligence repository. So again, that history and what people know Anomaly well is we have the world's largest repository of intelligence.
Okay.
And so when you're working in our Copilot, it is working off that intelligence repository.
Mhm.
What that does is, one, it makes it safe, it makes it a lot higher fidelity, but also it's closed repository, so it doesn't hallucinate, and it gives you really high fidelity answers. But what we're able to do then is allow you to interact with it in a very naturalistic way, and if you give us data models, then you can start to focus in on, I want to know about these specific things. So it's a reasoning engine around that technology and then
Mhm.
around that telemetry. So so you can ask it very simple things about, hey, what's MoveIt? What's
Mhm.
LockBit? What do I need to worry about there? Am I affected? There's really interesting things that you can apply there.
Out of curiosity, and I hope this is not a curveball question, but I have heard several discussions throughout the week and throughout the previous year or so of some of the concerns about some of these emerging technologies and emerging capabilities, let's say, where this data set that you're collecting, is it a particular client's data set, or is it all the data set, and how are you addressing the concerns of some that are concerned about how you're consuming my data and possibly sharing it with a competitor or things like that?
So I think first of all, you've got to look at that data inside of a safe container. So in our case, we're cloud-based. We work at AWS. Those are in secure containers, and we work inside of that environment. Okay. Number two, we don't pull anything into our engines on the back end, right? Okay. Well, we will look at the data. We don't ingest any of that data, and that is a problem that certain engines have incurred here because they're leaching data on the back end and they're exposing it, right? Which is a real no, you should never be doing that. And we answer that question all the time from customers and prospects to say, well, what happens to my data? If I point it to you, do I have to give it to you? No, just point it at us. You put it in the safest place you want it. We will never pull or extract anything from you. From it and keep it. And that's something everybody should ask.
You're reviewing it, characterizing it, capturing data points about it, metadata, to use a dated term, metadata type of thing.
Metadata, absolutely.
Characteristics.
Characteristics, trends, right.
So in some sense it's anonymized kind of right out of the gate.
Yeah.
Interesting. Okay. I would be remiss for our audience, they know that I work in the PCI field, and PCI has been around for 20 years now and just rolled out version 4. And one of the changes that are happening in version 4 that is requiring, and of course these are all entities, organizations that deal somehow with payment card security, so the protection of the credit card number, the debit card number, and anything associated with that. One of the requirements in terms of logging and monitoring is the reviewing of the logs, the reviewing of the data, and PCI has been trying for probably 15 years to move organizations to a more continuous monitoring type of concept, but in version 4 they're saying, okay, you get a grace period, so it's a new rule, will be enforced next April, but definitely requires the automated review of data. Do you have clients that kind of play in that space? Are you ready to help them with that?
Yeah, well, we certainly have a lot of financial services, a lot of retail clients that PCI is one of their top 3 main concerns. And you're right. I mean, whether it's regulatory, government requirements of continuous monitoring, having a multi-year history on file so we can go back and look at it. These are all problems. When I go back to talking about the visibility challenge, that's the real visibility challenge. The tools that they're sitting on aren't capable of doing that. It's very expensive in some cases to do that, and that's where we think we're helping out a lot. Is they're looking to us, who's saying, okay, this is a tool that I can actually get the speed, scale, and performance I need to actually keep that stuff running on a continuous loop and go back. So we can go back 7+ years without any challenge and slow down in the performance. So it helps that challenge a lot.
Cool. We've only got a few minutes left. Sort of open floor. What's the message that you're really trying to get to the RSA community today and our audience at large?
Yeah. So I think for us, it's all about how do we help businesses protect what they do and propel businesses forward. What we're trying to do is liberate people from all of these different siloed security operations tools that they've used, right? And we have created kind of a logjam here, a lot of different things, right? So get away from the tools. Look at what you're trying to do in your business. What are you trying to protect from? Based on your business, what's your highest level of risk? Get the visibility that you need. Bring all of that data to one place where you can actually look all of it. Be current. The threats that are impacting you now are likely have been there for 6 months or longer in a lot of cases. If you're not looking at that history in continuous basis, you're missing things. So you're not going to detect things that are actually present inside of your environment. So look for tools that can give you that full visibility. Look for tools that unlock you out of proprietary query language and building, right? The thing about AI is everybody's out here talking about it. It's a beautiful thing if you can leverage it to go from human to machine language, and that's part of what we do. Talk to it, it will create that query language for you. You can augment it from there, but we can help bring on analysts, give them all that visibility, but they could be 2 days out of school and they could be operating our platform doing intense querying just simply by human interface with our. So I would encourage everybody, look at what you're trying to do before you're looking for the next tool.
What I like to call the purpose. Why are you doing what you're doing?
Always got to start with the why.
Yeah. Well, great. Appreciate your time
Absolutely,
today. Appreciate learning a little bit more about Anomaly. For those of us listening, if you want to find out more, go to securityweekly.com/anomaly. That's with an I and then RSAC. We want to thank you. We'll be back in a few minutes. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
preference from new wave to synthwave. Find us at securityweekly.com/subscribe or look for Application Security Weekly wherever you pick your podcasts.
Welcome to RSA Conference. We're here recording live from Broadcast Alley in Moscone West. This interview is sponsored by Yubico. I'm your host, Mandy Logan, and joining me is Christopher Harrell, Chief Technology Officer at Yubico. Christopher, thank you for joining us.
Thanks for having me. It's nice to be here.
It's wonderful, especially because you are bringing something that to me is kind of a massive undertaking. You're discussing being able to make passwords less vulnerable and moving beyond that into what you're calling phishing resistant. Can you please go into more of what is meant by that?
Sure. My hope is that we are able to build not just protection around systems that use passwords, but maybe eliminate those entirely and build passwordless experiences that are also safe to use. And the primary thing that we look at from a safety perspective is what attackers are doing in the real world, and mostly they're tricking people into handing over their credentials. So we focus very heavily on things that are phishing resistant. So Yubico is the creator of a protocol called FIDO that we created with Google back in 2012-ish, I believe. And the goal at that time was to create something that could be paired with a username and password to prevent phishing. And since then, we've evolved that protocol to remove the username and password entirely, maintain that phishing resistance, and increase the user experience and the speed with which people can authenticate while sacrificing none of the security.
That's fascinating. Now, a side question, I've always wondered, do you have any background on why an external key was thought to be the most useful?
Sure. A little origin story for Yubico. Our founder had a family member that was tricked into having turned over credentials that allowed exploitation of their banking account in the country where they were in. And she looked at her husband and said, "Hey, you work in these nuclear power plants, and they have these smart card security things. Why can't we have those everywhere to protect people so they don't get their stuff stolen? And it seems like something that's worthwhile." And he said, "Oh, there's drivers and there's readers and there's all this stuff that makes it complicated." And she looked at him and she said, "Well, I plug in my keyboard, and it doesn't need a reader or a driver or anything, it just works." And that was kind of the origin of maybe we should start there. So when we first created Yubico, we tried to figure out a way to do things that made it harder to share the one-time password codes that were common at the time. And then later, as we worked with more advanced companies that were willing to push the envelope on technology and didn't have to rely on just a username and password field that we were abusing with a one-time password, we built our own protocols that would make it possible to dispense with that and use modern cryptography to prevent those things from happening at all.
Now, coming from that origin story to more modern times right now with Yubico, my understanding is that you've advanced from that to actually having your own cryptographic library.
We have. So the YubiKey itself from the beginning has been a hardware device that does all of its own computation, and we obviously depend on chip manufacturers and things like that to provide us with hardware that we can run our firmware on these devices. And over time we've taken steps to make sure that we have as much control as possible on all of the code that's running on that device, including all the cryptographic operations now with our own library to do those things.
That's really awesome. Right now with Yubico, will you tell us a little bit more of where you are focusing and what you're most excited about on where the company is headed?
So I think that this week we've announced a couple of things that are exciting. The next version of our firmware is version 5.7, which is available for sale later this month. And it brings a couple of features that have made it easier for enterprises and more advanced users to adopt the protocols that we've built and that are adopted by browsers and platforms all over the world. So, of course, we include the cryptographic library that we were talking about, but we've also added support for the latest version of the FIDO protocol, which we spend time working to enhance a great deal. And we've also seen that as the technologies we created to replace passwords with a seamless user experience, have been adopted more, that people want to store more credentials on the device. So we've increased the amount of storage for the one-time password credentials, for the FIDO credentials, up to 100 for FIDO, and I think 64 now for the one-time passwords. So many things are being adopted more, and they need more advanced features and more credentials, so we've got that covered. We've also seen that people are starting to prepare for the threat of potential quantum attacks on cryptographic algorithms, so we've added support for larger key sizes. That is the short-term answer to those things that make it harder for potentially quantum computers, once they are advanced enough, to attack those algorithms. And we've also added support for more enterprise features related to pin management, pin complexity, pin change on first use, those kinds of things.
Interesting. So in being able to support larger keys, like I understand you expanded to RSA 3072 and RSA 4096.
That's right.
Now, what is your view on, does that really have an edge if tomorrow quantum computing was all around us?
Well, quantum computing is around us today.
Okay.
The question is, when are quantum computers advanced enough to perform real-world attacks on existing algorithms? And we've had answers from experts saying from 5 to 20 years for the last 5 to 20 years. So we don't really know when that's going to happen. It won't happen overnight. It'll be advances slowly, where the number of qubits and the amount of interconnection and error correction happens such that those attacks can be feasible. But this is the right first step. We're, of course, working with standards bodies and experimenting with algorithms as they've just been standardized to see when it makes sense to build something that is a post-quantum algorithm in tandem with a classical algorithm. Because there's some danger in adopting algorithms too early, because you find new attacks. New crypto is always scary, so we think it's better to turn up the knob a little bit on the existing crypto for now, while we're experimenting with the future crypto, and then figure out when the right time to merge those things is.
Okay, so please come back to this idea about the phishing-resistant user, and especially from the viewpoint of a CISO or the SOC analyst, the people that are in the field and trenches. What is Yubico offering that specifically enhances phishing resistance?
Sure. Let's first talk about what phishing resistance means, and then we'll get to the user as opposed to the authenticator. The thing that we have seen for a long time is people tricking others into handing over credentials. And when it's a code on your phone or clicking yes, that's very easy. So you can have a fully passwordless experience where you use your phone to click yes, and you've just let the attacker in. You don't know because you were expecting to be logging in. You thought you were logging into a legitimate site, but you weren't. So that's probably the most common way that attackers steal and gain access to systems that they shouldn't have access to. And the protocols we designed prevent that by using public-private key cryptography. So the authentication event, like when somebody is authenticating, making sure that that mechanism is phishing resistant is only part of the battle. And we saw a real-world example of that during the SolarWinds attack. And what happened was the virtual machine that one of the companies involved, I don't want to name and shame, but one of the companies involved used virtual machines to control access, and you needed to have a virtual machine which was managed and allowed on the network. And the mechanism for doing account recovery for that and enrollment of those VMs was not phishing resistant. So when you close the front door and you put a lock on it and you prevent phishing there, if you haven't closed the other doors and locked them, the attackers just use those other doors as well. So when I think about a phishing-resistant user, it's not just an authentication event. It's the whole account lifecycle management. What happens when you enroll? What happens when you lose a device? What happens when you do something that's a step-up authentication? Are you asking the authentication to happen again? Because if you've got things like session theft or potentially not trustworthy devices, all those things have to be considered. So the whole phishing-resistant journey of a user, from onboarding to loss and recovery to offboarding.
And that was actually one of my questions, was about the loss. Very quickly, can you give some information on how is loss attenuated once it happened?
Yeah, absolutely. The simplest thing is we tell people, have two keys.
Right.
Most of the companies that we've talked to who were worried about things like, oh, what happens if I lose my key, find that for the most part people don't.
Okay.
Certainly if they're using a key built into a device or something and they lose the device or upgrade it or it gets stolen or broken, that's a challenge. But people haven't lost their house keys in a long time for the most part in professional settings, so it doesn't happen even though people are worried about it. The second thing we say is give them two keys, and then there's less likelihood of that happening, so that helps a lot as well. But eventually, there will be scenarios where people are traveling and lose things, or where their devices break, or where something happens, the cat eats it or runs off with it or gets dropped into a vent. Things happen, right?
True.
Lots of interesting things on Twitter have happened. We've been surprised. It's been fun. But yeah, we've actually announced a service that we've building with Okta first, and it's what we call pre-registration.
Okay.
So there's two problems with recovery and with onboarding for that matter. When you get a key, how do you enroll it? And depending on which IDP you have, it can be quite easy or it can be quite complicated. One of them has more than 30 steps that a user has to take to enroll the key. And some users just get confused or get stuck, and it really slows down the rollout. So we'd like to give them a key that will work right out of the box without sacrificing security. So this solution I'll describe solves that problem. But we'd also like to be able to get people a key that just works with their account if they were to need a replacement of some sort. So the pre-registration solution is where you have a workflow and an approval process that is outside of Yubico in a workflow management system, ServiceNow or Okta Workflows or something like that. And it tells Yubico, we'd like you to create a credential for this user. It creates it on a YubiKey. It tells us the verified address that they want to ship it to. And then we hand them either back a randomized PIN or they hand us an encrypted PIN, which we handle entirely in hardware. And then we ship the key to the user, and the company takes care of delivering the PIN to the user out of band. So when they get the key in the mail, they're able to take it and use it with that PIN. We can use the new functionality in 5.7 with forced PIN change on first use, so then it's not a PIN that anybody else has ever known. And that helps for onboarding, for recovery, safely, no lifecycle management problems where you call somebody you don't know and tell them to turn off your 2FA because I lost it. The number of people that have been attacked through that mechanism are too high, so we'd really like to get that service out. General available later this year and early access mid-yearish.
So my understanding in the onboarding process is that there are controls built into YubiKey's setup that requires the PIN that is selected is not an easily guessable PIN.
Yeah, absolutely. I actually forgot to mention that functionality earlier. So in version 5.7, we have the optional ability to have PIN complexity. And so PIN complexity is, it makes it so that the user can't choose something simple like 1111 or 1234. We find that beyond a small number, as specified in NIST, of static passwords or repeating patterns, that the passwords diversify enough, and with the lockout controls, you can't guess an infinite number of times. You have a number of tries and then the device is locked out. That provides a lot of comfort for enterprises as they're deploying and maybe have policies that require them to do something a little more than the baseline. And then from a risk perspective, it makes actually a surprisingly big difference. The number of people I've had in industry who were testing these keys early on who said, hey, I think this thing's broken. I said, hey, what pin are you trying to set? And of course it was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
And you would assume not. You would assume of anybody in the industry would choose not to do that.
Which shows why this control is important, even for people that know what they're doing. It reminds you.
Absolutely. We are creatures of habit.
Everything's temporary, right?
It is. Oh my goodness. So I'm curious then, because the YubiKey itself has the fingerprint the metric reader, correct?
We do have a device that has a fingerprint. Some do and some don't. So the YubiKey Bio has a fingerprint reader, and the others have a capacitive touch sensor that you pair with a pen. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Now, is there any specific benefit in making sure that something is phishing resistant that comes by virtue of having that biometric on the key?
Yes and no. It's more about the context in which it's used. So both devices provide phishing resistant protocols, and if you use those protocols, then the authentication event will be phishing resistant. But where is the user using that? On what devices are they using it? And how does it work? We think of biometrics primarily as a convenience factor for a PIN, because when you enroll a biometric, you need to set a PIN. Even on your phone, when you set it up, it needs you to set a PIN, then you can set a biometric. And the reason for that is if your biometric gets locked out, or if you need to tie encryption material to something, you really need a PIN to be able to back that up. You know, if I hurt my hand or something like that, you really need a backup. So there are enterprise scenarios where you can not have a PIN and only have a biometric. You do supervised enrollment to make sure the person's only enrolling their fingerprint and not their friend's fingerprint or a rubber banana or whatever the case may be. But for the most part, end users have a PIN with which they use a fingerprint as a convenience factor. But that's important in the context of where you're using it. If you're using it in a public place where like typing your PIN might be not something you want to do.
Compromisable, yes.
So you can use the fingerprint and people can't oversee that. So it depends a lot. Always phishing resistant, but like local PIN overseeing, if that's important to you or if the convenience of biometric is important to you, get the biometric key. When we first demoed it, we actually had to slow it down and repeat it because the experience of logging in was so uncomfortable to people. You would walk up to a computer that was new, you'd never logged into before. You would plug in the YubiKey Bio, you'd touch the fingerprint sensor, and you were logged into your account. And people said, what just happened? Like, I didn't have to type in anything.
Right.
It was so fast, like, show me again. I don't, like, why was that? It didn't feel safe to them, because people think that security and usability, like, there has to be a little friction, or it doesn't feel safe. But I really love that we've managed to find a way to increase security and usability at the same time.
Absolutely. I mean, being able to create, like you're talking about, the phishing resistant user, that is a sense of comfort as an end user, and for, I think, all of the security team, everybody who is focused on this, through IT network, everybody who does that. And I just hope that maybe the fingerprint scanner would somehow help thwart the increase in deep fakes, or in cloning, voice cloning being done, or anything else that was compromising users that much more quickly, where they actually were showing, well, here, this is my fingerprint, so it can't possibly be that.
So fun. It's actually there's 2 points you brought up there that are kind of interesting. One is the convenience and the familiarity with biometrics. So when we first looked at doing biometrics, because we've been thinking about this for a long time, people really disliked them. They didn't want to use them. So it wasn't until consumer technology broadly had biometrics in them that people were feeling more comfortable about the idea of using them. So that, I think, was a prerequisite from a mentality perspective.
Okay.
But there's nothing about using a fingerprint that's more secure than using the PIN, unless you just happen to be in a place where the PIN can be overseen. You know, the vast majority of your attackers, 99 and 5 nines worth of your attackers, aren't physically next to you, so you're always protected from that perspective. The idea that people now view biometrics as something that gives them more comfort, I think is good, because then they can adopt these technologies without feeling quite so apprehensive as they did before.
That is wonderful. I want to thank you, Christopher, for being with us, and I definitely encourage everyone to go to securityweekly.com/Yubico RSAC to find out more. You can also check out all of our RSAC coverage at securityweekly.com/RSAC. Thank you for joining us today.
My pleasure.
Thanks.
Application Security Weekly delivers interviews and news from the worlds of AppSec, DevOps, and all the other ways people find and fix software flaws. Join us as we explore how the latest news highlights modern security practices or reminds us of the missing ones. We also bring insights from interviews on topics from training to threat modeling, from open source tools to cloud-native techniques, plus an occasional reference from new wave to synthwave. Find us at securityweekly.com/subscribe or look for Application Security Weekly wherever you pick your podcasts.
Hi, folks. I'm Adrian Sanabria, the host of Enterprise Security Weekly. Every week, we interview the most interesting folks we can find talking about the most pressing cybersecurity issues and challenges facing the enterprise today. Myself and my co-hosts have each been in the industry for decades, long enough to see the patterns in the industry and explore where trends are going. In addition to enterprise challenges, we also follow the vendor space, the most interesting security startups emerging, technology and product trends, all the most interesting funding and acquisition announcements. Finally, we love to discuss the latest trends in tech and how they'll impact cybersecurity. If you're wondering how the latest in AI, quantum computing, cloud, and DevOps is going to impact security a few years down the road, you should follow the Enterprise Security Weekly podcast.
Application Security Weekly delivers interviews and news from the worlds of AppSec, DevOps, and all the other ways people find and fix software flaws. Join us as we explore how the latest news highlights modern security practices or reminds us of the missing ones. We also bring insights from interviews on topics from training to threat modeling, from open source tools to cloud-native techniques, plus an occasional reference from new wave to synthwave. Find us at securityweekly.com/subscribe or look for Application Security Weekly wherever you pick your podcasts.
Hi, folks. I'm Adrian Sanabria, the host of Enterprise Security Weekly. Every week, we interview the most interesting folks we can find talking about the most pressing cybersecurity issues and challenges facing the enterprise today. Myself and my co-hosts have each been in the industry for decades, long enough to see the patterns in the industry and explore where trends are going. In addition to enterprise challenges, we also follow the vendor space, the most interesting security startups emerging, technology and product trends, all the most interesting funding and acquisition announcements. Finally, we love to discuss the latest trends in tech and how they'll impact cybersecurity. If you're wondering how the latest in AI, quantum computing, cloud, and DevOps is going to impact security a few years down the road, you should follow the Enterprise Security Weekly podcast.
Application Security Weekly delivers interviews and news from the worlds of AppSec, DevOps, and all the other ways people find and fix software flaws. Join us as we explore how the latest news highlights modern security practices or reminds us of the missing ones. We also bring insights from interviews on topics from training to threat modeling, from open source tools to cloud-native techniques, plus an occasional reference from new wave to synthwave. Find us at securityweekly.com/subscribe or look for Application Security Weekly wherever you pick your podcasts.
Hi, folks. I'm Adrian Sanabria, the host of Enterprise Security Weekly. Every week, we interview the most interesting folks we can find talking about the most pressing cybersecurity issues and challenges facing the enterprise today. Myself and my co-hosts have each been in the industry for decades, long enough to see the patterns in the industry and explore where trends are going. In addition to enterprise challenges, we also follow the vendor space, the most interesting security startups emerging, technology and product trends, all the most interesting funding and acquisition announcements. Finally, we love to discuss the latest trends in tech and how they'll impact cybersecurity. If you're wondering how the latest in AI, quantum computing, cloud, and DevOps is going to impact security a few years down the road, you should follow the Enterprise Security Weekly podcast.
Application Security Weekly delivers interviews and news from the worlds of AppSec, DevOps, and all the other ways people find and fix software flaws. Join us as we explore how the latest news highlights modern security practices or reminds us of the missing ones. We also bring insights from interviews on topics from training to threat modeling, from open source tools to cloud-native techniques, plus an occasional reference from new wave to synthwave. Find us at securityweekly.com/subscribe or look for Application Security Weekly wherever you pick your podcasts.
Hi, folks. I'm Adrian Sanabria, the host of Enterprise Security Weekly. Every week, we interview the most interesting folks we can find talking about the most pressing cybersecurity issues and challenges facing the enterprise today. Myself and my co-hosts have each been in the industry for decades, long enough to see the patterns in the industry and explore where trends are going. In addition to enterprise challenges, we also follow the vendor space, the most interesting security startups emerging, technology and product trends, all the most interesting funding and acquisition announcements. Finally, we love to discuss the latest trends in tech and how they'll impact cybersecurity. If you're wondering how the latest in AI, quantum computing, cloud, and DevOps is going to impact security a few years down the road, you should follow the Enterprise Security Weekly podcast.
Application Security Weekly delivers interviews and news from the worlds of AppSec, DevOps, and all the other ways people find and fix software flaws. Join us as we explore how the latest news highlights modern security practices or reminds us of the missing ones. We also bring insights from interviews on topics from training to threat modeling, from open source tools to cloud-native techniques, plus an occasional reference from new wave to synthwave. Find us at securityweekly.com/subscribe or look for Application Security Weekly wherever you pick your podcasts.
Hi, folks. I'm Adrian Sanabria, the host of Enterprise Security Weekly. Every week, we interview the most interesting folks we can find talking about the most pressing cybersecurity issues and challenges facing the enterprise today. Myself and my co-hosts have each been in the industry for decades, long enough to see the patterns in the industry and explore where trends are going. In addition to enterprise challenges, we also follow the vendor space, the most interesting security startups emerging, technology and product trends, all the most interesting funding and acquisition announcements. Finally, we love to discuss the latest trends in tech and how they'll impact cybersecurity. If you're wondering how the latest in AI, quantum computing, cloud, and DevOps is going to impact security a few years down the road, you should follow the Enterprise Security Weekly podcast.
Application Security Weekly delivers interviews and news from the worlds of AppSec, DevOps, and all the other ways people find and fix software flaws. Join us as we explore how the latest news highlights modern security practices or reminds us of the missing ones. We also bring insights from interviews on topics from training to threat modeling, from open source tools to cloud-native techniques, plus an occasional reference from new wave to synthwave. Find us at securityweekly.com/subscribe or look for Application Security Weekly wherever you pick your podcasts.
Hi, folks. I'm Adrian Sanabria, the host of Enterprise Security Weekly. Every week, we interview the most interesting folks we can find talking about the most pressing cybersecurity issues and challenges facing the enterprise today. Myself and my co-hosts have each been in the industry for decades, long enough to see the patterns in the industry and explore where trends are going. In addition to enterprise challenges, we also follow the vendor space, the most interesting security startups emerging, technology and product trends, all the most interesting funding and acquisition announcements. Finally, we love to discuss the latest trends in tech and how they'll impact cybersecurity. If you're wondering how the latest in AI, quantum computing, cloud, and DevOps is going to impact security a few years down the road, you should follow the Enterprise Security Weekly podcast.
Application Security Weekly delivers interviews and news from the worlds of AppSec, DevOps, and all the other ways people find and fix software flaws. Join us as we explore how the latest news highlights modern security practices or reminds us of the missing ones. We also bring insights from interviews on topics from training to threat modeling, from open source tools to cloud-native techniques, plus an occasional reference from new wave to synthwave. Find us at securityweekly.com/subscribe or look for Application Security Weekly wherever you pick your podcasts.
Hi, folks. I'm Adrian Sanabria, the host of Enterprise Security Weekly. Every week, we interview the most interesting folks we can find, talking about the most pressing cybersecurity issues and challenges facing the enterprise today. Myself and my co-hosts have each been in the industry for decades, long enough to see the patterns in the industry and explore where trends are going. In addition to enterprise challenges, we also follow the vendor space, the most interesting security startups emerging, technology and product trends, all the most interesting funding and acquisition announcements. Finally, we love to discuss the latest trends in tech and how they'll impact cybersecurity. If you're wondering how the latest in AI, quantum computing, cloud, and DevOps is going to impact security a few years down the road, you should follow the Enterprise Security Weekly podcast.
Application Security Weekly delivers interviews and news from the worlds of AppSec, DevOps, and all the other ways people find and fix software flaws. Join us as we explore how the latest news highlights modern security practices or reminds us of the missing ones. We also bring insights from interviews on topics from training to threat modeling, from open source tools to cloud-native techniques, plus an occasional reference from new wave to synthwave. Find us at securityweekly.com/subscribe or look for Application Security Weekly wherever you pick your podcasts.
Hi, folks. I'm Adrian Sanabria, the host of Enterprise Security Weekly.
In Moscone West. This interview is sponsored by Direct Defense. I'm your host, Ben Carr, and joining me is Jim Broom, President and CTO of Direct Defense.
Jim.
How's it going, buddy?
Yeah, it's
Long
great
time
to
no
have
see.
you here. Exactly. We were just talking about that. Yeah. What have you been up to?
Doing really good with direct defense, but also advancing in life. There, kiddos are getting older, so downsizing. We were just talking about.
Exactly. Yeah. What do you think of RSA this year? How's it?
It's been a really good show. Definitely interesting to see some of the newer themes, especially with the new AI and infused products that are coming to market, and folks like CrowdStrike, who we're partnered with as well as your day job.
Yeah, Halcyon,
and working with Halcyon to solve the ransomware problem. So
Yeah, look, it's been interesting, right? Like over the last several years, I think we've really seen kind of the emergence of AI as a thing. It certainly tends to be the theme of the show this year. Like, if you're not talking about AI, like you're probably not at RSA.
Yep.
I guess when I think about that, though, AI has been around for a long time, and when we think about AI, I've been doing some discussions with people, and the way I look at it is AI is the large bubble, but inside that bubble, we have generative AI, and then within that LLM, and a lot of people tend to be confusing them, but in the general scope of AI, it's been around for a while, it's been part of security, but why is it such a thing now? Like, why are we seeing kind of this emergence?
Well, on the Defender side, you're definitely seeing AI modeling being applied to multiple products really to help start solving the lack of resource problem, aka humans. To actually, butts in seat is still a major problem. Depending on whose stats you're going by, we're still 700,000 placements short. So having AI to help defenders identify faster, better, stronger, and respond faster is definitely part of that modeling. But more importantly, the attackers are starting to spend a little bit of money these couple of years. We've definitely seen from a phishing campaign that cost the threat actor less than $10 for every successful hit last couple of years. Now they're up to $11, and they're in chat GPT enabling the the thing. So we've definitely seen, especially last year, right after Black Hat, towards that September timeframe, the amount of successful phishing went off the charts.
Sure.
Especially as a managed service provider, we're definitely seeing successful hits time and time again. And when we started looking at the quality of the campaigns being launched by the threat actors, like, all right, this is well written. Pretty much everything you're taught in user awareness training, 95% of that's been solved.
It doesn't work anymore.
Right. It's well written. It's articulate. There's no spelling errors. It's probably got your own vernacular because they profiled it and tuned it to you to look for your buzzwords to get that implied accuracy in there. And so we were definitely seeing the threat actors being able to take advantage from that side.
Yeah, I think you hit this interesting concept, and we've certainly been talking about it at Halcyon, of this, it's being done as a business, it's being done as a service, right? Like instead of security of old, where it was, script kiddie, somewhat malicious in nature, you certainly had nation state happening. There was this concern about, how security is actually approaching threats. Now it's really the monetization, right?
Yeah,
it's how they've turned it into a business, and I think, again, I feel like I'm beating the drum around Change Healthcare, but when you look at the value of that, you think this is all a business, and it's all about the monetization, and the more we monetize it, the more the hackers, the threat actors are interested in actually figuring out how to tune it more as a business and make it less costly on there, and an AI starts to do that for them.
I mean, teasingly, we all talk on the business side about margin. They're talking about margin as well, and pay off on that. So the fact that we can see them enabling some API lookups and some open sources on their side of the equation in the dark web to find legitimate login accounts into medical applications in your scenario there, to get a viable foot in the door, and then from there leapfrog into other solutions that are again being leveraged, and what's their path, what's their model. A lot of that is AI influenced.
So as we look at other areas of AI, right, deepfakes, like how real of a threat is that? Like, is that a thing, like, everyone needs to be worried about in their personal life as well as their business life, or is that harder than the media's making out?
Had you asked me that before 2 weeks ago, my answer would have been, it takes a lot of money and a lot of effort. Well, courtesy of Microsoft and the VASA 1 research, now with a live audio track and one picture of the person they're looking to interpret or impersonate, they actually have a viable model that gives a lot of mannerisms, and you can move and orient the face to look like a real human talking to you. The only caveat to that is it's a recorded track, but we're not too far away from live audio being fed into this model.
Yeah, and that's concerning, right? Because again, you mentioned that all the end user training we've done, it said like, look at the email, and if words aren't right, like throw that out, it's bad, right? So that's gone away. We've said, hey, if somebody sends you an email asking to change the account that they're transferring money into or make this payment, like pick up the phone and call them.
Right.
So that goes away, right?
Yeah, I mean, duplicating audio has been rather easy. You've seen picture or videos or movies from the 70s where they were using harmonics on a phone to sound like a female with a male voice, or vice versa. That's been relatively easy to do in real time. So always the voice validation was never completely okay. And so we've been advocating and preaching, like, by all means, turn your camera on, validate this.
Yeah.
Now with the VASTA 1, results, it's not too hard to come up with a valid script.
So
that would actually
any strategies you're thinking about to combat that? Like, how do you get in the way of that? Are we talking about like some type of personal video MFA kind of scenario?
Kinda.
Like
I mean, that's
check
kind of
codes.
that's part of it. Or if you've got a live interactive validation process, so maybe a pin code that has to be relayed. It's the audio sync is currently about a minute or two off from the reflection of the video. So I mean, we're getting down to seconds here.
So we're getting in this. It's almost in an AI versus AI competition, right?
Yeah,
so
I mean,
they're using deepfakes. We're going to use AI to then detect the micro differences that the human can't see, right?
Yeah. That's definitely one of the apply. Or even I'll give a shout out to normal security. One of the downstream effects of our current user awareness training is there's no more junk mail. It's all spam, and nowadays some CISOs actually reward their users to get implied usage of it, of everything. You be the first one to report and report the most. I give you a reward, maybe an Amazon gift card or something like that. Who handles all those now?
That becomes the
SOC.
That's the noise problem,
that's
right?
The noise
so
down to the SOC. So using abnormal, they're using AI to circle back and actually pick that report up and actually help the SOC stay ahead of the volume of just 95% false positive rate. It's just Bob Roselli doesn't know the difference between a hostile attack and legitimate junk mail.
So pivot a bit to the MSSP side of the equation, right? Which you have a specialty in and you're focused on it.
Yeah.
What can MSSPs help their customers do? How can you assist in kind of this emerging threat side from the AI attacks?
Well, again, number one is kind of our go-to on our strategy is actually be very, very consultative with customers, even at a at a service level. So sitting down and actually having a quarterly review of what the current threat actors are doing. So we talked about it yesterday with Adrian, but even the same thing of we saw thematic things coming from Scattered Spider last year that we were able to turn into early warning systems for ourselves and our customers. And just kind of going back to some basics in this scenario of if it doesn't look right, smell right, something's probably off, at least report it and let's come up with validation steps. But yeah, we're all actively looking for our own use of AI to actually accelerate our detection, to reduce dwell time, to get a more accurate response, and be able to actually help a customer. But at the same time, let's be practical and let's be real. There has to be some give and take in that scenario. So one of the examples we have is in certain verticals, customer can't actually give us full parity access.
Sure.
So I can't reset a global admin. In some cases, the threat actors are walking in with global admin accounts because they had compromised either a phone or done a successful phish and got those credentials. Now we're coming back like, hey, can you give me a one-off to help you? How do I call you? Because you guys are kind of slow on 2 a.m. on a Saturday, getting people to actually respond to this event that I'm screaming about. So coming
How
up
are
with
you seeing the customers interact with that? Are they willing to do that, or is
Short
that
answer
still
is yes.
something they're pushing back on?
No,
Okay.
I mean, some of them will work with you. Again, some verticals will prevent them from doing that. So it's really on them to make sure their staff 7/24 to respond when we can't assist beyond.
So what I'm hearing is if you have an MSSP, you have to have a really good partnership, right?
It's
not about treating
keyword.
it as like outsourcing it, and I'm just going to have them do it, and it's a black box. It's about partnership, right?
Exactly, yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So what are you doing to adapt your defense strategies to kind of counter these new threats?
I mean, today,
internally.
Internally for ourselves, let alone our customers, is on the AI front. Yeah, we're definitely looking at newer solutions. I mentioned abnormal for email email detection. Secondary ones are obviously point solutions that are looking at solving a specific problem, aka where you work at with Halcyon. And then secondarily is really looking at detection models at scale. Using learn models to look for the attack patterns that we do as red teamers. The other half of my company is a penetration testing company.
Sure.
So we come up with creative ways to defeat a lot of these things.
Yeah, you really got to know the attacker, know the threat, right? I think you mentioned that a little earlier in the conversation, was like kind of doing your due diligence, understanding what's going on. We produce the malicious quartile, where we actually look at those threat actors and break them down, and it's looking at the indicators and actually making sure that you're kind of focused on that versus focused on the vast amount of noise that's out there in the system.
Yeah, I mean, we even collaborated together, as service partners with a specific organization that the threat actor was able to get into their security device, the VPN, and work a way around until they found the one boxes that didn't have any protection on it.
Yeah, there was an interesting report that just came out, I think like today or yesterday, about VPNs are really non-existent anymore, right?
Right.
Because
they're all getting smashed.
Yeah, exactly. So what proactive measures can an organization take to kind of get in front of this, right? If I'm a CISO sitting butt in seat, and whether I'm doing this with my own team or I'm in partnership with a really good MSSP like Direct Defense, what should they look at? What are the things they should be focusing on right now?
Yeah, number one is step one, use your network. Let's see, sit down and actually have an open dialogue about what are the challenges we're seeing, what are the challenges you guys are facing. Direct action today is, there are a lot of people talking about AI models in their products today, so let's kind of sit down and, are they viable for you? Do you have the budget to
level set? What does that mean? Is it really an effective AI implementation, or is it just buzzwords?
Yeah, and so what's the real actionability of this technology? Can we operationalize it on our side and be a management partner for you in that scenario? But also have some just real frank conversations on here's things that still work, and it's not AI, it's a human. And so these are the compensating controls we can put in place just as a run state until we find a newer technology to help us.
So in general, when you're talking to your customer base, right, existing customers, do you find that they're pushing you as an MSSP to look at emergent technology and emergent threats, or do you find that you're generally kind of bringing stuff to them and there's a general unawareness, right? I think part of, because I'm assuming a lot of what you do is, there's a lot more small and medium business out there than there's large enterprise. And I think small and medium business, when I'm the CISO, I struggle a lot more with budget and availability of resources and staff to do that research. So I'm just wondering, what's the breakout? What's the play? How does that fit in?
Yeah, great question actually. So yeah, I mean, it's really the maturity of the organization or the individual, because butts in seat as a CISO. I mean, if you don't have the time to go out and see what's available, then by all means leverage your partners to see what's coming to market and how can you actually handle that. We do find ourselves doing a ton of education. Just as an ongoing, because I have to stay competitive, just as a service provider, and be aware what's hot, what's not. One of the reasons why we're out here and looking at newer solutions on specific things like cloud security posture management, those type of things.
I was going to ask you, is there anything at the show that you've seen or any interactions you've had with any vendors where you're like, and you don't have to name specific vendors if you don't want to, you can if you want to, that you're just like, yeah, I hadn't thought about that. That's an interesting space or an interesting area, or is it still a lot more of the same right now?
It's not so much a lot more of the same. It's really I'll give shouts to like Abnormal. It's a newer approach to trying to solve a problem we've had for a long time in the industry. There's been the legacy vendors protecting anti-spam and work productivity. Just a little bit better model that's come into play, and so you're seeing effectiveness and models, math models in this case, actually being applied and actually being highly successful. Same thing for the Halcyon product line. You guys have recently announced your visibility for FIM as well as just exfiltration detection.
Yeah, file exfiltration.
And so just simplistic things that features that are very viable in the technology that we can take and operationalize as a service provider. Because I can tell you, as an incident responder, my number 2 request is intellectual property theft. It's not infected laptop. It's IP theft.
Well, look, my largest concern when I was going through an incident, like certainly there's the incident you're dealing with in the instant, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, okay, we had something go on. How do we handle it? But the higher problem is, what's gone out? What's the data? Like, how do I identify that? I think from regulatory and compliance side, where we're seeing some enhanced, eyes on that right now, certainly with Tim Brown, but also I need to know, because I need to be able to categorize that, determine the blast radius, understand it,
and clock's running. So
as an MSSP, that must be one of the things you're trying to immediately figure out for your customers when something's going on.
Definitely giving it the old college try. Again, as you well know, the challenge with DLP today in its current forms is unstructured data versus structured data.
100%.
So, let's take the Microsoft ecosystem. You get it as part of your E5 subscription. Did you turn it on? Have you started marking up your documents? Because those customers make life easy. We actually have something trackable.
And DLP is a great example of technology that's been around for a long time, but it really, I guess, missed the implementation mark, right? Where it's been a struggle in the configuration, and you're right, structured versus unstructured data is super, super hard.
And then, honestly, the migration to the cloud is that reset. The reason why Microsoft has been very successful with it is everybody's putting their stuff out there now. So now we have a common storage platform, common naming conventions, or a common set of apps that we can now start hooking those into to actually be successful.
Jim, I want to thank you, man. That's been a great conversation. I think everybody learned a lot from this. So
again, thanks for participating.
Yeah.
Thank you for joining Security Weekly. Visit securityweekly/Yubico RSAC to find out more. Check out our RSA coverage at securityweekly.com/RSAC. That was the wrong one.
Hi, folks. I'm Adrian Sanabria, the host of Enterprise Security Weekly. Every week, we interview the most interesting folks we can find talking about the most pressing cybersecurity issues and challenges facing the enterprise today. Myself and my co-hosts have each been in the industry for decades, long enough to see the patterns in the industry and explore where trends are going. In addition to enterprise challenges, we also follow the vendor space, the most interesting security startups emerging, technology and product trends, all the most interesting funding and acquisition announcements. Finally, we love to discuss the latest trends in tech and how they'll impact cybersecurity. If you're wondering how the latest in AI, quantum computing, cloud, and DevOps is going to impact security a few years down the road, you should follow the Enterprise Security Weekly podcast.
Application Security Weekly delivers interviews and news from the worlds of AppSec, DevOps, and all the other ways people find and fix software flaws. Join us as we explore how the latest news highlights modern security practices or reminds us of the missing ones. We also bring insights from interviews on topics from training to threat modeling, from open source tools to cloud-native techniques, plus an occasional reference from new wave to synthwave. Find us at securityweekly.com/subscribe or look for Application Security Weekly wherever you pick your podcasts.
Hi, folks. I'm Adrian Sanabria, the host of Enterprise Security Weekly. Every week, we interview the most interesting folks we can find talking about the most pressing cybersecurity issues and challenges facing the enterprise today. Myself and my co-hosts have each been in the industry for decades, long enough to see the patterns in the industry and explore where trends are going. In addition to enterprise challenges, we also follow the vendor space, the most interesting security startups emerging, technology and product trends, all the most interesting funding and acquisition announcements. Finally, we love to discuss the latest trends in tech and how they'll impact cybersecurity. If you're wondering how the latest in AI, quantum computing, cloud, and DevOps is going to impact security a few years down the road, you should follow the Enterprise Security Weekly podcast.
Welcome back to RSA Conference 2024. I'm Jeff Mann, co-host of Paul Security Weekly, and we are broadcasting live from Broadcast Alley in Moscone West here in beautiful, sunny, and warm today, San Francisco. It's Wednesday, it's the third day of RSA, it's the late afternoon, and we're all getting a little bit punchy, so we're gonna have a fun conversation now. With me is Jason Kierstead. He's VP of Collective Threat Defense at a company called Cyware. Jason, welcome.
Thanks, Jeff. It's great to be here today.
Hey, first, tell us a little bit about yourself and how you got into cybersecurity.
So my background goes way back to about 22 years ago. I started with a startup called Q1 Labs. We built, at the time, it was actually what's nowadays called NDR, but back then it was like the NBAD space.
Okay.
We very quickly pivoted to the SIM space and built a product called QRadar. We were acquired by IBM in 2011. I stayed with the company for a long time. and decided to try some new things a few years ago, and found my way to Cyware. So a long history in cybersecurity technology. I'm starting on the engineering side, and then basically building my way through, working with a lot of customers and a lot of stuff in the threat intelligence and standards space. So in addition to my day job at Cyware, I sit on the board of directors of Oasis Open, which is a nonprofit body that stewards a lot of cybersecurity standards like Styx Taxi, Cacao, OpenC2. I also participate in First.org, Standards Committee. I've done a lot of things with the MITRE Center for Threat and Foreign Defense in the past. So I do a lot of stuff in open source, open standards, open security. I'm very passionate about this idea of collective defense and working together in the industry a lot more than we do today. I think that one of the biggest challenges in cybersecurity is that we just don't work enough together. We reinvent too many wheels. I could kind of talk all day about why I think that is, but there's reasons for it that have to do with just the culture of cybersecurity and secrecy. People hesitant to share and stuff, but what drove me to Cyware was the mission of the company to enable collective defense and try to break down those barriers and bring technology to the fore to help people share more effectively, help people collaborate more effectively.
So, I mean, you're sort of implying it with what you're saying in terms of the lack of collaboration, but give us a short working definition of what you mean when you say collective defense.
Sure. So collective defense it starts with sharing and operationalizing threat intelligence, right?
Okay.
Being able to, do the basic operations that people do in sharing bodies like ISACs and ISAOs, and secret squirrel clubs and others that shares threat information. But collective defense is the next level beyond just sharing threat intel. It's actually collaborating in real time around things like detection rules, around things like incident response playbooks, process and procedure, things like compliance and policy remediation. So when zero-day threat occurs and everybody is scrambling, trying to respond to the latest incident, instead of doing it in silos, in SOCs all over the industry, collaborating with your peers on that zero-day threat analysis so that you don't have 10 different SOC teams all trying to build the same detection rule for the same threat actor.
Right.
Why not build it together in a trust community? Because you'll save so much time, money, and effort doing it that way. Our adversaries are collaborating a lot better than we are, and that's what we at Cyware are trying to help enable.
I mean, I'm familiar with the ISACs of the world. I have a friend that started one of the first ones back, 30 years ago maybe. And I know they've always been challenged with, just within an industry sharing anything, because of the fear of losing that competitive edge, and they're all competitors and they're not supposed to like each other anyway.
Yes.
How does that look? How do you approach that sort of fear and reticence in a different way and accomplish things in terms of not just coordinated sharing of our shorts were down, but hey, all of our shorts are down. How are we gonna fix this problem?
Exactly, and I think that, and to your point, it has been a challenge, right? People have been hesitant to share and even more hesitant to collaborate, right? And it took a long time to get us to the comfort level of, okay, I'm comfortable sharing these IP addresses in my trust group.
Right.
We've got to then take those same learnings about, yes, it took us a lot to get over that hump, but guess what? The whole world didn't catch on fire when we started sharing this stuff.
Right.
And actually it was a big force multiplier. We need to get to that same level for things like detections, for things like incident response. Because again, we, for the most part, right, we are all fighting the same adversaries. Now, when I say that, sometimes I get a little pushback, oh, I'm dealing with nation state APTs, this is a highly sophisticated actor, they're targeting my organization. That is true, right? There's always going to be those targeted adversaries, but I like to think, I drive a lot of my thinking by the 80-20 rule, right? Like, and sometimes we let perfect be the enemy of the good in cybersecurity. If we can tackle 80% of the commodity threats, things like ransomware, phishing attacks, drive-by downloads. If we can tackle that side of the problem so we can refocus our efforts on these more sophisticated threats, right? Think about how much better we would all be as an industry.
Sure. At the risk of throwing a curveball to you, do you have an opinion, very brief opinion, on how legislation and proposed legislation is going to help or hinder what you want to see happening?
So I'm a big fan of some of the new legislation and regulatory action that's been coming out, both here in the United States as well as in other parts of the world. I think that, some of the stuff that's been happening over the past 18, 24 months, I'm not going to name any names or any specific instances, but we all know what's been happening lately.
Right. We don't talk about Bruno.
Yeah, so that's definitely raised the profile of the risk to, both the country and the economy. And so it's great that we're now seeing that regulatory action come into play. I'm very encouraged by some of the stuff that's going on. Organizations like CISA encouraging more sharing inside of the U.S. federal agencies.
Yep.
So we're hoping to see a lot of great outcomes come over that over the next 18, 24 months. So I'm optimistic about it.
Okay. Well, let's talk a little bit about Cyware. So where does Cyware come in, and what does Cyware bring to the table to help all this happen?
Yeah, so at Cyware, we focus on two primary vectors. So we've been talking a lot about collaboration. So we have a purpose-built cybersecurity collaboration platform that powers over 85% of the National Council of ISACs.
Okay.
We also, have customers all over the world that leverage that platform to share and collaborate on collective defense. So it's not just typical threat intelligence indicators of compromise and things like that, but we actually let people share detection rules, collaborate on incident response and things like that. So Cyware Collaborate's kind of a one-stop shop for an ISAC or ISAO or any community who wants to share information to get up and running really quickly. The other really exciting thing that we do is we work in this cyber fusion space. So we bring in threat intelligence and apply orchestration and automation to that intelligence and help you up-level your incident response by, essentially being able to prioritize the highest risk incidents first, apply that automation wherever it makes sense and is possible to pull the enrichments in. And, essentially what we're trying to do is bridge together all the things that were formerly siloed pieces of information, right? And we do that a number of different ways. We're a big supporter of open standards, things like STIX and TAXI, because they help enable this interoperability and pulling all that information together.
Right.
Everything in Cyware is built around those data models. That really helps us because STIX is a natural graph of intelligence, so it helps us reason about the data. So we bring all the data in from these different places, model it as STIX, helps us create those insights and then apply it to the incident response process.
Okay. So you're collecting a lot of data.
Yep.
And there's this buzz around RSA this week about evolving technologies that consume that data and do amazing or scary things. Tell me something real about that.
Yeah, I mean, I think you're alluding to AI and some of the buzz around AI that's going on
Quite
in the past
possibly
couple
might
days.
be, but
Possibly.
I refuse to say it.
So I think so. There's both a very positive and strong use case for AI in cybersecurity, and there are definitely some things to be skeptical of, right? So on the positive outcome side, how are we seeing AI be leveraged to be very effective? One of the most powerful ways that we've seen is helping the incident responder and the threat hunter be able to orchestrate things more effectively. So a great use case that we're running through with our clients in our quarterback product, which we launched a couple of last week, which is our AI subsystem, is the ability to go in and say, hey, I have these 10 million compromised credentials that are coming in from this threat feed. Quarterback, please tell me whether or not there are any accounts in my Okta instance that match any of these compromised credentials. And then, having that be able to go and do that and automatically tell you, I have found 5 accounts that match that data set. Okay, I want you to reset all those people's passwords. Done. I have gone and sent and reset those people's passwords. Perfect. I now want to add an updated create a ticket in ServiceNow that says that we go and remediate these 5 accounts. Add a note to follow up on this next week, and then send that email off to John Smith. So being able to do that in plain English within a matter of seconds, and not having to understand, maybe I've never used Okta before because I just switched to it from a different IDP. All of that's now abstracted away from you. You don't have to worry about all those different nuances about how to do that and all those different tools, because the AI is really great at doing that for you. Now that only works if your AI is able to have all those integrations integrated out of the box. And thankfully, the way that we've built our quarterback system, we're able to leverage all 400 plus of our integrations that are part of our SOAR product from day zero, which is one of our kind of unique differentiators. So now to pivot back to, what do we have to be concerned about with AI? One of the things that I am challenged with here on the floor of RSA is, so I work a lot in the standards interoperability space, as we were saying, and I kind of see an impending problem developing where every single major vendor in cybersecurity is building their own AI system, right?
Or at least they claim to be.
Or at least they claim to be. And
and they've been doing it magically for the last 7 years.
Right.
But go ahead. I'm sorry.
And don't get me wrong. So I just gave a great use case for AI, and there are there's more. Things like helping accelerate reporting, helping summarize threat reports. But the challenge is if everybody builds their own AI and those AIs are not able to interoperate and talk to each other and exchange information effectively, we are once again recreating this big interoperability problem, which is the same problem we had with SIMs, the same problem we then recreated again with EDRs, and we're on the path to do it again with AI. So, one of the things I've been talking a lot about the past couple of days to people in the hallways and at a couple of events is I'm trying to advocate for vendors to come together to try to develop systems and mechanisms so that these AIs can talk to each other. So that you can go and talk to an AI from major vendor A, ask it a question, and it knows that vendor B owns some of that information, and it can go and talk to the other AI and pull that information back.
I think I can think of maybe a half dozen science fiction movies where they're going to start talking to themselves anyway.
Yeah.
Whether we like it or not.
Yes.
But we have a few moments left. Any parting words of wisdom? Anything you want to really leave our audience with to think about, to ponder?
Yeah, I mean, I think if I could wave a magic wand and have anything change in the cybersecurity industry, it would be that everybody collaborates and shares a lot more information and kind of, gets over the fear bubble about, being worried about sharing and collaborating too much, right? I think, it has to do with the background of the industry and the culture and things like the CIA triad and, people thinking that confidentiality applies to everything. I could talk about this at length, but I think that
I've been talking about it for 40 years.
Yeah,
we'll
but again,
going.
our adversaries don't worry about any of this stuff. They don't have legal teams to concern themselves about, sharing their latest techniques. So we have to figure out how to do that to keep up with the pace of innovation. So
great. Well, Jason, thanks for taking the time to sit down with us today and talking about the reality of things versus the not so reality of things. If you guys want to learn more about Cyware and what they're doing, especially this idea of collective threat defense, go to securityweekly.com/Cyware. That's CYWARE-RSAC. That's going to wrap us for now. Thanks a lot, Jason.
Thanks, Jeff.
Application Security Weekly delivers interviews and news from the worlds of AppSec, DevOps, and all the other ways people find and fix software flaws. Join us as we explore how the latest news highlights modern security practices or reminds us of the missing ones. We also bring insights from interviews on topics from training to threat modeling, from open source tools to cloud-native techniques, plus an occasional reference from new wave to synthwave. Find us at securityweekly.com/subscribe or look for Application Security Weekly wherever you pick your podcasts.
Hi, folks. I'm Adrian Sanabria, the host of Enterprise Security Weekly. Every week, we interview the most interesting folks we can find talking about the most pressing cybersecurity issues and challenges facing the enterprise today. Myself and my co-hosts have each been in the industry for decades, long enough to see the patterns in the industry and explore where trends are going. In addition to enterprise challenges, we also follow the vendor space, the most interesting security startups emerging, technology and product trends, all the most interesting funding and acquisition announcements. Finally, we love to discuss the latest trends in tech and how they'll impact cybersecurity. If you're wondering how the latest in AI, quantum computing, cloud, and DevOps is going to impact security a few years down the road, you should follow the Enterprise Security Weekly podcast. Application Security Weekly delivers interviews and news from the worlds of AppSec, DevOps, and all the other ways people find and fix software flaws. Join us as we explore how the latest news highlights modern security practices or reminds us of the missing ones. We also bring insights from interviews on topics from training to threat modeling, from open source tools to cloud-native techniques, plus an occasional reference from new wave to synthwave. Find us at securityweekly.com/subscribe or look for Application Security Weekly wherever you pick your podcasts. Hi, folks. I'm Adrian Sanabria, the host of Enterprise Security Weekly. Every week, we interview the most interesting folks we can find, talking about the most pressing cybersecurity issues and challenges facing the enterprise today. Myself and my co-hosts have each been in the industry for decades, long enough to see the patterns in the industry and explore where trends are going. In addition to enterprise challenges, we also follow the vendor space, the most interesting security startups emerging, technology and product trends, all the most interesting funding and acquisition announcements. Finally, we love to discuss the latest trends in tech and how they'll impact cybersecurity. If you're wondering how the latest in AI, quantum computing, cloud, and DevOps is going to impact security a few years down the road, you should follow the Enterprise Security Weekly podcast.
Welcome to the RSA Conference. We're here recording live from Broadcast Alley in Moscone West. This interview is sponsored by Ignite. I'm your host, Ben Carr, and joining me is Chris Lahiri, founder and CSO at Ignite. Chris, it's great to have you on the show today.
Same here, Ben. It's an exciting time to be at RSA. Definitely see the buzz and energy. Happy to be here.
Yeah, what's your thoughts generally? Are you seeing I think I'm seeing a lot more people come back. It's busy. It's kind of got a good vibe. You finding the same thing?
Same thing. I find that it's kind of back to the pre-pandemic buzz, like 2018-19, where I really felt a lot of people. 2020, I think, was the last time they did it, just during the pandemic.
Yeah.
And then after this 2 years with virtual, but this year it's definitely back to like a 18-19.
Yeah, it feels like it's getting back, and like we're hearing buzz. Like I think there was just some issues of some breaches that kind of came out during the conference. We heard about some companies that either got new rounds of funding, right? Wiz got $1 billion of funding at a $12 billion valuation, which is kind of crazy, right? If you're in the startup side,
they're definitely the darling of this new space there.
They sure are. They sure are, right? I think it speaks to platformization, right? Like that's where people are interested. But look, let's have a discussion and talk a little bit about something that's near and dear to my heart, being with Halcyon. Let's talk about ransomware, right? Because I think that's been a big topic of concern, both in the industry. It's certainly, I think, some discussion here at RSA. And then maybe we'll broach into some AI, right? Because if there's anything that's the topic of the day at RSA, it's AI this year.
Sure, let's get into it.
Okay, so can you walk me through or explain just your position on the evolution of ransomware attack, and maybe then we'll go back and forth, right? We'll either disagree or we'll agree, but like let's hear where you come from on the evolution of ransomware.
Yeah. So let me start quickly back with Ignite. It started off in 2008 as primarily a data collaboration platform, but from 2016 onwards, we've been putting a lot of attention to data governance. So we've been in this, let's call it, space of dealing with business content for the entire lifetime of our company.
Okay.
So as a result, when ransomware hit, we were right front and center, right? So if you were to, I don't want to count out the phases, but first phase of ransomware was very unique when people had been dealing with antivirus and malware for a while, but it was the first time when all data was all encrypted and a note was left, and people were like, oh shit, what do I do about it, right?
Sure.
So I'll get into a little bit about what Ignite did to fix or help customers with that, but that was more just, I would call phase one. What I'm really worried about now is how ransomware has become like a business. There is ransomware as a service. You don't even have to have that tech savvy to start a ransomware attack on someone. You can hire companies and all that. And that's what's
we've been
really
talking
worrying.
about that, right? It's really transitioned, and I think it's monetization, right? So
Yes.
it's, if we look at the history of attackers and threats, there was a lot of, there was the script kiddies, there's nation states, there's general threat actors out there who are trying to cause malicious intent. But I think this is transformed with ransomware because it's about a monetary motivation.
Correct.
And once you do that, it brings a lot of people out of the woodwork. And you rightly point out, this has changed to a full business venture, right? Initial access brokers, ransomware as a service, the crypto exchanges, even traditional ISPs that are being utilized, right, and selling their services to host all these things
Yes.
on. And that's just, it's compounded the problem, right? When you look at the ransomware industry, you have people who have call centers stood up, right? And good customer service around trying to get that money.
Yes, absolutely. And I think with the predominance of cloud vendors, it's become even easier to launch very sophisticated large-scale attacks too because of this. So
Democratization of kind of malicious activity, right? It's made it
Exactly.
easy for anybody. You don't have to have a real expertise in this field. You just have to have time. And I think AI is actually going to take that away too, right? It's going to increase the speed at which these
That's
attacks
right.
are happening.
So I'm worried. I mean, what started off as easier things to deal with, now the scale has increased. We as vendors that provide all kinds of services to our customers have to constantly be more aware of things that could lead to different types of attacks. So your threat intelligence, your threat detection, all of that's just escalating.
What's your perspective on the motivation behind the threat actors, right? Like
I think you really hit the nail on the head when you said it's financial motivation, right? For sure. So we know the FBI's policy on you don't negotiate with terrorists. They say that, right?
Sure.
So that's their policy on ransomware. They come out publicly and say you should not pay ransom. But I have personally been on many calls where they say, look, that's our public policy, but we can't dictate what a specific situation for someone is. And unfortunately, whenever there's like life-threatening type things, hospitals or others, they do pay ransom. So the only reason why ransomware still exists as a business is even if it's not very publicly discussed, people are paying ransom.
I'm just wondering, so I have a question I'll follow up with, but I'm generally wondering if we're only seeing the tip of the iceberg, right? So when we see people pay large ransomware, obviously the monetization, that increases the benefit, increases people's need to do that. But does this then transfer over into people with political aspirations, right? Terrorism, nation states that say, look, maybe it's not monetization anymore, but maybe I can utilize this same activity to create additional concern because, like you said, when life and limb are in danger, right? When it's large financial impact to the country or healthcare, we're seeing people pay these things.
Yeah. No, I have a paranoid view on this, maybe because as a security practitioner, that's how I think, but...
we're all paranoid.
Yeah, but see, you'll notice that banks, you rarely hear of a Citibank or a JP Morgan getting hit by ransomware, okay? Because that's where the money is, but they don't get hit by ransomware so much because they've got armies of security people, tools, technology, and all of that that's supporting it or preventing it. The things that you hear about are these cases where, a hospital or a local something, like someone
they're
who wasn't
underfunded, right? It's typically underfunded. So they don't have good response, they don't have any good negotiation, and they don't have good protection up front.
Exactly. So they are the ones that end up paying the ransom. But this, to your point earlier, I feel this could just be a dry run for a nation state to say, oh, okay, if I could take this down, then I could potentially have wider impact if I can take down all the local whatever system or something they're after, then they would cripple that part, right? So
yeah, Colonial Pipeline was a wake up for
exactly,
that, right? Yeah.
Exactly.
So the question I was coming to with that is, how do you come out, and can be a politically charged topic for people to discuss, but where do you come out with actually making this illegal? Like the federal government taking that step to say, we're not going to allow paying. So OFAC guidance has already done that for several countries and saying if it's by these countries you can't, but it's really hard to tie that back. Do you think that there's a necessity for regulation on a wider basis to say we're not going to allow the financial motivation to be there, and to do that we're going to take away the ability of U.S. companies to pay? Do you think that would change the game, or do you think we'll never get there?
I think it's a political thing. I agree that there should be some such regulation, but you got to look at it from the people who are being impacted. It's like, okay, if you say that the government's saying I cannot pay, but what are you going to do about it if you do actually get hit? Like all these other downstream things in terms of insurances and all of them, right? Like law enforcement and all of these other people also need to come and help recover from a situation like this.
I've had this conversation with a couple of people, and one of the things I've come back with is, look, if we did that, I think, instead of paying ransomware, if the government had some type of assistance to help with the recovery, right, and the remonetization of the company to get back on their feet quickly. But yeah, I agree. It's hard to think about being able to make that quick change and actually have it work, right? It would take some time for that actually to work its way through. So, when we think about threat actors and attack behaviors, with phishing, social engineering, like all the efforts people make, are you seeing anything that you're currently observing from a trend perspective, things that are changing, ways this is being used in the ransomware threat?
Well, my perspective on this is, it's a little old school in the sense that there's a lot of tooling and technology helping detect, but almost all the time the actual attack, whether it's ransomware or any type of other breach, has always been through the human chain, right? The whole phishing industry is to go somehow fool you into doing something after which they've gotten that control, right? So I'm actually quite encouraged when we go and tell people that you just need to have default better hygiene. We don't need you to go do something extraordinary. Just make sure.
We've all been saying hygiene for years, though, right?
Exactly.
It's really frustrating.
But now that you see all these things, now people are a little bit more aware, right? Like even my mom is, she knows what a second factor is. She's like, okay, I understand that I need to look at my phone to put in a second factor and all of that. So I think that awareness is improving. But it's nowhere close to where it should be. It should just be default.
It always comes back to the human factor. I think a lot of people, a lot of companies, a lot of security professionals even, like they tend to lean on technology first. And it's never really technology. It always goes back to the human factor. Technology helps. Technology is something we need, but it shouldn't be your default go-to.
Right. So I think once that happens, if it gets extraordinarily difficult to cause a breach, to penetrate some type of situation, then I feel you may see only really sophisticated ransomware type things happen, which is most of the time motivated by something else. It will be a nation state or like a world war type of a situation, as opposed to someone who can, just to prove a point, they're able to take down something and make some money.
Sure. Are there any proactive measures that individuals or organizations should really be thinking about taking to combat ransomware from your perspective?
I think it's a continuous effort. Many people think that, if I just have this policy, my IT policy says everything is two-factored and that's it. If there's no check on it, right? Like you wrote the policy, that's fine, but how are you enforcing it? Do you actually make sure that there are no exceptions? You haven't allowed that one, solution to say, just because they don't support two-factor or something, I'm going to allow it. I think those are the things. So I think what I'm saying is continuously evaluating the to find that weakest link in whatever it is.
Well, you
is
said
the
getting
thing.
back to basics and get back to hygiene, right? So
Right.
that I equate that to trust but verify,
Yes.
right? Like, so again, you go back in, look at your controls, verify that they're in place, verify changes haven't been made,
That's
and
right.
kind of do it on a continual audited process basis, right?
That's right.
Yeah.
And the good news is there is lots of technology that can help you do this. Earlier, maybe you had to dedicate some IT person to go look at all of these and all that. Now there are all kinds of solutions that will make that easier.
And that's one of the benefits that I'm hoping for out of AI, right? Like, I think repetition of tasks, menial things that aren't engaging to a human operator, those are hopefully things that we'll see AI help with. I think right now it's been a lot of buzz. I think we were talking, before we went on about kind of the Venn diagram of AI, and everybody talks about AI, but what typically they're really talking about, at least lately, has been generative AI or LLMs. When the larger AI, there's a lot more stuff that we should be focusing on and could do in various areas of AI that would actually help the end user.
Yeah, that's right. If you so AI and this Gen AI post ChatGPT is November 2022. So if you look at any publications, anything that people would talk about tech before then, you would hear ML quite a bit.
Correct.
Machine learning and all that, right? Which is a precursor to all of these LLMs and all that anyways. So AI has been around for a while, and I think it has been helping overall in terms of tech. Yeah, nowadays it's kind of gotten skewed with generative AI, and that's what people are talking about.
It's chasing the shiny ball of security,
That's
right? Whatever buzzword is out there, people want to chase it because they think it's going to get them revenue.
That's right, but I mean, there's a lot going on there too. Again, I'm encouraged, at least even in this year's RSA, on what all vendors, nowadays every software vendor has to have an AI story, but what they're doing with AI is encouraging for sure.
It's kind of table stakes. Any future trajectories of things going on? Any challenges or opportunities you can think of that lie ahead that RSA, being here this year has made you think about or call out?
The people, for sure. The people are back, and they are, again, RSA always has its own theme, right? And this time also, I think I felt like there's a lot of partnerships. In fact, I was in another previous meeting where they were saying that it feels like security vendors are partnering quite a lot with each other. Like, even if there are pseudo-competitive in some things, there's a lot more partnership and better together stories that I'm seeing this time. So.
I like that thought. We'll end it on that. Security vendors partnering together, and hopefully companies partnering with their security vendors.
Absolutely,
right?
yeah.
So, Chris, thank you for joining me. It's been a pleasure to talk with you. Thank you for joining Security Weekly. Visit securityweekly.com/Ignite RSAC to find out more. Check out all of our RSAC coverage at securityweekly.com/RSAC. Thank you.
Application Security Weekly delivers interviews and news from the worlds of AppSec, DevOps, and all the other ways people find and fix software flaws. Join us as we explore how the latest news highlights modern security practices or reminds us of the missing ones. We also bring insights from interviews on topics from training to threat modeling, from open source tools to cloud-native techniques, plus an occasional reference from new wave to synthwave. Find us at securityweekly.com/subscribe or look for Application Security Weekly wherever you pick your podcasts.
Hi, folks. I'm Adrian Sanabria, the host of Enterprise Security Weekly. Every week, we interview the most interesting folks we can find, talking about the most pressing cybersecurity issues and challenges facing the enterprise today. Myself and my co-hosts have each been in the industry for decades, long enough to see the patterns in the industry and explore where trends are going. In addition to enterprise challenges, we also follow the vendor space, the most interesting security startups emerging, technology and product trends, all the most interesting funding and acquisition announcements. Finally, we love to discuss the latest trends in tech and how they'll impact cybersecurity. If you're wondering how the latest in AI, quantum computing, cloud, and DevOps is going to impact security a few years down the road, you should follow the Enterprise Security Weekly podcast. Application Security Weekly delivers interviews and news from the worlds of AppSec, DevOps, and all the other ways people find and fix software flaws. Join us as we explore how the latest news highlights modern security practices or reminds us of the missing ones. We also bring insights from interviews on topics from training to threat modeling, from open source tools to cloud-native techniques, plus an occasional reference from new wave to synthwave. Find us at securityweekly.com/subscribe or look for Application Security Weekly wherever you pick your podcasts. Hi, folks. I'm Adrian Sanabria, the host of Enterprise Security Weekly. Every week, we interview the most interesting folks we can find, talking about the most pressing cybersecurity issues and challenges facing the enterprise today. Myself and my co-hosts have each been in the industry for decades, long enough to see the patterns in the industry and explore where trends are going. In addition to enterprise challenges, we also follow the vendor space, the most interesting security startups emerging, technology and product trends, all the most interesting funding and acquisition announcements. Finally, we love to discuss the latest trends in tech and how they'll impact cybersecurity. If you're wondering how the latest in AI, quantum computing, cloud, and DevOps is going to impact security a few years down the road, you should follow the Enterprise Security Weekly podcast.
Welcome to RSA Conference 2024. We're here recording live from Broadcast Alley in Moscone West. This interview is sponsored by SquareX. I'm your host, Adrian Sanabria, and joining me is Vivek Ramachandran, founder and CEO of SquareX. Hello, Vivek. How are you?
Thank you so much for inviting me on the show, Adrian.
Yeah.
Super excited. We are doing a booth, meeting a lot of very interesting people. So yeah, I'm feeling awesome.
Yeah. Me too. It's always fun to so much energy, come in and see everything that everybody's doing, especially when they're new things.
Yeah.
Which what you're doing is fairly new to me, so I'm excited to talk about this. So the tagline we have here is SquareX is disrupting the browser security market. So I think we should start there and define what you mean when you say browser security market, because there could be some confusion.
Absolutely. So I think browser security. As probably the universe, if you kind of look at it, there are multiple components to it. So one is your enterprise browsers, and this is something Gartner ended up coining.
Yep.
And really, these are dedicated browsers that you can deploy on your employee laptops and consultant laptops. And primarily, these are geared towards managing access control.
Yeah.
So that now only through these browsers, you can access your internal websites, your SaaS websites, and all of that.
Yeah.
Now, the other part, of course, is the wild, wild west, right? All of the web attacks that target employees when they're online. So, attacks like spear phishing, malicious document download, session hijacking, malicious extensions and whatnot. And that is also part of browser security, and that is really what SquareX is actually working on and trying to disrupt.
It's amazing. You mentioned malicious extensions. There's almost nothing on the market that looks at malicious Chrome extensions at all.
Absolutely, and this is getting compounded because of the fact that everybody's writing their own little AI co-pilot,
right?
And now Grammarly and so many little extensions are coming, which are actually offering you free services, all powered by ChatGPT.
Right.
The unfortunate part is that many of these extensions are malicious, as you rightly said, and are trying to steal credentials and whatnot, from the user's browser.
Yeah. So protecting against threats that are focused on the browser.
Right.
So let's back up a little bit. Tell me a little bit about your background in cybersecurity before founding SquareX.
So I've been in cybersecurity for the past 20 years, 10 years as an entrepreneur. Started off, working for companies like Cisco Systems, implementing layer 2 security. Quickly figured that I enjoyed more breaking security than making it. Got my lucky break working for a wireless security company called Airtight Networks,
right,
where I discovered a lot of first-in-the-world attacks like Cafe Latte and all of that. Spoke at DEF CON and Black Hat multiple times. Then 2010, 2011, a decade back, was when I started my very first company, created a wireless monitoring product, which I ended up selling. Then I created Pen Tester Academy, which had students
Right.
from
I've heard of
150
it, yeah.
countries. Yep. And I exited Pen Tester Academy in 2021, and finally decided to once again go back into the game, and that's when I started SquareX in 2023.
So you've been working your way up the OSI model. So at level
Pretty
8
much.
next, you're gonna
Pretty
build a
much.
management solution.
Pretty much.
So yeah, web-borne threats are not a new thing, right?
Absolutely.
So the way you're doing it is somewhat new, but the fact that these threats are out there are products
Absolutely.
designed to stop some of these threats. Particularly in the SASE market.
Right.
So how do you differentiate from those? What are the issues with those that you can solve by being right there in the browser?
Absolutely, great question. So if you look at SASE, SSE, secure web gateways, this technology came in almost like 10 to 12 years back. Those are cloud
And particularly,
proxies.
it's SWG is the component we're talking about, right? SWG,
Exactly.
Secure Web Gateway.
Exactly. And SSL intercepting proxies have been there for a while. But if you think about it, what they're trying to do is look at network traffic, HTML, CSS, and JavaScript,
Right.
and infer application layer attacks which are happening in your browser. So unfortunately, SWGs do not have application context. They
Right.
have no clue about user interactivity. They have no notion of the traffic they are seeing and being able to correlate that with browser tabs and windows and how the user is interacting. I'll
Yeah.
give you a very simple example. Let's say the SWG sees a file download happen. It absolutely doesn't know if this was because a user clicked on a link or whether one of the inactive tabs is actually dropping a file as a drive-by
Right.
download, right? Clipboard data, site ends up reading your clipboard, that goes in. SWG doesn't know if this is a form submission, is this a session data, is this actually your clipboard getting read? So without application context, unfortunately, there isn't much you can do. Now, the tricky part is, imagine if you had to share all of that live DOM changes, application context, and sync it with the cloud for every single browser tab that you have,
Right.
which is an impossible task to do. So that is really where what we decided to do is, hey, where is it that you have the most amount of rich data when it comes to detecting client-side attacks which are happening against your users? That's actually in the browser. So by having a security product run in the browser, we can pick up all of those DOM changes, browser events, user interactivity, and actually correlate and run machine learning models right there to detect attacks. And that is really what we are doing.
Yeah. And it's a good point because there's so much functionality that's moved client side. I've seen SPAs and like you can even run the Linux operating system within a browser tab.
Yes.
So there's so much going on that you wouldn't see if you're only looking at the network.
100%. And the best technology example I can give you is WebAssembly.
Yeah.
So WebAssembly is absolutely revolutionizing what you can do in the browser, because you can take a lot of your older native libraries and pretty
Right.
much compile it
Port
and run
them
it in
over.
the browser. Exactly. So a lot of startups which are probably doing image processing, video processing, are starting to offload much of this in the browser itself. So the browser is starting to become a much more capable, larger platform where you can already build applications.
Right.
So what we are piggybacking in that tailwind is really the ability to build a full-blown security product running entirely in the browser.
Wow. Yeah. So maybe let's discuss some specifics, like what kinds of attacks, are the kind of SWGs missing, failing, where you could actually detect some of those attacks. Examples always help to understand.
Absolutely.
Right? Yeah.
So the simplest attack I can tell you is, let's say, UI redressing attacks like clickjacking. So a clickjacking attack entirely happens on the UI side by overlaying different frames. Now, a SWG is only looking at HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. So the SWG doesn't understand how all of that is taken by the browsing rendering engine and how all of that is being laid out. So without that context, any form of UI redressing attack is something a SWG will entirely miss.
Yeah.
Now, here's the more interesting part. SWGs today basically, pride themselves of detecting malware in the cloud itself, so that, hey, it doesn't even drop on your endpoint. But what attackers have started to do is, last mile reassembly attacks.
Yeah.
And a very simple example is taking the same malware file, breaking it up, and making it part of HTML, CSS. So SWGs don't even see that there is actually a file download.
Right.
And on the client side, using JavaScript to reassemble all of that and drop down. And you could rinse and repeat this for even malicious websites and whatnot.
Yeah.
And lastly, what is compounding this is technologies like WebAssembly, where you can package entire payloads into WASM modules, which is really pretty much compiled code, which SWIGs can't analyze, because this isn't plain JavaScript that you can just take and put into an attack graph.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. So for the buyer for this product, is this what does the output from the user's browsers look like? Like, what is the if I'm going to buy and integrate this into my enterprise of 50,000 users or something like that, what is that experience like?
Yeah. So great question. So once you deploy our browser extension, which is compatible pretty much with every browser out there, what we do is, as the user is surfing the internet, looking at different things, we look at the different browser events and we start to monitor all of that. So now let's say, I'll give you a simple example. Maybe your sales team is getting attacked on LinkedIn, where a bad actor is actually sending a direct message to people, attaching a malicious file saying, you know what, I want to buy something from your organization, and here is details of the purchase order.
Yeah.
So now what's going to happen is, your sales team probably downloads it. Sometimes there may be an intermediate link they have to click through. When that download happens, God hope your endpoint security solution picks it up.
Right, yeah.
But if it does, all you can see at that point is a malicious file was downloaded via Chrome. Now, for most enterprise IT teams, this is a mess, because now you call up the sales guy and he says, hey, what did you do?
Yeah.
And he either doesn't remember or won't admit. So this is a case where what we can do is entire attack path attribution. So within SquareX, you can immediately see that on LinkedIn, a certain bad actor ended up sending a message, which led to a malicious file download. And because we integrate with a lot of solutions, this allows you to enrich that data and be able to correlate attack graphs within the browser. Finally, what happens on the endpoint.
Yeah.
So by giving full visibility, we allow organizations to detect and block attacks.
Yeah.
Now, here's the best part. Typically, malicious attackers, would have created one profile and started to attack multiple people. So we automatically pick up these IOCs, let's say the malicious document hash, the intermediate websites.
Yeah, because as an analyst, immediately I want to check the email system. I want to see if other people got it. I want to see if endpoint, my EDR, Next-Gen AV picked it up.
Exactly. So we cross-correlate, and we can immediately tell you that 5 sales folks in different parts of the world in your organization were simultaneously attacked.
Wow. Wow. Very nice. And this works with all the major browsers, I presume?
Yes. So, Chrome, Edge, Firefox, Brave, Safari. So it integrates with pretty much everybody.
All right. And future plans for this? It sounds like you already have a lot of integrations there, and being in the browser, I like the fact that you can block as well. Being in that position, whereas a lot of security solutions over the years, I think analysts weren't comfortable with automated remediation, automated blocking. But after years of ransomware, that's one of the main things I'm hearing at this conference is people are finally ready. A little bit of disruption, even if it's a CEO, is worth way more than having to go through a ransomware's worth of disruption.
Absolutely, and you bring up a very good point, right? If today you asked a CISO, tell me who are your most vulnerable users, tell me who are your most targeted users.
Execs.
When it comes to when they're online, at that point in time, they know it's execs, but sometimes, it's rank and file, could actually be the person on the HR team sifting through resumes.
Right.
And she pretty much has to open documents from unknown people.
Yeah.
So
that's
I
the
think
job. Yeah.
Exactly. And
clicking links is the job.
So attack attribution and trying to give you an early warning system when people are getting attacked is really what we're trying to solve with browser visibility.
Yeah. It's very interesting stuff. How can people get started? Do you have like a freemium tier? How are you? What's the go-to-market with the product?
So we've kind of gone ahead and launched it in a very big way at RSA. We have a booth 336 at this time.
Okay.
And if you're still around at RSA, come visit us. But you can go absolute obligation
336. That's in the middle, right?
It's 336. Yeah, Moscone South.
Yeah, close to the F1 car.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think it's in one booth where they have that marked. I guess. Yeah. Yeah, so they could
That's a
come
good
down.
landmark to.
Yeah, I think I've seen a lot of people trying
Yeah.
to kind of drive that simulator.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, so we are down there, or alternately, you can go to the website. You can sign up for an obligation-free pilot.
Okay, nice.
The best way that we've seen, which works for our existing pilot and our customers, is we just say, just deploy this for 1 week, and automatically you will end up uncovering a bunch of attacks which are kind of happening.
Yeah. Excellent. Well, thank you, Vivek, so much for joining me on Security Weekly today. I think you joined me for the last one of the day, too.
So you know what? Great. Thank you so much, and it was a great conversation.
If you want to learn more about SquareX, you can visit securityweekly.com/SquareX RSAC. And when we kick off tomorrow, you can go to securityweekly.com/RSAC for all our content. And I think, if I'm not wrong, that's all for today, right? Yep. It's all for today. We'll see you first thing tomorrow.